Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Among the Burka Islanders who were watching, there was a young man with a fierce-looking face and a strong physique who shouted loudly. Emma looked up. It was discovered that it was the son of Chief Burka, the man who would inherit the rule of the island in the future. Just when Emma was about to turn around and beg the other party again, Luo Hu's body suddenly disappeared. When it appears again, he had already arrived in front of the fierce-looking young man, and with a pull of his hand, a terrifying force burst out instantly and directly pulled the young man's head off on the spot. There was even a long spine hanging from the head that was splattering blood. After throwing the young man's head onto the altar and into the blazing flames, Luo Hu asked in a calm tone, "Who else has an opinion now? Do you want to kill a baby? If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll kill everyone on your island." After wiping the blood off his palms on the wall of the altar, Luo Hu slowly took the baby who was gradually falling asleep in Emma's hands. At this moment, the chief of Burka Island finally realized that the stranger who suddenly appeared had killed his only child and threw him into the altar and burned him. In the small island of Burka, he and his son had always been the only ones who worked together to guard the island. They would burn others to death in the name of sacrifice to maintain their pitiful prestige. But this man who suddenly appeared was so strong that his son didn't even have a chance to resist, and his head was pulled out and he was killed. His heart was shaken. He stood up instantly and rushed towards Luo Hu with bloodshot eyes, vowing to avenge his son. After seeing this scene, Luo Hu naturally didn't bother to talk nonsense. He instantly clenched his 5 fingers and punched directly at the face of the clan leader. The terrifying force was transmitted, and with a puff sound, the patriarch's body was crushed on the spot, and it exploded instantly, turning into minced meat on the ground. If such a cruel and ruthless patriarch continues to stay here, he will definitely kill more people. Especially Emma, who wants to protect the baby, will become their primary target. Killing them can also give you a good reputation. This is what the old god said in Buddhism about killing to save lives. Luo Hu thought secretly in his heart. With his current mental state, killing people is just a piece of cake for him. As long as it doesn't go too far against one's own inner moral standards, there will basically not be any ripples. I will take care of this child from now on. Oh, by the way, you guys aren't very well informed. Now the entire Sky Island is my territory. Someone will come to inform you in a few days. From now on, this woman will be the new leader of your Burka Island. Luo Hu looked at the group of frightened and pale-faced Burka people around him and said lightly, "The only purpose of his doing this is to prevent Emma, who has selfless maternal love, from being targeted by others after he leaves." After making sure that everyone had heard his orders, Luo Hu began to look around the interior layout of the altar. After arranging a group of unknown statues made entirely of gold, Luo Hu looked towards the statue with 3 pairs of golden wings in the center. The statue was in a state of stretching its hands forward as if giving. In the palm of the statue, there is a golden fruit with lightning-like patterns scattered on it. Thunder fruit. It's in Burka after all. Then this trip wasn't in vain. Luo Hu's body flashed quickly and jumped directly into the hand of the golden statue, Vice Admiral, and grabbed the golden fruit that was extremely difficult to be discovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Logia Thunder Fruit attribute, 100%. The system successfully absorbed the Thunder Fruit's ability attributes, and a prompt sounded. At the same time as the prompt sounded, Luo Hu also felt a violent and powerful lightning energy instantly rushing into his body. With a tingling sensation, his muscle activity and strength even increased a little. Luo Hu's mouth curled up into a dragon king-like smile. As we all know, Thunder Fruit is known as the one with the strongest ability among all Logia devil fruits. While possessing the speed of light, it also carries the most powerful natural element in the world. Luo Hu opened his 5 fingers slightly, and a dense, deep blue electric current began to crackle and flow around his fingertips as the electricity surged, just like a vivid thunder dragon filled with an unprovoked majesty. Zizizi. With a burst of crackling electric current, the two bodies that were beaten to death by Luo Hu were immediately turned into charred ashes by the high temperature brought by the lightning. I'm sorry that your altar is stained with blood and the ashes of these two people. You can clean them up if you want. Luo Hu spoke in a calm tone. Unknowingly, he had grown to a sturdy body of about 3.4 meters. He stood up and walked out of the temple on Burka Island with a smile. His trip to Sky Island this time can be considered a complete success. Not only did he claim the entire Sky Island area as his own, he also successfully harvested a god-level Logia devil fruit. Moreover, because Enel is just a baby at present, Luo Hu also selfishly intends to take him back to Qinghai. Although this guy didn't show much fighting talent in the plot. But that's only because Enel has never been exposed to something like Haki, which is a different level of knowledge system. The fact that he was able to develop the Thunder Fruit ability all the way to awakening is enough to prove that this long-eared baby is definitely a gifted guy. With the blessing of such a talent mechanism, he will be handed over to someone with profound insights like Mr. Guy to teach him. He will definitely be a strong general in the future. It's time to go back. In this battle in the Valley of the Gods, all celestial dragons must die. Luo Hu, whose strength had been greatly improved, spoke in a grim tone filled with boundless murderous intent. In fact, he had already killed 3 celestial dragons while on Devil's Island. But this mere amount can never fill the hatred in Luo Hu's heart. This is a blood feud that has destroyed a family. Only a true genocide war between the 20 celestial dragons' families can completely calm the situation. Perhaps only the Nefertari family, which had left the Holy Land and no longer considered themselves celestial dragons, could have escaped this massacre by chance. Boom! A loud, thunderous sound was heard. Luo Hu's strong and powerful body instantly turned into a ball of violent spherical lightning and flashed towards the Angel Island area at a high speed in front of the shocked eyes of the Burka Island residents. In a flash, Luo Hu's body disappeared, and the only smell left at the scene was the smell of burnt air. If it weren't for the burning corpse inside the altar proving that what had just happened was not an illusion, everyone might still not believe that their Sky Island had really welcomed a ruler with terrifying power. However, relatively speaking, the residents of Burka Island are very afraid of the ruler Luo Hu. But at least the patriarch who relied on his son's strong physique to oppress the people and forcibly plunder others for food for their livelihood is dead. Life is still very hopeful. White Sea Angel Island area. While Luo Hu was out, Kaido used the various supplies he brought from Qinghai to exchange with the residents of Sky Island for almost all types of alcoholic beverages. These days, under the influence of Kaido, Mihawk, and Crocodile, who are still young, have obviously become addicted to alcohol. But compared to Kaido, who has no restrictions on what he drinks and drinks whatever he wants, Mihawk and Crocodile prefer sweeter red wine. There was a flash of lightning, and Luo Hu returned to the pirates' ship that the Rocks Pirates had equipped for his 7th Division. Originally, using the power of Lion Fruit, it would take 7 or 8 minutes to fly from Angel Island to Burka Island. But now with the light speed drive of the Thunder Fruit ability, Luo Hu can make the round trip in just over a minute. He casually called over a few young, beautiful, well-proportioned female pirates whose breasts looked no less attractive than those of the little thief Nami. Luo Hu simply became a hands-off boss and handed the baby to the female pirates to take care of. I can't guarantee anything else, but Luo Hu can still guarantee basic food rations. After all, he accepted these 30 or 40 female pirates, not just to eat and eat. In addition to daily cooking, taking care of a baby is definitely more than enough. Just then, a continuous ringing sound of din din mushy rang out. Brew, 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 brew. Kaido, who was drinking frantically, also stood up and took the phone. Brother Luo, Captain Rocks called. The second half of the Grand Line, Hakinosu Island. The strong sea breeze blew the Rock's pirate flag hung high above the island like a hurricane passing through. At this time, all the members of this violent organization, which can be regarded as the most evil pirates group in history, gathered in the Skull Room on Haki Island at the same time. Rock's pirate team, one captain, Edward Newgate, captain of the 2nd Division, Golden Lion Shiki, the captain of the 3rd team, Charlotte Linlin, as well as Silver Axe, Achiku, and John. All 3 of them were quietly waiting in the meeting room for something. Ha, Captain Rocks, what does he want to do by gathering all of us here during this tense period of time? Are you planning to launch a general attack on the world government? After everyone waited quietly for a while, the active Golden Lion couldn't help but mutter a few words. That's impossible, right? Although we Rocks pirates have some strength, the captain shouldn't be so arrogant. What a bunch of idiots. Don't you know that next week is the Celestial Dragon's 3-yearly human hunting plan? The captain gathered us together at this time. It must be for the Valley of the Gods. Captain John, the most well-informed among the squad leaders, played with the gold coins in his hand and made his own guess. Obviously, John's explosive information directly attracted the attention of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others. The Celestial Dragons, the world's nobles, will carry out a plan to hunt down humans every 3 years. This is the plan to destroy nations that has caused panic among the civilians of countless non-world government member countries. In this plan, Celestial Dragons will personally choose a country that is not a member of the world government, and then personally lead the troops there to carry out wanton killings. The plan will not stop until the people of this country are completely killed to extinction. During this period, in this selected country, everyone, regardless of gender, age, women, pregnant women, or the disabled, will be ruthlessly hacked to death. It can even be said that in this hunting plan, even a single earthworm would be split vertically in half if it dared to show its head. Hearing you say that, I feel like I'm not a pirate anymore. Since this is a hunting plan initiated by Celestial Dragons themselves, then the Marines will definitely come to escort them, right? Under this evil hunting plan, how dare those Marines call themselves the representatives of justice? After listening to John's introduction, Golden Lion scratched his still abundant golden hair. For a moment, he even felt that his identity as a pirate was somewhat ridiculous in front of Celestial Dragons. Although he has grown from an unknown little pirate to now, he has killed countless people. But if compared with the level of Celestial Dragons that can directly destroy a country, then he's just like a small Karami, like a fly or a bug. And if what John said was true, considering that Celestial Dragons destroy a country every 3 years, the number of people killed by world government over the past 800 years is simply beyond measure. Crunch! Just as everyone was shocked, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and Rock's 4-meter-tall body teleported to the main seat in the conference room almost in the blink of an eye. Are you all here? We have gathered all of you captains here today because a major operation is about to begin. Rox glanced at the captains present with his bloodshot eyes and then spoke to them with a little excitement. Where's Luo Hu? Didn't I call him? Why hasn't he come back yet? I remember him saying on the phone that he would be here soon. Just as Rox was about to announce his action plan, he suddenly discovered that Luo Hu, who was supposed to be in the 7th seat that had recently been added, was not present. Kulalalalalal, Captain Rox, you can just announce the plan directly. I can tell him when Luo Hu comes back. Seeing that the meeting was at a standstill, Whitebeard quickly came out to smooth things over. At this moment, a pirate ship slowly landed in the port waters outside Hakinosu. It was the 7th Division led by Luo Hu. After the pirate ship of the 7th Division came to a steady stop, a dazzling bolt of lightning exploded from it along with a roar of thunder. Next, Luo Hu took less than 30 seconds to fly directly into the conference room and sat upright in his 7th chair. Captain Rox, I was delayed on the way, so I'm a little late. Before Luo Hu finished speaking, all the captains in Rox Pirate looked towards Luo Hu's position with shocked eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, puzzlement, and other emotions mixed together. Captain Rox had just said that someone hadn't arrived. The next moment, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed before their eyes, and then Luo Hu miraculously appeared on the chair. Based on years of battle experience, everyone quickly realized that Luo Hu had gained a new devil fruit ability. And if they're not mistaken, it should be the most powerful thunder fruit in Logia. But what puzzled everyone was, where did Luo Hu find this devil fruit? Thunder fruit has always been at a legendary level in this ocean. It hasn't even appeared for hundreds of years. And doesn't this guy already have Paramecia's fruit of power and Golden Lion's lion fruit? Where did you get this god-level thunder fruit? Everyone looked at Luo Hu's seat with some numbness. It is a great fortune for ordinary people to be lucky enough to get a devil fruit. This guy is so good that he directly combined the abilities of 3 perfect fruits. Thunder fruit? It's a really good fruit ability. Rox was about to announce his plan when Luo Hu appeared with sparks and lightning, and he recognized the long-lost devil fruit. In his plan, thunder fruit was supposed to be his second devil fruit ability, but he couldn't find it after searching for it for so long and had to give up. But he didn't expect that his captain would have the chance to obtain the thunder fruit ability. But Rox has no idea about this. After all, in this world, what matters most is Haki's strength and skills. The intensity of Haki is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top. And above the top level, there is the ultimate Haki that 99.99% of people cannot reach, as long as you have trained all of Conqueror's Haki to the ultimate. Then, even without the Devil Fruit ability, you will be invincible. Devil Fruit is just a tool to assist. Back to the point, the reason I called you captains back this time is for this place. Looking at Golden Lion, John, Achiku, Charlotte Linlin, and others in shock and daze, Rox could only pat the table helplessly to turn all the attention back. Then he pointed at the map on the conference table. What is clearly revealed above is an island located in the West Blue area, the island of God's Valley, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At this time, almost all the warships of the Marine branches, large and small, were requisitioned to the headquarters. The purpose is to provide the most powerful escort during the next period of time when the world's nobles go out together. According to the experience of naval headquarters over the years, whenever celestial dragons go out, Rox pirates will definitely move in like flies smelling rotten meat. Judging from a situation this year, Rox pirates' action this time will be even more significant. The reason is that another evil ghost on the sea who regards celestial dragons as nothing has joined Rox pirate. Rox pirate, whose strength is already terrifying, has now added the 7th division. This caused a huge tilt in the already slightly unbalanced forces on the sea. In addition to the giant vice admiral of the naval headquarters, countless generals and admirals of all sizes swarmed into the huge conference room of the naval headquarters to await the arrival of Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanyahu. Sitting in the first 3 rows of the conference room is Admiral Kong, who currently has the highest popularity in the Marine. Iron Fist Vice Admiral Garp, who has a very rich experience and strong ability, but chose not to be promoted to Admiral. And the youngest Admiral among all Admirals, Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, who was recently promoted to the Admiral position. These 3 people are known as the most powerful Marines of this generation. Although Garp was a Vice Admiral who was mixed in with the Admiral position, none of the Marines thought it was inappropriate. Garp just didn't want to be promoted to Admiral. In terms of strength, Garp is almost on par with Kongu, or even stronger. In addition to these 3 Marines with Admiral-level combat power, Admiral candidate Buddha Sengoku, the user of the Washi-Wash fruit, and others also stayed in the conference room waiting. Staff Officer Tsuru and Garp Sengoku are comrades who enlisted in the same term. The 3 of them have grown up from ordinary Marines in the Marine training camp to the present day, and are known as the Marine Iron Triangle. Because Chief of Staff Tsuru is very insightful about battle planning, and his observation Haki and sniping abilities are quite outstanding, he is also one of the current candidate admirals. These 5 people can almost be said to be the most powerful group in the naval headquarters. However, up to now, The naval headquarters still lacks an admiral position and an alternate admiral position. Although the naval headquarters has always wanted to recruit strong men from the armies of the major world government member countries. However, due to the extremely rapid growth of Rock's Pirate in recent years, this has also invisibly affected the momentum of everyone joining the naval headquarters. There is no other reason. The dark forces have grown so powerful that who would dare to easily join the Marine during this period of time? Isn't this the same as joining the National Army in 1949? Garp Sunsen, didn't Marshal Netanya always want to promote you to Admiral? This is the highest combat power position in the naval headquarters, and you actually refused, just when everyone was suppressing their emotions and waiting for the meeting to begin. Garp, the freest person in the crowd, simply grabbed a bag of snacks and started eating them. This extremely casual action doesn't look like a Marine who upholds justice at all. Everyone has long been accustomed to this, and no one cares, or perhaps no one dares to care. Behind Garp stood a tall and thin boy wearing a dark blue Marine long-sleeve jacket. The young man's name is Kazan, and he was originally an ordinary Marine in the South Blue Marine branch. Because of his outstanding talent and training, he was recommended by the Marine branch, and his military career was rapidly promoted. So far, he, who is still a teenager, has entered the naval headquarters as a colonel and joined the command of Garp, the vice admiral. Some days before Kuzan, the Marine branch in North Blue also recommended 2 young men with monster-level talents. These 2 young men are ordinary Marines from North Blue, namely Sakazuki and Borsellino. Currently, Sakazuki is training with Vice Admiral Tsu, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff. Borsellino is training with Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Buddha Sengoku. These 3 young men were hailed as the new generation of monster-level Marines in the training ground of the Naval Headquarters. Even the current Naval Headquarters Marshal is interested in finding a spare Admiral force to carry out a systematic training and cultivation for these 3 young people. However, due to the extremely tense situation now, we have to give up for the time being. Ha! Kazan kid, the reason I refused to become an admiral is that I just wanted to have more freedom. If you want freedom, you don't need so much power. By the way, do you want to eat some senbei? Hearing Kuzan's question, Garp happily explained his reasons. Everyone in the Marine Corps knew that Garp hated celestial dragons the most. If you're promoted to Admiral of Headquarters, you will have to serve the celestial dragons in person. For Garp, this was 10 times more painful than being tortured to death. Even at the thought of going before those celestial dragons to wait for orders, Garp couldn't help but have his big muscles trembling wildly. To him, this was the most terrifying thing in the world. After hearing Garp's explanation, Kazan was obviously lost in his own thoughts. As he is still in the stage of burning justice in his heart, he is still unable to sort out the relationship between Marines' justice and world government. However, Sakazuki next to him glanced in Garp's direction with a little interest. Although he didn't have much good feelings towards Garp, a Marine who had no military bearing or discipline at all, it was undeniable that what Garp said did make a lot of sense. His father was an officer in the North Blue Marine branch. Influenced by his father, Sakazuki naturally hates the false justice of the naval headquarters. Even Sakazuki took a poisonous oath when he became a Marine a few years ago. When he becomes the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, he will definitely go to the World Government Headquarters and scold those guys in power in person. However, this ideal is still out of reach for him now, just when everyone had different thoughts. At some point, several figures wearing black patterned masks and white cloaks on their shoulders gathered at the entrance of the conference room. In their Naval Headquarters, Marshal Netanyahu was also among the crowd and hurried to the conference room to hold a meeting. After coughing twice and clearing his throat, Marshal Netanya looked at the Marines. In a few days, the world government will launch its 3-yearly hunting operation for humans. This time the target is the God Valley Island in West Blue. The 5 elders have sent an urgent telegram, requesting our naval headquarters to immediately gather troops to defend the Valley of the Gods. Keep the hunting plan going as normal. Martial Marine's words caused the Marine officers who claimed to be righteous people to frown. Although everyone knows it in their hearts, Marines' justice is not pure justice. But if they really let them hang the word justice in front of their eyes to maintain the evil plan of hunting humans and destroying the country. So what's the difference between them and the pirates? Suddenly, there was a burst of booing in the conference room. Faced with such a situation, Marshal Netanyahu naturally realized that the group of Marine officers under his command were no longer as determined to defend the world government as before. The increasingly powerful naval headquarters will always have its own considerations when faced with such an unjust choice. In other words, this year's naval headquarters officers all feel that they have grown strong enough and want to fly solo. However, Marshal Netanya did not intend to pay attention to the Marine officers on both sides of the strait who were crying nonstop. The most important force to rule the world is still the top combat power. As long as we can maintain the admiral-level combat power and not defect, the other small Karami Marines are not important at all. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. Being able to reach the admiral level of combat power basically shows the Marines' current position within the world government. Once the financial support from the world government is lost, it can be said that all the mechanisms of the naval headquarters will be paralyzed within a year. This is because the Marine, which controls the 4 sea areas of Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast and the first half of the Grant Line, spent an extremely large amount of military expenditure every day. Without the financial support of the world government, the naval headquarters simply cannot afford the salaries, allowances, and benefits of so many Marines. Even extremely important projects such as warship maintenance and Marine disability benefits could not be maintained. Therefore, Marshal Netanyahu does not care about the opinions of the so-called Marine officers below the Vice Admiral, because it's not important at all. Be quiet. If you don't want to be a Marine anymore, you can quit now. Submit your forms, and I'll sign and stamp them right away. Maintaining justice is not an easy task. God's Valley is just a non-member country that has not joined the government. This kind of non-official country is not recognized by the government. It is just a group of barbarians gathered together. This action of the government is also an advanced decision made to prevent these villains from going the way of pirates in the future. After an angry roar with a dissatisfied look on his face, Marshal Netanya began to announce the next task arrangements. Kongu, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku will each lead 10 warships to form a buster call and head to the Valley of the Gods immediately. Staff Officer, he and I have already organized the governor to go to the mission site in advance to deploy armaments. This time's action plan, in addition to ensuring the hunting plan goes on as normal, we also have to deal a heavy blow to the lawless Rocks pirate. Marshal Netanya announced the orders in a hoarse and low voice. According to the information revealed to him from within the CP organization, the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world have already made the necessary preparations. At critical moments in the battle, all 5 elders will appear to kill Rox-D, Zebek, after arranging and deploying a series of tasks for the remaining generals in the next few minutes. Marshal Netanyahu hurriedly walked out of the meeting room with Staff Officer Crane. At this moment, the masked man who had been waiting outside the meeting room door silently moved his hands through the air. Next moment, this masked man actually opened a light gate in the air that seemed to lead to another world. After a group of people lined up to enter, the light gate slowly disappeared. This group of people, including Marshal Netanyahu, disappeared completely in front of dozens of naval headquarters officers. Even observation Haki couldn't sense any trace of them. Paramecia, door fruit. I didn't expect that the guys in the CP organization actually got this strategic devil fruit ability. Sengoku muttered to himself among the Marine officers. This kind of devil fruit, which can carry a large number of combat forces across space barriers and directly reach the destination, is a rare treasure for any organization. Just imagine this. If their naval headquarters were capturing some big pirates, there would be a user with the gate fruit ability who could suddenly come to the battlefield through the back door with the admiral with the highest combat power. That would be an unacceptable terrorist incident for any pirates group. In the middle of a fight, the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters suddenly launches a sneak attack. Who can withstand this? Compared to our naval headquarters, the CP Organization Department is more concerned by the five elders. It's not surprising that they have any special devil fruit abilities. Seeing Sengoku's thoughtful look, Kongu stretched out his broad, calloused hand and patted the other's shoulder. Although our actions this time are not just, we still have to obey the government's orders in order to preserve the meaning of Marine's existence. After he finished speaking, Kongu walked out of the meeting room with his vigorous steps. Afterwards, Garp and Zephyr did not stay any longer and began to mobilize their own fleets. The remaining naval headquarters officers looked at each other in bewilderment at the solemn expressions of the admirals who represented the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. For a moment, the feeling of impending storm weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This time, the enemy that their naval headquarters is facing is different from any other before. Rock's Pirate. That is a pirates organization that can fight against the world government. Even this huge scale of power can no longer be described as pirates. Will many people die this time? Who knows? But all this is to blame on the celestial dragons. If they hadn't insisted on launching a plan to hunt humans, our Marine wouldn't have to confront the Rock Pirates head-on. I'm really nervous. Can a rear admiral like me really handle this situation? Will I be turned into cannon fodder as soon as I enter the field? Maybe. No one can tell. This time, the battle, or maybe it's more appropriate to call it a war, I always feel like someone else deserves to die. A group of Marine officers grumbled along the way, and then began to go back to gather their troops and head towards West Blue's position. The second half of the Grand Line, Hakinosu Island. The captains of the 7 Rock Pirate squads and other crew members belonging to the Rock Sea Group have all arrived at the port area of Hakinosu. Since Captain Rox issued a death order, almost all the crew members on Hakinosu Island were mobilized this time. In the few years since Rox Pirate was founded, there has hardly ever been a day when the atmosphere was as depressing as it is now. Because, on this sea, almost no enemy can be a match for Rox Pirate. But this time, it is a battle that the naval headquarters and the world government will inevitably fight. Celestial dragons hunt humans every 3 years. At that time, the celestial dragons gathered in the celestial dragon's holy land, Mariehua, will surely come to the Valley of the Gods in full force to carry out the act of destroying the country. It goes without saying that everyone knows how terrifying the defense force that will be arranged in the Valley of Gods will be. Hakinosu Port Location. Captain of Team 1, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Captain of the second team, Golden Lion Shiki. Captain of Team 3, Charlotte Linlin. The remaining John, Achiku, Silver Axe, and Luo Hu, the captain of the 7th Division, have all gathered. The status, position, and strength of these 7 people can be said to have crushed any organization in the world. Even though it is known as the most violent organization on the sea, the naval headquarters dare not easily challenge it. Luo Hu looked at the crew members who were all from Rock's Pirate and were standing next to Whitebeard and others. The most dazzling one is Miss Bakeen, who is wearing black fishnet stockings and sitting around thighs lightly on Whitebeard's shoulders. Bajin is an ordinary crew member of Rock's Pirate. Because of his unique scientific talent, he is also the only scientist in Rock's Pirate. Except her. There are 2 other beautiful women inside Rock's Pirate. Intelligence Officer and Navigator Shaki. Fighter Gloriosa. These 2 are the former and current empresses from the Calm Belt Kingdom of Women. And according to the secret conversations Whitebeard had with Luo Hu, Luo Hu always looked at the so-called Empress Gloriosa with some surprise. Whitebeard said that the woman originally just wanted to live on Daughter Island. But after meeting Captain Rox, he fell in love uncontrollably and chased him all the way until now he joined Rock Pirate. But unfortunately, even in the face of such beautiful temptations, Captain Rox still has a heart as hard as a rock and is still preparing for his career. Despite his deep love for Empress Gloriosa, Rox just played with her body at best. But even so, Gloriosa was still deeply in love and unable to extricate herself. Bajin is on Whitebeard's shoulders. Holding the device is the mother-in-law. In addition to the powerful Rox Pirates internal members mentioned above, there are at least hundreds of extra story pirates captains ready to make a move. All of these people are from the Grand Line, the big pirates active in the second half, and almost every captain has a bounty of over 100 million. However, although these pirate captains are strong enough, they're still not strong enough in front of Luo Hu and other 7 squad captains. If you don't have the strength to reach the admiral level, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, you will have no chance to become a captain. There are only 2 ways to become the captain of Rox Pirate. The first is to defeat the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters head-on in battle. The second is to randomly select a squad leader to challenge. If you win, you can establish the next squad and have power, fame, status, and wealth from then on. Either of these 2 conditions would be a hell-level challenge. Even since the establishment of Roxy Group, no captain has ever been able to complete these 2 challenges. Of course, this excludes Luo Hu, which has recently emerged out of nowhere. Luo Hu is the only man who fought off the captain of the 2nd squad, Golden Lion, and he is still so young. You can imagine how much pervert talent he has. Time passed by minute, and soon the warm sun that was originally at the sea level had already hung high in the sky and turned into a scorching sun. At this moment, Rox's figure suddenly flashed by like a ghost. Everyone is here. Let's get ready to go. After taking a quick look and seeing that Luo Hu and other captains had all arrived, Rox looked towards Golden Lion. Long before Whitebeard went to invite Luo Hu to join Rox Pirate, he had already informed Golden Lion to control all the extra pirate groups using lion fruit. When Rox left Golden Lion alone in the room, he almost scared the other person. The 2 grown men looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. However, just as Golden Lion waved his hand, nearly 300 pirate ships floated to a height of about 1,000 meters. Luo Hu's observation Haki, which cooperated with the unique electromagnetic waves of Thunder Fruit, suddenly sensed that a pirate's group with a skull with long-nosed hair had arrived near Hakinosu. Roger is here. Luo Hu looked at the Golden Jackson, whose blurry silhouette was gradually appearing in the distance. On the bow of the pirate ship, flying a flag, stood a man with a muscular body and a straw hat on his head. Gold Roger, a pirate's rookie who has just gained fame in the second half of Grand Line. Because almost everyone in the fleet is an elite crew member with a bounty of over 200 million, and they did not accept Rox Pirate's invitation to join, it has attracted much attention. As soon as Luo Hu finished speaking, the other captains also noticed the arrival of the Roger Pirates. And Rox even raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the sea. He didn't understand this. What did this guy, who belonged to the same D clan as him, but was always unwilling to form an alliance with him, want to do by coming to Hakinosu? Ha! Captain Rox, is this Roger coming to cause trouble for you at this time? I fought with Roger before. He's a very capable guy. Of course, if he is compared with you, Captain, he is definitely far inferior. Golden Lion floated about 3 or 4 meters above the ground with his hands on his hips, waiting for the Roger Pirates. Well, maybe he came to find me, but I hope he didn't come here to die. Rox held the blood-kill knife at his waist, which had been dyed black by Haki, with one hand. This is a top-level blade belonging to the Supreme Sword series. Because it has killed so many lives, there is still a bloody and strange aura lingering on this blade. If you look closely, it is even more fascinating than those so-called demon swords. Rox is ready, if Roger dares to say that he is here to dissuade him from starting a war. He must have personally taken the head of this fellow tribesman as a sacrifice. With the captains waiting, the Roger Pirates soon arrived at the port of Hakinosu Island. Roger, sassy, ignores Dana. The moment Golden Lion saw Roger, his old rival whom he had not seen for a long time, walk onto the island, he could not help but shout. Roger naturally responded to Shiki happily. Apart from Roger's heartless state, Rayleigh next to him looks a little serious. He had just landed in Hakanosu, and he had already seen dozens of pirate captains whose bounties exceeded 100 million. You know, pirates with bounties over 100 million are already elite crew members in the Roger Pirates group. But such high-quality pirates can only be a little-known presence on the Rocks Pirate side. Extra captain. Moreover, Rocks Pirates infrastructure on the Hakanosu side is almost complete. Especially the hundreds of pirate ships currently floating in the air look extremely imposing. The members of Roger Pirates group looked like country bumpkins entering the city, looking left and right and exclaiming in surprise. Compared with world-class pirates organizations like Rocks Pirates, their Roger Pirates group is really as small as an ant. Although Roger's strength is also very outstanding, but in Rocks Pirate, he can only be compared with those captain-level pirates. It's so terrifying. Rayleigh was secretly alert in his heart. Although he didn't know why that be *********D Roger had to rush to Hakanosu to meet that pirate's newcomer. But since he is here, he, as the deputy captain, must be fully prepared to be able to take the entire team away again. Anyway, it is definitely not possible to rely on this be ********D Roger. Such a captain is the most unreliable guy. However, just as Rayleigh was alert to every captain of Rocks Pirate, his sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of a pretty woman with short hair and wearing a pink bra with tight hot pants on the lower body. This is Rocks Pirate's intelligence agent, Haki, Rayleigh exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, when he saw the other person's face, he, who had originally had a more mature temperament, was suddenly excited as if he had fallen in love. Xiachi, who had been waiting to set off with his arms folded across his chest, also noticed the embarrassed Rayleigh in front of him. Looking at the other person's blonde hair, sexy muscles, and extremely distinctive beard, Haki suddenly made a move that even he himself found puzzling. She winked at Rayleigh. The young eyes of both parties stared at each other and came together. Luo Hu, who was standing next to them, naturally noticed the strangeness of these two people. According to rumors among One Piece fans, Haki betrayed Rocks Pirate because he was obsessed with Rayleigh. It can be said that the two fell in love at first sight. Later, Haki joined the Roger Pirates directly under the influence of Rayleigh. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, the two retired together and lived a shameless life in the Sabaody archipelago. But now all this seems to have changed slightly because Luo Hu himself joined Rocks Pirate in advance. At this time, the Roger Pirates should also be on their way to the Valley of the Gods. Now he has rushed all the way to Hachino, the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates. Is this guy really not afraid? Will Rocks kill him? Luo Hu was secretly thinking about this plot that had never happened before. But all these are just minor incidents. Compared to these love affairs, Luo Hu wanted to rush directly to the Valley of Gods and kill the celestial dragons one by one. He wanted to pull out all the heads and smash them on the spot. At this time, Rocks also happened to turn his attention to Luo Hu. I'll go negotiate first. If there's no other way, just get rid of them first. The God Valley project cannot be disturbed. After responding to Rock's gaze, Luo Hu strode directly in front of Roger. As for Luo Hu, he actually didn't have any good feelings towards Roger. In the original story, if it weren't for Roger's troublemaking team, they would have suddenly broken into the Valley of the Gods and joined forces with Marine to besiege Rocks. Maybe Rocks Pirate would never fail in that era. It could be said that all this is because of Roger that the world government has completely become the unsanctioned overlord of the sea. And then this guy openly started the so-called Great Pirates era, letting a group of ignorant and incompetent pirates rush into the Grand Line to burn, kill, and loot everywhere. Even so, there is still a large group of people who maintain his image as the Pirates King. It's so ridiculous. Although in the world ruled by Rocks Pirate, the people of the world may not necessarily live well. But at least Rocks won't be like the crazy pervert species, celestial dragons, who massacre a country's human population every 3 years. A country is made up of many babies and women. Although the Rocks pirates appear to be a group of extremely vicious pirates, they are definitely inferior to the celestial dragons in this respect. And relatively speaking, the protection fees collected by the islands under the protection of the Rocks pirates are far lower than the standard of Tianshangjin. According to Luo Hu's understanding, those member states of world government have already wanted to withdraw from the membership during this period of time. But the Rocks pirates were simply unwilling to accept them and protect them, so they could only continue to hand over huge amounts of wealth to the celestial dragons to squander. Gold Roger, why are you here in Hakanosu instead of going on your Grand Line trip? Don't you want to go to the final island and learn the so-called 100-year truth? Luo Hu spoke slowly as he looked at Roger, who was short and almost as tall as Whitebeard's thigh when he stood up. It's destiny's guidance that has made me come here specially to see you, Luo Hu. Although I know this is strange, the feeling in my heart has never been wrong. You're going to the Valley of Gods this time, right? Our Roger pirates will also join the battle. Let's turn this chaotic world upside down together. Roger showed his signature smile, and then loudly announced that his Roger Pirates group also wanted to join the battle in God's Valley with the Rocks Pirates. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even Rocks, the captain who was ready to chop off Roger's head, looked over at him slightly. Because after Roger said that he wanted to join the war, the Haki aura on his body was immediately revealed. Countless pirate captains with bounties of hundreds of millions were amazed. This is the rookie king, Gold Roger. The Haki aura on him is no less powerful than Captain Whitebeard and Captain Golden Lion. Does he have any relationship with Captain Luo Hu of our 7th Division? He looks very familiar. And their Vice Captain Silver Rayleigh and the 3rd in command Jabba, their Haki is not weaker than our Silver Axe, Achaku, and Captain John. If these guys join our team, what else can the naval headquarters do to compete with us? Everyone was talking and commenting on Roger as he loudly announced his plan. Luo Hu looked at Roger a little more with a little surprise. The current main storyline seems to have changed slightly because of his arrival. Originally, Roger should have stopped Rock's pirate from joining the war. Why did they choose to go to the Valley of the Gods with Rock's pirate now? However, regarding this situation, Luo Hu didn't delve into it too much. The arrival of Roger Pirate's group was just in time. More people would be more hands to resist the world government, and he could also free up his hands to kill celestial dragons. Since you want to join the battle, let's do it together. Luo Hu's lips curled up slightly into a smile, and he casually raised his hand and touched the golden jackson of the Roger Pirates. The moment the fingers touched it, the golden jackson seemed to lose gravity instantly, creating a wave and floating in the air. Thank you, Mr. Luo Hu. Roger laughed and drew his sword ace, slashing horizontally, pointing it to the sky, and then looking at his crew members and shouting excitedly. Let's set sail. Brothers, let's turn the world upside down. As the Roger Pirates officially decided to participate in the Battle of God Valley, Rocks no longer wasted time. After a light order to move, the giant pirate's ship, the Sword of Zebek, which was made entirely of the precious tree atom and had a hull as hard as iron. It quickly increased its altitude to about 3,000 meters and then flew straight towards West Blue. Following the movement of the Sword of Zebek, the remaining dozens of pirate ships from various extra-story stories naturally followed suit. In the scorching sky, there are densely packed black spots, all of which belong to the Rocks Pirates. On the mast of the ship, the Rocks skull and crossbones flag, unique to Rocks Pirate, fluttered in the sea breeze. The unified action of such a huge pirate's force is enough to destroy almost any force. No matter which group of pirates they are from, even those from the naval headquarters, they will be frightened out of their wits by the terrifying scale of the Rocks Pirates, and they will wish they could have 8 legs to run away. Inside the Zebek Sword Cabin Conference Room, at this time, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin John, Silver Axe, Achaku, and others all gathered together. As for Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others who arrived later, they sat next to Luo Hu. Kulala, it's been a while since I had a fight with that guy Garp. Ah, Newgate, he's just a cannon. As long as Lousy flies up, he can't do anything to me. Mamma, I just hope I can catch a man with better talent this time. The captain-level guys in the conference room had different thoughts, and everyone was looking forward to the upcoming huge war. Since the development of Rock's Pirate, they have hardly had any chance to exert their influence. In this world, except the world government and the naval headquarters, no other force can stop their attack. Rayleigh, see what I said is right? This is the guidance of will. I have no regrets about dying because I was able to participate in such a crazy war. Looking at all these powerful people gathered together, Roger also felt excited. Although he doesn't like to start any ruling movement, if the target is the world that brings oppression to people, he is still happy to help out. But all this is because of Luo Hu. If it weren't for the incident a few months ago, perhaps Roger would not come to Hakanosu to meet Luo Hu, but would go directly to the Valley of the Gods to interfere. Later, they ran into rocks because of a disagreement, and finally, under the influence of the trend of the times, they joined forces with Garp to accidentally destroy Rock's Pirate. Come on, Roger. You always say that, but you never use your brain. Rayleigh, who was drinking alone, couldn't help but hit Roger on the head with a bottle when he heard Roger's irresponsible words. However, Rayleigh said so, but it was obvious from his expression and the way he kept looking toward Shaki that it was not so easy to drive him away now. These two are totally cuckolds. Looking at mung beans, they are attracted to each other. Luo Hu looked at the gathered generals without saying a word. He only knew that in this battle in the Valley of Gods, hundreds and thousands of celestial dragons would appear. When he thought about himself chopping hundreds of celestial dragons with his sword and crushing their skulls with his freshly polished black leather shoes, Luo Hu couldn't help but tremble with excitement. If Luo Hu didn't appear to be normal on the surface, everyone would have thought he had gone crazy. Woo. During the high-speed flight of lion fruit, the airflow around it made a sound like the howling of ghosts and wolves. At this moment, Shaki, who was looking at Rayleigh lovingly while paying attention to the sea chart from time to time, reminded her, "Everyone, please pay attention. West Blue Valley of the Gods is almost here. The island in front, with high mountains, is the Valley of Gods." As soon as Shaki finished speaking, the group of people who were drinking crazily suddenly sobered up. They'd been flying rapidly in the sky for 2 or 3 days. During this process, everyone's expectations had already been raised to the maximum. Now, upon hearing that they were about to arrive at the Valley of the Gods, the group could hardly suppress the excitement in their hearts. "Brothers, follow my orders. As soon as the pirate's ship lands on the sea surface, we will launch a general attack and rush in as quickly as possible. The mere revenue power of the world government cannot stop us. As long as we finish this battle, we will go to the holy land of Mariehua tomorrow to eat meat and drink wine." After seeing that the general island plate of the Valley of the Gods had been revealed, Rox waved his hand and grabbed the voice transmission phone in his hand, giving orders to the captains of hundreds of pirate ships. The captains were also rushing towards the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed on the Sword of Zebek. Outside the Valley of the Gods, the densely packed marine soldiers and CP agents all noticed the swarm-like pirate ships in the sky at the same time. After seeing this terrifying gathering of military forces, the marine soldiers in charge of Lookout and the agents of the CP organization were instantly frightened and turned pale. They knew that this war would be brutal, but they never expected that the Rock's pirates would come in full force. "All units, please pay attention. All units, please pay attention. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Rock's pirate is really here." He nervously and excitedly grabbed the din mushy in his hand and repeated the signal several times. The group of Marine officers in charge of Lookout acted quickly and sounded the alarm for the entire island. In an instant, piercing and extremely oppressive alarms rang out everywhere in the entire God Valley Island. As these alarms sounded, in a room located in the center of the God Valley Island, a young man wearing a black shirt and with an extremely strange red crescent-shaped hairstyle on his head raised his head with an extremely calm expression. "It's so troublesome. You should be able to recognize it. Toot toot. The continuous sound of the alarm forced everyone's heart rate to increase to a higher level. I just joined the Marines not long ago, and I have to participate in a war of this magnitude. It's really scary. I heard that the captains in Rock's Pirate are all like monsters. At this time, the 3 Marine monster recruits who were hailed as the most likely to take over the future admiral's seat stood together, quietly hiding behind Garp, Kongu, Zephyr, and other old-school strongmen, commenting on the upcoming Rock's Pirate. At this time, they were still young and had not yet realized what kind of force the Rock Sea Group was. In their limited understanding, the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters is already the best in the world, and it is rare for anyone to surpass him. But it is true. The 3 admirals of the current naval headquarters are indeed capable of going head-on with the 3 strongest captains of Rock's Pirate. Humph! They are nothing but scum. The power of justice will surely destroy them. Sakazuki, who was standing at the front, looked at the dense fleet of pirates in the sky with disdain and said, according to his opinion at this time, all the combat forces of the naval headquarters have been dispatched, in addition to the combat forces of those special agents of the CP organization. The entire Valley of Gods is absolutely protected by a Dragnet-level defense. As long as Rock's Pirate dares to come, he will definitely be in trouble. However, before he finished speaking, the Vice Admiral Crane, who was in charge of leading him in his training, gave him a silent reminder. Don't underestimate Rock's Pirate Sakazuki. This is the most terrifying pirates organization in the world. They are so powerful that they can even destroy our naval headquarters. Vice Admiral He, who has long light blue hair tied in a ponytail and looks extremely young and beautiful, has a look of sadness between his brows. To be honest, he didn't think they could win this war. Rock's Pirate is so powerful. Moreover, because this war is an unjust war, the morale of their Marines is not very united. Although 3 CP governors with the highest combat power came from the CP organization to contain the opponents. But who can guarantee that Rock's Pirates will not have other foreign aid? You know, in this era of Rock's Pirates, those big pirates wandering around are all famous. The great swordsman of the one-sword style, Valoric Clydefield, the founder of Babeo Navy, Big Pirates Green Pepper, World Destroyer, Burndy World. These powerful pirates all disappeared when the Rock Sea Group came out in full force. If these people really came in at random after the war started, it was hard for her to imagine what a huge loss the naval headquarters would suffer. The Overlord of the Sea, Roxd, Zebek, Newgate, Shiki, Silver Axe, Achiku, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, the 6 captains, plus Luo Hu, the recently formed 7th Division. What is Rock's Pirate doing? With this scale, even if we rush to the Holy Land, Marieva wouldn't be too much, right? Among the crowd, Kongu, who was standing at the Marine Admiral's seat, gasped when he noticed the 7 pirate ships at the front representing the Rock's Pirate Squadron. 7 top captains, plus Rox, the Master of the Sea. The world's strongest pirates group is all here. The adults' hunting plan cannot be interrupted. Even if our naval headquarters pays the price of all their lives, we must stop them. But don't worry, everyone. The 5 elders have sent the latest news. They will come to the Valley of Gods at the critical moment of the war. At the naval headquarters, next to the 3 current admiral-level combat forces, is Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanya. It has been more than 10 years since Marshal Netanyahu was promoted to the position of Marshal. Before Rock's Pirate became famous, Netanya used the Paramecia diamond fruit to defeat various pirates and was promoted to Admiral of Headquarters after making great achievements. Afterwards, he made outstanding achievements in various battles and finally directly succeeded the position of Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. Just when Netanya was still planning to continue to inspire the fighting spirit of the Marine soldiers below, the Golden Lion on the sword of Zebek suddenly jumped out. Golden Lion raised his right hand and waved his fingers forward. An island reef made entirely of hard reefs was pushed over directly by it. This guy, he's not going to. Sengoku, who holds the title of the Resourceful General and has reached the position of Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, suddenly felt his pupils shrink after seeing the lion's actions and stared in amazement at the reef that almost covered half of the area of the Valley of the Gods. If this huge island reef were to fall from the sky, the power would definitely cause more than 80% casualties on the soldiers of their naval headquarters. Without having time to think, he quickly activated the big Buddha fruit in his body and transformed it into a golden Buddha that was dozens of meters tall and as big as a mountain. Following Sengoku's move, Kongu and Garp also used their powerful armament Haki to stare closely at the reef island in the sky. If the golden lion really dropped such a thing, they must smash it with all their might to avoid causing heavy losses to the soldiers on the lower level. Rock's Pirates' second squad leader, Golden Lion Shiki. Before joining Rock's Pirate, he had another title, Flying Pirates Admiral, a large group of pirates who control many floating islands all year round. Is this the strength of the captain of the 2nd Division under Rocks? Actually, they can control such a large island. Hey Sakazuki-chan, Flying Pirates Golden Lion Shiki. He really is like a monster. Borsellino, who was in the crowd, looked at the island reef hanging above his head with a panicked look on his face, which seemed to cover the sky and the sun. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his whole body was flashing with golden light. As a recruit who just joined the Marine, he doesn't want to sacrifice on this unjust battlefield. Borsellino secretly swore in his heart that if the situation went wrong at all, he would definitely turn into a flash of light and slip away. This is not enough to defeat anyone. Ha 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 ha. This luxurious gift is for you. Golden Lion laughed wildly, and then the leader suddenly moved forward, releasing his control and allowing the hard reef to fall vertically downward. Garp, I'll take over this island. You and Admiral Sora try to break him up a little bit. Otherwise, once this thing hits the Valley of the Gods, all the soldiers in our naval headquarters will be wiped out. Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha with a voice as loud as a bell, looked up at the sky and then raised his 2 golden arms as if to move forward. The legs of Borsellino next to him also burst into a brighter golden light. Be ready to run at any time. Among the Burka Islanders who were watching, there was a young man with a fierce-looking face and a strong physique who shouted loudly. Emma looked up. It was discovered that it was the son of Chief Burka, the man who would inherit the rule of the island in the future. Just when Emma was about to turn around and beg the other party again, Luo Hu's body suddenly disappeared. When it appears again, he had already arrived in front of the fierce-looking young man, and with a pull of his hand, a terrifying force burst out instantly and directly pulled the young man's head off on the spot. There was even a long spine hanging from the head that was splattering blood. After throwing the young man's head onto the altar and into the blazing flames, Luo Hu asked in a calm tone, "Who else has an opinion now? Do you want to kill a baby? If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I'll kill everyone on your island." After wiping the blood off his palms on the wall of the altar, Luo Hu slowly took the baby who was gradually falling asleep in Emma's hands. At this moment, the chief of Burka Island finally realized that the stranger who suddenly appeared had killed his only child and threw him into the altar and burned him. In the small island of Burka, he and his son had always been the only ones who worked together to guard the island. They would burn others to death in the name of sacrifice to maintain their pitiful prestige. But this man who suddenly appeared was so strong that his son didn't even have a chance to resist, and his head was pulled out and he was killed. His heart was shaken. He stood up instantly and rushed towards Luo Hu with bloodshot eyes, vowing to avenge his son. After seeing this scene, Luo Hu naturally didn't bother to talk nonsense. He instantly clenched his 5 fingers and punched directly at the face of the clan leader. The terrifying force was transmitted, and with a puff sound, the patriarch's body was crushed on the spot, and it exploded instantly, turning into minced meat on the ground. If such a cruel and ruthless patriarch continues to stay here, he will definitely kill more people. Especially Emma, who wants to protect the baby, will become their primary target. Killing them can also give you a good reputation. This is what the old god said in Buddhism about killing to save lives. Luo Hu thought secretly in his heart. With his current mental state, killing people is just a piece of cake for him. As long as it doesn't go too far against one's own inner moral standards, there will basically not be any ripples. I will take care of this child from now on. Oh, by the way, you guys aren't very well informed. Now the entire Sky Island is my territory. Someone will come to inform you in a few days. From now on, this woman will be the new leader of your Burka Island. Luo Hu looked at the group of frightened and pale-faced Burka people around him and said lightly, "The only purpose of his doing this is to prevent Emma, who has selfless maternal love, from being targeted by others after he leaves." After making sure that everyone had heard his orders, Luo Hu began to look around the interior layout of the altar. After arranging a group of unknown statues made entirely of gold, Luo Hu looked towards the statue with 3 pairs of golden wings in the center. The statue was in a state of stretching its hands forward as if giving. In the palm of the statue, there is a golden fruit with lightning-like patterns scattered on it. Thunder fruit. It's in Burka after all. Then this trip wasn't in vain. Luo Hu's body flashed quickly and jumped directly into the hand of the golden statue, Vice Admiral, and grabbed the golden fruit that was extremely difficult to be discovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Logia Thunder Fruit attribute, 100%. The system successfully absorbed the Thunder Fruit's ability attributes, and a prompt sounded. At the same time as the prompt sounded, Luo Hu also felt a violent and powerful lightning energy instantly rushing into his body. With a tingling sensation, his muscle activity and strength even increased a little. Luo Hu's mouth curled up into a dragon king-like smile. As we all know, Thunder Fruit is known as the one with the strongest ability among all Logia devil fruits. While possessing the speed of light, it also carries the most powerful natural element in the world. Luo Hu opened his 5 fingers slightly, and a dense, deep blue electric current began to crackle and flow around his fingertips as the electricity surged, just like a vivid thunder dragon filled with an unprovoked majesty. Zizizi. With a burst of crackling electric current, the 2 bodies that were beaten to death by Luo Hu were immediately turned into charred ashes by the high temperature brought by the lightning. I'm sorry that your altar is stained with blood and the ashes of these 2 people. You can clean them up if you want. Luo Hu spoke in a calm tone. Unknowingly, he had grown to a sturdy body of about 3.4 meters. He stood up and walked out of the temple on Burka Island with a smile. His trip to Sky Island this time can be considered a complete success. Not only did he claim the entire Sky Island area as his own, he also successfully harvested a god-level Logia devil fruit. Moreover, because Enel is just a baby at present, Luo Hu also selfishly intends to take him back to Qinghai. Although this guy didn't show much fighting talent in the plot. But that's only because Enel has never been exposed to something like Haki, which is a different level of knowledge system. The fact that he was able to develop the Thunder Fruit ability all the way to awakening is enough to prove that this long-eared baby is definitely a gifted guy. With the blessing of such a talent mechanism, he will be handed over to someone with profound insights like Mr. Guy to teach him. He will definitely be a strong general in the future. It's time to go back. In this battle in the Valley of the Gods, all celestial dragons must die. Luo Hu, whose strength had been greatly improved, spoke in a grim tone filled with boundless murderous intent. In fact, he had already killed 3 celestial dragons while on Devil's Island. But this mere amount can never fill the hatred in Luo Hu's heart. This is a blood feud that has destroyed a family. Only a true genocide war between the 20 celestial dragons' families can completely calm the situation. Perhaps only the Nefertari family, which had left the Holy Land and no longer considered themselves celestial dragons, could have escaped this massacre by chance. Boom! A loud, thunderous sound was heard. Luo Hu's strong and powerful body instantly turned into a ball of violent spherical lightning and flashed towards the Angel Island area at a high speed in front of the shocked eyes of the Burka Island residents. In a flash, Luo Hu's body disappeared, and the only smell left at the scene was the smell of burnt air. If it weren't for the burning corpse inside the altar proving that what had just happened was not an illusion, everyone might still not believe that their sky island had really welcomed a ruler with terrifying power. However, relatively speaking, the residents of Burka Island are very afraid of the ruler Luo Hu. But at least the patriarch who relied on his son's strong physique to oppress the people and forcibly plunder others for food for their livelihood is dead. You are too presumptuous. Do you really think that none of us can stop you? Just after Rox appeared on the land of God Valley at an extremely fast speed, as if teleporting. As the marshal of the naval headquarters, Netanyahu immediately took a stance, with her entire body covered in diamonds, revealing a hard glow and blocked the way ahead. Oh, Netanya, you are just a defeated general. How dare you come out and make a fool of yourself? Seeing the man blocking his way, Rox thought for a moment and remembered the naval headquarters marshal whom he had met by chance when he was out. At that time, this ungrateful guy was seriously injured in the heart by his sword. But now it seems that after such a long period of rest, this guy's injuries should have healed very well. I was too careless before. It's my fault for not stabbing you in the heart. If I catch up with you again this time, you will definitely die. Rox looked at Netanya in front of him, who had covered every inch of her body with the power of the diamond fruit. A disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. A guy who has lost the will to fight against me is not worth even a second look. Danby ******** D Kong. Come and help me. It takes 2 people to stop this guy. Before the government reinforcements arrive, we must stop this guy here, even at the risk of our lives. Marshal Netanyahu has a far-sighted vision. He directly pulled Kongu to his side and fought against Rock's momentum together. Ha 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 ha, Justice. Is what you Marine did today, Justice. To inflict endless slaughter on the celestial dragons, this is killing an entire island of civilians. Even I, Rox, wouldn't dare to do that. How shameless. Every minute you delay me, countless civilians will indirectly die at the hands of your Marines. 1 or 2. You are just a lackey of the world government and a vicious dog of celestial dragons. How dare you talk about justice? Rox smiled frivolously, and his whole body was filled with powerful aura. Netanya felt anxious when she saw Rox's disdainful expression. He never thought that this guy could be such a big talker. If he continues to talk like this, even their high-level combat power will not be affected. But the Marines below didn't think so. After all, this is an unjust war. As the marshal of the naval headquarters, he had to stop this sharp-tongued guy. Netanya did not hesitate and took Kong with her to attack from the left and right. Crack, 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 crack. Facing 2 people's circular attack from left and right. Rox acted quickly, raising his hands. A black and red armament Haki flashed by and directly caught the 2 people's fists wrapped in thick Haki. Armament Haki has also been trained to the ultimate level. Kongu was horrified, but there was no other way but to go ahead and attack. The melee that broke out between the 3 was extremely crazy. Every punch and every kick represented the highest level of combat awareness. This is a battle between the most powerful men on the sea. Every Haki collision will cause huge destructive power. The 2 sides fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds in an instant, within a few kilometers. The Marines and pirates, who were originally very dense, were cleared out in an instant by the aftermath of the crazy battle between the 3 people and turned into a bloody mist. Under this horrific collision, the hard rock ground of the Valley of God's Island was directly cracked into huge cracks that spread for several kilometers. And this guy Rox was clearly fighting 1 against 2, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. Sudden, Netanya seemed to have seen something different and shouted loudly. The flaw has been revealed, Rox. Diamond impact. Kong didn't understand where the flaw was, but there was no doubt. The moment he clenched his fist, he immediately wrapped around Conqueror's Haki. Kong punch. Bang! After 2 dull collision sounds occurred. Netanya, who was wearing a diamond suit, was chopped back by Rock's Conqueror's entanglement. The sharp blade even cut a huge hole in the hard diamond breastplate that was dozens of centimeters long and deep enough to see the beating internal organs. As for Kongu, who was also attacking nearby, Rox raised his left hand and blocked the opponent's Conqueror's entangled punch. All I can say is that it did cause quite a bit of impact. But the damage is not great. Just when Kongu was about to continue attacking with his punches, Rox raised his foot even faster and kicked him in the crotch. Kongu, who had predicted this scene through observation Haki's perception, changed his expression and turned around quickly to avoid it. But it was too late. Rox's right leg, with its two-colored Haki, wrapped around and ruthlessly kicked the man thousands of meters away. Captain Rox is really a pervert. With that kick, Kong is really doomed, right? John, Achiku, and Silver Axe, who had not yet taken action, looked at the invincible Rox with fascination. These three people can be said to be the three weakest people in Rox Pirate. Even the new captain of the 7th Division, Luo Hu, who joined later, was a newcomer who was stronger than them. In this terrible era, pirates are generally powerful. However, the admiral combat power of the naval headquarters seems to have been partially strengthened. It seems that both sides have been in a state of being inexplicably controlled. As long as the pirates are strong, then the level of admiral of headquarters will also increase dramatically. There are even things like Conqueror's Haki that occasionally appear, which can't possibly belong to Marine. However, just as everyone was staring at Rox in a daze, he was not at a disadvantage in a one-on-two fight. As a newcomer, Luo Hu stood on the deck of the Sword of Zebek, stunned and looking at his system message in shock. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top level, 46.96%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Top level, 73.96%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, 100%. Just now, Rox released the terrifying Conqueror's and Haki's impact. Luo Hu directly absorbed a large wave of Conqueror's Haki attributes from Rox. With the indirect help of Rox, Luo Hu's Conqueror's Haki directly reached an astonishing 100% top level. As long as we take one step further, we can directly reach the real ultimate Haki like Rox. Feeling the Conqueror's power in his body grow about twice as strong, Luo Hu was even more excited. Now his domineering destructive power can be said to have increased 3 times. However, upon receiving the news, Luo Hu immediately stood behind the rocks, wanting to absorb more Conquerors. But unfortunately, no Conqueror's Haki attribute balls drop from Rox's body anymore. Even the basic attributes such as strength, agility, and stamina have become extremely small. It seems that if I want to fully absorb Rox's attributes, I must fight him with real swords and guns. Luo Hu was planning to wait until after the battle in the Valley of Gods. Directly challenge Rox. As long as Conqueror's Haki can all reach the level of Rox, plus the blessing of countless devil fruit abilities, then he will be invincible. By then, there won't be any problem even if he kills celestial dragons like dogs. Admiral Kongu, are you okay? Medic, where's the medic? Come over here and check it out. Sengoku, who had lost his devil fruit ability and regained his human form, rushed over and helped Kongu, who had fallen to the ground up. I'm fine, it doesn't matter. Kongu stood up straight with a somewhat ugly look on his face. Rox is too powerful. It takes 3 people to hold him back. After making sure there were no other impacts, Sengoku also joined the battlefield directly. The war with Marshal Netanya and Admiral Kongu in a triangular shape surrounded Rox in the center. However, just as the 3 men were about to launch an attack, a dull laugh was heard. Sengoku was shocked. It's Newgate. The next moment, Whitebeard, who was 666 centimeters tall and looked like a humanoid monster, jumped directly to Rox's side. Officially joined the battle. Kulalalalalalalal. Sengoku, how many times have you been defeated by Laozi today? I can't remember, but it should be more than 10 times, right? Whitebeard, holding the sword tightly in both hands, looked at the embarrassed Sengoku in front of him and laughed excitedly. Although he does not have the power of Paramecia Shock Fruit at the moment, Whitebeard can better unleash his Haki ability without the restraint of Devil Fruit ability. After teasing Sengoku, the naval headquarters substitute admiral who had been defeated by him many times. The muscles in Whitebeard's arms were tense, and veins were visible. The ink-like armament Haki wrapped around the machete Kuzugomkiri, and waves of Conqueror's violent energy emerged from under the blade. After brewing for a moment, it chopped down directly towards Sengoku's crown with great speed and ferocity. Conqueror's armament Haki, condensed to ultimate, fell in front of Sengoku like a nuclear bomb that exploded in an instant. Don't be so arrogant, Newgate. Today I'll show you how you lose. Sengoku's voice was like a loud bell, and his eyes were glaring. He had transformed into a giant Buddha and took a step forward, causing a large area of land to crack. All the strength in his body was gathered together, and the whole person was shining with golden light. Buddha's light impact. Boom! Whitebeard's Guandao, wrapped in armament Haki, and Conqueror's two-color Haki directly slashed at Sengoku's Buddha light through the air. Both sides refused to give in and resisted each other until the extremely suppressed energy completely exploded. Sengoku's face turned red and he vomited blood, and his figure flew backwards like a rocket launcher. Although Whitebeard only took a few steps back, his face also looked extremely uncomfortable, with a faint hint of bright red blood in his mouth. But he did not choose to spit out the blood. Instead, he swallowed it directly with a calm expression. Then he smiled and looked at Sengoku, who had returned to his normal form in the distance. Kulala, your skills haven't improved much, Sengoku. You should just go back and sing a birthday song for Marine, like a big Buddha, where you clap once and I clap once. Facing Whitebeard, who was still making fun of him, veins popped out on Sengoku's forehead instantly. The jet-black armament Haki kept flowing as his palms flipped, and then his pupils turned from black to bright red. This is the appearance of Conqueror's Haki in Tangle Attack. Nugate, I can't stand with you. Sengoku finished speaking. Whitebeard was naturally swift as well. Without any further ado, he raised his knife and started chopping. Both of them are Conqueror's Haki in the top stage, with a slight gap, but not that much. Boom! The Guandao and Sengoku's palm collided fiercely again under the blessing of Conqueror's entanglement. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, accompanied by the raging Conqueror's lightning. The air seemed to become heavier. The fight between these two powerful men, who were also at the level of General Emperors, was almost as terrifying as a scene from hell to the Marines and pirates who were fighting nearby. Even the Marines, who were 3 or 4 kilometers away, were directly affected by the Conqueror's Haki's soul-shattering effect. Their eyes rolled back, and their bodies couldn't help but fall down. Lion Majesty, /wave. While Whitebeard and Sengoku were fighting fiercely, the Golden Lion floating in the air on the other side also directly fought against Garp, a guy who was doing nothing and even seemed a little impatient. Golden Lion held the sword with both hands and swung it downward in an arc. A golden beam of sword energy, with an extremely sharp aura shot towards Garp. Hey. Golden Lion, you are such a restless guy. Garp, who originally wanted to stay idle for a while, was forced to go online. He swung his iron fist with all his strength and smashed the sword energy that was testing him to pieces. However, relying on his ability to fly, the Golden Lion didn't want to stop there. Instead, he swung his blade repeatedly to unleash /wave one after another. Regarding this situation, Garp could only passively take the blows with a frown on his face. The two sides fought back and forth in a chaotic situation. The aftermath of sword energy continued to surge in all directions, cutting off the arms, thighs, and even cutting off the waists of a large number of people. Ha, Garp, sorry, I'm just so helpless even though I can fly. The Golden Lion flying in the sky put the two famous swords, Muku and Sakura, back into the scabbards in his hands, and then laughed crazily in the air with a condescending attitude. But at this moment, Garp suddenly pressed his finger joints, making a series of crackling sounds. After moving all the joints one by one, flowing armament Haki appears. Garp's pupils also turned bright red instantly. Try this trick, Golden Lion. With a bang, Garp laughed excitedly and stepped on the hard ground, erupting with a terrifying upward force. In the eyes of countless Marine soldiers around, the figure with a white coat of justice on his shoulders was like an unstoppable hero, flying on the spot and stepping on the air. Almost in an instant, he approached the Golden Lion flying high in the sky. 5 strong and powerful fingers quickly opened up, and before the golden lion even had time to react, they grabbed the opponent's facial bones. This lightning-fast speed instantly froze the golden lion's originally self-righteous and proud face. But it was too late for him to get rid of Garp, this smelly, hard, and strong piece of sticky candy. Sizzle! The exploding black and red conqueror's lightning splashed wildly on Garp's fist. From a distance, it looked as if Garp was dragging a bolt of lightning. Iron fist. Under the sea. Fall. Picture. Boom. There was an explosion so loud that it seemed like a mountain collapsing. The captain of Rock's Pirates' second squad, Shiki, who was dubbed the Flying Pirates Admiral and the Golden Lion Pirates, was thrown heavily from midair by Garp onto the ground of God's Valley. The scattered smoke and the shattered spiderweb-like land all proved the power of Garp's iron fist. The scene was like the collapse of heaven and earth, with mighty waves of air washing over the countless pirates and marines on the scene in circles. Huh, Garp, I'm going to kill you. Golden Lion roared in a sharp throat and jumped out of the big hole that was smashed. Then he drew his sword and rushed towards the place where Garp landed. The moment he charged forward, the strong armament Haki appears, the black and red conqueror's twin blades in his hands. The famous swords Sakura Ten and Moku from the 21 Gong series of large swords, against the backdrop of her golden hair, seemed to have turned into the fangs of a fierce and domineering lion, revealing a sharp, cold edge. Looking at the golden lion Garp in front of him with disheveled hair and murderous aura, his expression also became serious. The reason why he was able to quickly gain the upper hand in the fight just now was that he slapped the fly flying in the air down. He just took advantage of the other party's carelessness and did not dodge. Otherwise, relying solely on the extremely popular lion fruit's movement speed, Garp doesn't think he can catch the golden lion's free time. Even with golden lion's strength in this world, as long as he wants to run, basically no one can catch up with him. Even if a few people who have eaten special devil fruit are lucky enough to catch up with the speed of Golden Lion, they will definitely not be able to defeat him. All in all, this is an extremely troublesome guy. Garp clenched his fists and put on a boxing stance, with the black and red conqueror's Haki wrapped around his hands, and his black pupils also turned blood red because of the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki. Then the two of them looked at each other, and then rushed towards each other with unimaginable speed and extreme oppression. Every punch and every sword attack is the most powerful attack in the world. The two sides fought back and forth, and the collision of the hard armament Haki produced a dense spark. The clash of Conqueror's Haki caused the surrounding sea to shake. On the other side, Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr, who was also well prepared, saw that it was difficult to determine the winner between Garp and Golden Lion for a while, so he rushed over to provide quick support. However, the Rock's pirate team consists of more than just Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Although on weekdays these captain-level people are all unruly guys and are not willing to pay attention to each other. But the current situation is war after all. No matter what, we have to finish this battle first. Mama. Zephyr, are you pretending that I don't exist? You look pretty good. If you're willing to submit to me and become my 21st husband, and let my next child inherit the genes of a strong man, maybe I'll let you live. Seeing that Zephyr was about to rush over to disrupt Golden Lion's game, Charlotte Linlin quickly stepped on Zephyr and rushed over. Along the way, her tall and slender figure wielding the Napoleon homie's broadsword directly cut off the heads of dozens of elite Marine soldiers. Even the officers and commodores of the naval headquarters were no match for him and were killed instantly. After approaching the battlefield, a hint of madness and greed flashed in Charlotte Linlin's beautiful eyes. After she finished speaking, her eyes were fixed on a certain position under Zephyr. Charlotte Linlin, you've had 21 husbands. Aren't you satisfied? You've even set your sights on Lousy. It's a pity. If you had asked earlier, maybe Lousy would have agreed. Now, I have a family, so I don't dare to play anymore. Zephyr teased Charlotte Linlin with a relaxed expression, not caring at all about her identity as the captain of the Third Rock's pirate team. It is undeniable that Charlotte Linlin is indeed very strong and talented. But his Zephyr is not weak either. Back when he was 14 years old, in order to become a hero in people's eyes, he chose to join the Marine. At the age of 18, he participated in his first actual combat and won his first military medal. At the age of 28, he was successfully promoted from a private to the rank of corporal and directly learned the full set of Marine Six styles, becoming famous in the headquarters. At the age of 34, he was already a master of armament Haki. He could use armament Haki hardening with both hands, so he was promoted to the rank of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and was given the title of Black Arm Zephyr. At the age of 38, this year he was nominated as the highest combat force in the Naval Headquarters because his armament Haki was promoted again and reached the Admiral level stipulated by the Naval Headquarters. And the rare title that Zephyr currently holds is the youngest admiral in the history of the Naval Headquarters. Such a genius that even when facing a monster like Charlotte Linlin, he still has his own pride. Although he might lose the chance of winning due to the lack of Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack, Zephyr believed that he would have no problem blocking Charlotte Linlin for a while with his own strength. Mama, what does it matter if you have a family? As long as you are willing, we can enjoy family happiness together tonight. Seeing that she seemed to have a chance, the desire in Charlotte Linlin's eyes grew even stronger. At this moment, she had already imagined that after a crazy meal that night, she would directly obtain the genes of Zephyr, the most powerful fighter in the Naval Headquarters, and give birth to a truly incomparable child. Come on, don't you want to experience what my body feels like? As Charlotte Linlin spoke, she began to show off her graceful posture and the beautiful figure outlined by her tight jeans. She opened her arms wantonly, and the waves on her chest swayed to a certain extent with this bold movement. Charlotte Linlin pictures that readers want to see. As long as you agree to my conditions, after we go over tonight, our two extremely gifted genes will combine with each other. We will definitely be able to give birth to the most powerful person on this sea. With our bloodlines combined to complement each other, our child's natural talent will surpass that of the current sea overlord rocks. Then you won't have to continue to suffer as a useless Marine in the Naval Headquarters. Come over here and help me create more children. In a few years, when these children grow up, they will directly form a terrorist force formed by the combined blood of the family. And these children will also build for us a truly huge country that will have all the races in the world. I have already planned the name of this country. 10,000 nations. A huge kingdom without oppression, violence and true freedom, equality and harmonious coexistence. Charlotte Linlin, caressing her long legs, introduced her dream to Zephyr in front of her with saliva flying. However, Zephyr at this moment, the expression on his face was, obviously, even Zephyr thought he was in his 30s and was considered a well-informed middle-aged man. I was still very frightened by Charlotte Linlin's words. He is already in his 40s. Can he still keep having children? This is too scary. Even if he really wanted to, his kidneys wouldn't allow it. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's undisguised, lustful look and her wanton body movements that seemed to want to kill him right there and then made Zephyr feel horrified. Forget it. Your body is more suitable for looking for those younger ones. Although young people are not very strong, they have strength and are willing to use it on you. After calming down a little, Zephyr quickly waved his hand and rejected Charlotte Linlin's shameless invitation again. However, how could Charlotte Linlin, who had already made up her mind, get away so easily? The way she looked at Zephyr was so intense that she could just strip off his clothes to reveal his muscular body. Because of the excessive emotion, Charlotte Linlin even felt that her body was becoming crazier. Mama, it's no use refusing. Just surrender to me, mama. Charlotte Linlin's young body laughed out loud, and her figure suddenly emerged from the thundercloud, holding a knife in her right hand and tightly grasping her thundercloud Zeus in her left hand. Next moment, the purple lightning in the sky was like a punishment from heaven, directly covering Zephyr's sight and making people daunted. But that's not all. As thunder raged everywhere, Charlotte Linlin waved her hand again, and a cloud like the scorching sun descended from the sky. Prometheus, fire from the sky. Okay, Mom. Prometheus, who has the same name as the sun god, burst out with a terrifying temperature like the falling sun and hit Zephyr after receiving Charlotte Linlin's order. under the shining of this warmth. Any Marine soldier who doesn't have time to dodge and defend will be dried up in the sun the next moment. Even the pirates who were fighting will be killed by the sun because of Charlotte Lean's reckless release. Thundercloud Zeus, sun god Prometheus, and Napoleon, the three homies transformed by the soul fruit, are Charlotte Lean's strongest means. It can be said that she really used every possible means to capture Zephyr and bring him back to Hakanosu for exploitation. Damn it, what a tricky devil fruit ability. Zephyr, who was doubly wrapped in thunder and fire, had a solemn look on his face. He kept jumping and using razor dodge to avoid attacks. From time to time, you also have to find a way to kick away those Marine soldiers who don't have time to dodge the fire thunder to avoid being directly swallowed by the flames. Mama, it has come to this, and you're still thinking about saving these ordinary Marines? It seems that you really want to go back with me and rub your body to release the excess energy. Looking at Zephyr in front of him, he could have avoided the attack, but was burned by the flames because of saving the Marine soldiers. Charlotte Linlin immediately showed an even more excited smile. She raised her hand and clenched the Napoleon, a large machete with a human face in her hand. The pupils turned red. Conqueror's Haki appears. While Zephyr was busy, he swung his sword suddenly and chopped directly. But, as the representative of the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, how could it be so easy to take down Zephyr, who served as Admiral of Headquarters at the same time as Garp and Kongu, two monsters? The moment Charlotte Lean's machete wrapped in armament Haki and Conqueror's two-color Haki chopped down again, it was directly stuck in midair by Zephyr's thick armament Haki. The dark red Conqueror's Haki lightning poured down indiscriminately, shattering rocks on the ground. The collision between the two sides also generated powerful gusts of air that swept around. Your weapon is Haki. You haven't trained yet. Too dependent on the fruit's power. Zephyr looked calm. A dark layer of Haki was tightly wrapped around the thick wrist muscles. Unlike other people, Zephyr had trained his wrist muscles quite well. When the muscles are filled with blood and expand, they become as powerful as Popeye. After roaring with all his might, Zephyr immediately exerted his strength and knocked Charlotte Linlin back several steps with one punch. Although Zephyr does not have the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, he is an armament Haki grandmaster. Zephyr's combat capability is definitely no less than Charlotte Linlin. Even during the battle, Zephyr could clearly sense that Charlotte Linlin was not very proficient in the use of Haki and combat skills. There was no method at all. He was just hacking around randomly. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. After all, even if he stayed in the naval headquarters all day waiting for missions and was oblivious to what was happening outside. I also heard the news that Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the third team of Rock's Pirate, got married again and was pregnant. How could one possibly exercise hard and learn to use Haki proficiently with such frequent pregnancies and childbirths? However, just as Zephyr was about to pursue further, Charlotte Linlin, who had just stepped back, turned around and swung her sword again. Elbaf Spear Wagwa. Next moment, a sword energy strike that Zephyr had never seen in decades, arguably the greatest in the world, suddenly appeared. Moreover, the speed of this sword energy was extremely fast, and its impact range was extremely wide. In just a moment, thousands of pirates and Marines were killed. The scene was almost a sea of blood and corpses, with blood splattered everywhere. The battlefield within a few kilometers was almost cleared instantly. Countless Marine soldiers and pirates ran around in fear, just wanting to get away from Charlotte Linlin, the terrifying pirate devil. However, just as they were running away, groups of pure white soul power suddenly began to burst out from the top of their heads. Just a few seconds passed, and hundreds of lives were lost in an instant and turned into old people with loose skin. Apparently, this is one of the effects of Charlotte Lean's paramecia, soul fruit ability. When the enemy is affected by fear, it can absorb lifespan to replenish its own physical consumption and greatly increase its strength. After watching this huge sword energy cause terrible losses to the Marine soldiers almost instantly, Zephyr clenched his fists and stepped forward. The thick armament Haki instantly wrapped around his entire body, turning it into a pitch-black appearance. Lousy is the black-armed Zephyr. After a roar with an angry look on his face, Zephyr punches forward. With a bang, he relied on his hard armament Haki to withstand Charlotte Lean's terrifying moves. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, the huge sword energy was torn into pieces. In order to protect the Marine soldiers around him to a greater extent, Zephyr no longer chose to attack conservatively, but rushed forward with great momentum and violently collided with Charlotte Lin, who seemed to be in a state of madness. Compared to the fierce battles that broke out in front of the three captains Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Lin. On the other side, John, Achaku, and Silver Axe, who had just been dragged into the quagmire by the aftermath of the battle, were also held back by the three masked men. These three men, whose faces could not be seen clearly, were wearing patterned masks. They were tall and thin with strong muscles. Their aura showed that they were not good people at all. Judging from the other party's attire, John and others realized that they had run into a strong man from another CP agent organization under the world government that specializes in carrying out assassination missions. The configuration of these CP organizations is basically the same level as the admiral level of the naval headquarters. They're all led by the three governors with the highest combat power. As of now, the world government has almost dispatched all of its high-level combat forces. However, these troops alone were still not enough to stop the Rocks Pirates' offensive. This is because, in this God Valley battle, there are still three high-level fighters from the Roger Pirates who have not shown up. Chief of Staff we have the upper hand in this battle. Since his fighting power has not yet fully developed, he has no way of gaining any advantage in the battles among many powerful men. Therefore, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino were dragged directly by Chief of Staff Crane to the rear area to observe and learn. How scary. The captains of Rock's Pirate are just like monsters. Faced with the indifferent expressions of his three young men, Staff Officer, he could only sigh helplessly. It's not their fault. After all, they are still inexperienced, and it's normal for them not to see through the battlefield. In this Battle of God Valley, Rock's Pirates, for some reason, pulled out such a strong force, almost sending out all their forces, leaving no room for maneuver. Now their naval headquarters has dispatched all the high-level combat forces, and with the cooperation of the three governors of the CP organization, they can barely resist the opponent's first wave of attack. You know, this time Rock's Pirates has also formed an alliance with the recently famous Roger Pirates group. Roger Pirates, this pirates team, has two strong men with bounties of over 700 million Baileys. What's more, Joel D. Roger, the captain of Roger Pirates, is an extremely difficult character. It is said that this Pirates, who is from the same East Blue as Vice Admiral Garp, has the highest combat power of anyone in the current naval headquarters. If such a team were to launch an attack while the naval headquarters and the CP organization's governor were unable to defend effectively, Staff Officer He's pupils shrank almost instantly. She didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of losing this war. Moreover, she did not forget that there is still a captain who has not appeared in Rock's Pirate. Rock's Pirate's 7th Division Captain, Demon Luo Hu, the terrifying newcomer whose first bounty was as high as 100 million berries. After slaughtering 3 celestial dragons on Devil's Island, he was directly labeled a monster with a bounty of 1 billion berries by the world government. Don't underestimate them. We don't have any advantages at all now. While scolding the 3 extremely talented recruits, Staff Officer Tsuru chose to continue dialing Den Mushi to request the world government to send some reinforcements. Because she knew that if the Roger Pirates chose the right time to intervene in the battlefield at a time when the battlefield was changing drastically, then their naval headquarters and even tens of thousands of people, including the CP organization, will most likely be destroyed directly on this island. Moreover, if Luo Hu, the captain of the 7th Division, who is like a demon and dares to kill even celestial dragons, also takes the opportunity to get involved. With the remaining vice admirals of the naval headquarters and the average CP0 agents in the CP organization, they would be completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Staff Officer He, who had thoroughly investigated Luo Hu's life experience, would not think that such a carefree man would choose to let Marine and the CP organization go at this moment, since their naval headquarters has chosen to participate in this unjust war. Then you must be prepared to be killed. Soon, the sound of din mushy dialing appears. Brew, 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 brew. There was a busy tone, but no one answered the din mushy signal. Strands of panic cold sweat began to seep out of Staff Officer He's youthful yet handsome face. I've called din mushy many times, but no one answered. Moreover, she had sensed the signal from her most outstanding observation Haki that the Roger pirates were beginning to move out. And that evil ghost Luo, I don't know when it turned into a beam of lightning and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 21,346 points of power. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 14,321 points of agility. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 77,546 points of physical strength. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 89.93%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 97.16%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, current progress, 100%. At this time, Luo Hu, who turned into thunder and kept wandering between the battlefields of the powerful men and rocks, absorbed wave after wave of basic attributes and Haki attributes. It can be said that, except for Conqueror's Haki, which has already reached the maximum level, there is almost no additional improvement. The remaining attributes are all improving at a rapid pace. These densely packed prompt sounds are simply the most beautiful music in the world. Every time a sound is heard, it means that your strength, agility, stamina, and the level of Conqueror's Haki are constantly increasing. In this era of perverts, the real Conqueror's Haki should all be at the top level and have mastered advanced application techniques. Luo Hu felt the power erupting continuously while he continued to move around excitedly to absorb the dropped attributes. Although there is no such thing as an Emperor of the Sea in the world at present, but as a comic fan who traveled through time, Luo Hu can naturally make a clearer comparison. In this era, the combat effectiveness of the three admirals Garp, Kongu, and Zephyr is definitely comparable to that of the Emperor of the Sea. Therefore, Tongi can be called the level of General Emperor. As for the three admirals in the Pirates era, that is another story. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 931 points of power. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 476 points of agility. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 999 points of physical strength. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament Haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation Haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Top level, current progress, 100%. He transformed into thunder and lightning and absorbed some attributes from the aftermath of battles among the powerful men along the way. Luo Hu's Conqueror's Haki training level has also reached the top level. Moreover, the improvement ratios of the three basic attributes of strength, agility, and stamina are gradually decreasing. If you want to continue to break through in this situation, you can only find a stronger opponent. Only by confronting him head-on can you absorb more powerful attributes. Alternatively, you can kill enemies of the same level as you and absorb all the attribute balls dropped by them after their death into your own body. It's also a great way to break through limitations. Just when Luo Hu was preparing to select the right person to attack secretly, 9 powerful figures suddenly walked onto the road in the center of the Valley of Gods. And behind these 9 people, there were also a bunch of guys following them, wearing bubble masks on their heads and diving suits. The Knights of God? Have the celestial dragons finally appeared? It seems like you can't hold back your curiosity. Luo Hu looked at the impressive figures appearing in the distance and spoke without any retreat. Before he decided to participate in the Battle of God Valley, he already knew that all 9 members of the Knights of God, including the leader, were stationed in God Valley in advance. The purpose is to protect the more than 1,000 celestial dragons behind them, who came to participate in the human hunting competition on behalf of their families to win the devil fruit. As these figures got closer, Luo Hu's excitement grew stronger and stronger, and his grip on the sword gradually increased. He worked so hard to pick up the attributes of so many powerful beings. Wasn't it just for the purpose of killing the celestial dragons at this moment? Now the time has come. We must give Naval Headquarters a head-on blow. Otherwise, we will be unworthy of the title of evil spirit they gave us. Members of the 7th Division, help Lousy clear out the marine scum around him. Hunt down the celestial dragons. After shouting on the spot, Luo Hu rushed forward first, followed by hundreds of elite pirates of all sizes holding machetes. Luo Hu took the lead in charging forward. After rushing into the crowd of marine soldiers in front, he swung the great German sword in his hand several times in a row and slash wave cut through the air. The white sword energy that rose from the ground was so clean and neat that it seemed to enter an empty space. In an instant, it directly cut off the 70 or 80 elite marine soldiers in front of it. The scene was extremely cruel, with blood and intestines slowly flowing out and splattering all over the ground. That was a close call. If I hadn't dodged quickly, that sword would have definitely cut off half of Lousy's head. The strength of the captain-level pirates and rocks pirates is truly terrifying. They are incomparable to ordinary people. Where's the admiral? Only the admiral with the highest combat power in our naval headquarters can stop him. Luo Hu killed 70 or 80 lives in the blink of an eye. The marine soldiers who were nearby but had better luck and were not affected by the sword energy were all pale and crying with fear and blood flowing out of their urine. Only those who were at the center of the battlefield know how cruel this war is. Naval headquarters officers of the same rank can survive almost the same amount of time as them. He was surviving completely by luck and had no chance of resistance at all. Slash wave. Luo Hu's tone was calm, but his methods were not slow at all. In an instant, he swung the sword again. At this point, his proficiency in swordsmanship was no less than that of the Golden Lion. As a top-notch dual-blade swordsman, Luo Hu's flying handheld device made it as easy for him to kill these so-called elite marines as it was for him to kill chickens and dogs. The next moment after the sword energy swept across, the marine soldiers who had just survived the disaster thought they had escaped. They were not so lucky this time. Under the fast and fierce flying sword energy, half of their heads were chopped off before they could even utter their last words. The speed at which the crowd fell was just like those in the WeChat minigame Dead Rising, where one sees an ad and picks up a secret weapon, instantly clearing out a large blank area. In just less than a minute, Luo Hu had killed as many as 300 or 400 marine soldiers. This ultimate slashing speed even made the brows of Staff Officer He, who was coordinating and observing the battle from a distance, twitch wildly. Although Kaido in the crowd is still very young, he is a talented young man from the Oni clan and has already practiced Conqueror's Haki to an advanced level. And for the guys like Naval Headquarters who captured him and drew his blood for human experiments, Kaido's force was not light. Oh la 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 la. Brothers, follow Brother Luo and kill all these B************* D Marines. Since you want to be a lackey of celestial dragons, then enjoy the pleasure of being killed and eaten. After swinging the stick several times and hitting several marine soldiers with their brains flying all over them, Kaido's desire to kill soared, and he rushed into the crowd with his blood boiling and started spinning on the spot with the stick in his hand, smashing away piles of marine soldiers and CP agents like a tornado. Under the influence of the flowing armament Haki, almost every attack of Kaido could make the marine, who was exposed to the light, lie on the ground with half of his body paralyzed and wailing. If you are accidentally hit in a fatal position, your head will definitely explode on the spot. Kill, kill, kill. Thunder. 8 trigrams. Kaido became more and more excited as he killed more and more people. So he simply stopped caring about the whole person and rushed madly into a bunch of light-seeing battle sequences, swinging an iron rod and smashing it to the ground. Boom! Haki flowed into the deep ground and caused considerable internal damage. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 100 meters suddenly collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground like spiderwebs. Rocks flew everywhere, and violent gusts of wind blew up the wide cloak of justice. It was the rear admiral and vice admiral officers of the naval headquarters who were responsible for resisting Kaido. Countless pairs of fists glowing with black light pushed upwards desperately to block Kaido's attack. Then, everyone suddenly worked together to push Kaido back more than 10 steps. Don't underestimate Marine. You're too arrogant, Kaido. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you escaped from the lab. I'll catch you sooner or later. A group of Marine generals looked at Kaido with disdain and mocked him as he was repelled by the joint efforts. However, before they could show off their faces, Kaido, who was knocked away, took another step and rushed back to his original position in an instant. Then he jumped high into the air, jumped to a height of more than 10 meters, raised his mace, and suddenly punched down. At this moment, Kaido's originally dark pupils actually showed signs of turning bright red. The third world, inducing Naraku, Kaido was seen with his hair standing on end with rage, roaring murderously, gritting his teeth, grabbing the black-spiked mace with one hand, the knotted muscles on his arms bulging with full strength. The moment it fell, a huge depression as deep as 3 or 4 stories was instantly created on the land within a radius of several kilometers. Lousy, but Kaido, take back your hypocritical faces. Lousy, I will never be captured and experimented on by you bastards again. After launching this damaging, wide-ranging attack, Kaido fell into a large pit, gasping for breath, holding up his body with both hands on the mace. At this time, the Marine officers who were still mocking Kaido had already been beaten into a bloody mess. The piece of minced meat wrapped around it is the white cloak of justice behind them. How scary. Did they learn Conqueror's Haki entanglement right in the middle of the battle? They really look like monsters. Chief of Staff Tsuru. This pirate named Kaido seems to have a deep hatred for us Marines. The 3 recruits next to Vice Admiral Tsuru each have their own characteristics. Sakazuki looked at the messy battlefield in silence. Borsellino still had a cynical attitude and said it was terrible, but in fact he still stood firmly in the same place. As for the other one, Kazan, whose body was covered with ice, fell in a deep thought, wondering whether Marine's justice had any meaning on this battlefield. Kaido, standing in the big pit, was panting and looked like a floating duckweed. The extremely powerful move he just used took a huge toll on him. The reason was that he learned the Conqueror's Haki entanglement attack technique for the first time, and he did not have time to carefully control the dosage, which resulted in his body being drained of energy all at once and unable to adapt. However, even though Kaido was already panting heavily at this moment, no Marine officer dared to step forward to provoke him. Conqueror's Haki entanglement. This boy definitely has the potential to be a great pirate. Countless Marine soldiers and CP organization members were looking at Kaido, whose body was bloated and covered in blood, in shock and whispered to themselves. Luo Hu, who was not far from Kaido, naturally noticed this scene. At this moment, he had to admire the terrifying and unique talent of Kaido, the future Emperor of the Sea, being able to learn Conqueror's Haki entangled directly in battle. This is no less than the protagonist, like King Luffy. But now Luo Hu doesn't have so much time to pay attention to these things. He has only one goal. Those are the celestial dragons in the distance who have actually started to move out their little stools and sit down to watch the show. Do you think you can sit back and relax while watching the fights between the lower-level pirates and Marines under the protection of the Knights of God? We must let these guys who think they're gods feel how hard it is to carry a bag of rice. After killing more than 200 Marines and camp agents who blocked his way with a slight swing of the sword, Luo Hu's position advanced forward again. This moment, there is obvious panic in Staff Officer He's eyes. Her keen sixth sense had already detected that the Luo Hu was heading for the celestial dragons in the distance. And now, among all the agents in the naval headquarters and CP organization, she is the only one who can fight. Although she has always been called the naval headquarters, she is also known as the Marine Iron Triangle along with Sengoku and Garp. But only he himself knows that he is not a natural-born pervert like Garp. Her Haki level is more inclined towards observation, so her combat ability is not outstanding at all. Damn it! Those Knights of God who only know how to protect celestial dragons have no intention of taking action. Staff Officer Crane turned his head somewhat stiffly and looked towards the celestial dragon's side, where the 9 members of the Knights of God were still as steady as old dogs. These guys are so selfish. They have clearly seen that their naval headquarters and CP organization are constantly collapsing, but they still don't provide any support. In their eyes, the lives of celestial dragons are lives, but the lives of ordinary Marine soldiers are not lives. The more Staff Officer he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes seemed to be bursting with flames. Crane's staff, seeing that the evil ghost Luo Hu was still wielding his sharp blade and killing dozens of Marine soldiers at will. She couldn't sit still any longer. Evil ghost Luo, are you really that incapable of distinguishing right from wrong? These Marine soldiers don't have that much hatred against you, so why did you kill them so badly? They are also people with flesh and blood and families. Please be lenient. Killing these Marines will not benefit you in any way, right? Staff Officer, he tried to beg Luo Hu in a low voice to spare the Marine soldiers and stop killing them. Until now, on the entire battlefield of God Valley, all the captains of Rock's pirate team combined have not killed as many people as Luo Hu alone. In such a short period of time, at least 3,000 Marine soldiers have died tragically at the hands of this evil ghost. What a bloody number. However, the actual situation was not as chief of staff he had imagined. Luo Hu did not stop because of his words. Instead, he continued to swing the flying slash like cutting leeks and cut down another piece of bright red. Whether it is an ordinary Marine soldier, a general, or an agent member of the CP organization, anyone who dares to stand in his way will be cut in half and killed on the spot with absolutely no mercy. There are also flesh and blood and have families. It's a pity that I don't seem to have it anymore. Can you guess why? Luo Hu's cold-blooded and violent laughter seemed extremely eerie in the world of thunder and lightning. His laughter was obviously very plain, but it seemed like the devil's whisper at the end of the world, making people feel cold all over. Everyone only felt extreme coldness. Please listen to me. The people who killed your family were not our Marines. They have nothing to do with this. You really killed the wrong people. Staff Officer, he had not yet finished his words. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared. From the sky began to fall drops of rain as big as beans, lightly brushing away the countless blood on the battlefield. Killed the wrong person? I don't think so. If I really wanted to take action against your Marines, when we were trying to steal the world government's gold, how could the Marines on those warships have the chance to run back to your headquarters? Isn't this all your own fault? I just want to kill the celestial dragons, but you Marines are annoying me like flies. Everyone thinks I love fighting and killing. If you dare to order these rubbish Marines to get out of the way, I won't kill them, right? Luo Hu laughed coldly as he swung his sword again to kill hundreds of Marines and CP agents. The wet, warm blood flew between the ends of his hair, then condensed and dripped again. At this point, Luo Hu no longer considers himself a good person. The only meaning of his existence in this world at this moment is the word revenge. Anyone who dares to stand in front of him will be killed, whether good or bad, whether just or unjust. Anyone who dares to stop him from taking revenge on the celestial dragons will be chopped to pieces. Staff Officer, he looked at Luo Hu, who was wielding his sword to kill the Marine soldiers again, with an extremely embarrassed expression, and remained silent for a long time. It was obvious that Luo Hu's words were beyond his ability to cope with. Indeed, since rushing to the battlefield, Luo Hu has not deliberately hunted down the Marine soldiers. The Marines he killed were only forced to attack him under the orders of the world government. However, even though he had seen the reality clearly, Staff Officer he still had no way to issue an order to the Marine soldiers not to go and besiege Luo Hu. She is not qualified at all. The world government obviously wants to go forward through their large number of Marines and the agents in the CP organization. Use human lives to deplete the physical strength of these captains in Rock's Pirate. Even if it can only consume a little bit, it is very worthwhile. Only when these captain-level pirates have exhausted most of their energy will it be time for the world government to take action. How many lives are needed to fill this process? 5,000? 10,000? Or does it have to cost 100,000 lives? This is not important at all to the world government, because apart from celestial dragons, any other race in the world is just consumables to them. Now that the Marine is gone, we can continue to recruit new personnel and re-establish the naval headquarters. Agents of the CP organization who die can also be retrained. But once Rock's Pirate is destroyed, it will be gone forever. Damn it. Looks like I have to cleanse the twisted evil in your heart. Watching hundreds of Marines falling down in front of him and being chopped into pieces, Staff Officer he could no longer care about his position as the commander behind the scenes. She wanted to rush forward and stop the evil ghost Luo Hu herself, even though she knew very well that without the strength of Garp or Zephyr, there was no chance of dealing with Luo Hu, who had been named the captain of the 7th Division. But the current situation did not allow her to think too much. If she doesn't play, the naval headquarters system will be in a state of lack of successors. There is no way Rock's Pirate can win this war. The only thing that Chief of Staff he needs to consider is how to prevent their naval headquarters from suffering more losses in this war. At this time, the 3 Marine recruits standing behind Staff Officer he reached out to stop the other party as soon as they noticed this movement. Staff Officer Tsuru is a beautiful girl in our naval headquarters. Let's handle this matter. Yes, the 3 of us are Logia's demon fruit power, and we are also called monsters in the Marine training camp. Kazan and Borsellino were the first to express their opinions, and then they planned to rush forward to stop Luo Hu. Sakazuki, who was standing next to the 2 of them, didn't say anything, but his thoughts could be seen from the hot magma dripping from his fist. Don't hesitate any longer, Chief of Staff Crane. Even if this war is not just, in order to better uphold justice in the future, we still need to go up and stop him. Seeing that Chief of Staff Tsuru was still hesitant, Sakazuki hurriedly tried to persuade him. Although the 3 of them had just joined the naval headquarters and had been recruited not long ago, but because each of them has excellent physical talents and has Logia demon fruit power, they have been listed as key training targets. According to the current field Marshal Netanyahu, as long as the situation on the sea becomes relatively stable, he will directly appoint an admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters to establish a Marine officer cradle school and personally guide their training. Even a list of names has come out. Sakazuki and Borsellino, 2 slightly older players, will be arranged in the first phase. Kazan was assigned later because he has little experience and needs more training. Having just joined the Marine, they received such attention and high allowances and supplies, which made the 3 recruits feel an incomparable sense of importance. Therefore, the hearts of these young people are also burning with the passion for justice at this moment. Even a guy like Borsellino, who is naturally very slippery, only talked this time and did not choose to back down. Because, compared to the other destructive captains of Rock's Pirate, the battle scenes presented by Luo Hu are actually not that exciting. It was just killing Marine soldiers one after another for no reason. The strongest person the other party encountered along the way was just the rear admiral of the naval headquarters. Although Luo Hu's strength is likely to be very strong, at least he will not be like those veteran captains who tear up a large piece of land at will. Therefore, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino still feel that they can still delay Luo Hu by a few points with their Logia Devil Fruit abilities. Well, since the 3 of you insist on going, I can only advise you to be careful and never confront them head-on. The captains of Rock's Pirate are all real. They got their titles through real strength. Just hold on for a minute. Wait for me to request reinforcements from the world government. Staff officer, he instructed the 3 monster-level recruits in an extremely serious tone. If nothing unexpected happens, these 3 recruits will be the ones who can take over the position of admiral, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters in the future. If the situation didn't require it, staff officer, he really wouldn't want to let these 3 recruits take the risk. But now she is the only one who can go to the Knights of God to ask for support. Ordinary Marines are not qualified to meet members of the Knights. The 3 people who had already mastered and applied the Marine 6 styles quickly stepped on the air and rushed in front of Luo Hu. Looking at the murderous aura in front of him, Luo Hu's entire body was soaked with Marine's blood, with traces of blood coagulating on the ends of his hair. Borsellino's face sank as he swallowed hard. As a recruit, his lofty ambitions just now were gone. Sakazuki-chan, you go first. I'll be the last one. In response to Borsellino's words, Sakazuki did not say much, but took a step forward with a serious expression, and the temperature of the magma wrapped in his fist became even hotter. Let's go together. After all, he is the captain of Rock's pirate. After some discussion, the 3 Marine recruits who were called monsters finally lined up and chose a direction. Standing right opposite Luo Hu, the Marine soldiers who saw this scene gasped. What is this? 3 freaks who graduated directly from the Marine recruit training camp after less than a week. That's right, my second aunt is a waiter in the recruit training camp. These 3 are recognized as the strongest recruits in the Marine, and all 3 of them are very powerful Logia demon fruit power. Unless there are any accidents, the position of the highest combat power admiral of our naval headquarters in the future will fall on them. The Marine soldiers and generals who were already terrified by Luo Hu and the pirates of the 7th Division immediately recognized the identities of Sakazuki and others after seeing their serious expressions. The 3 people standing in front of Luo Hu were the 3 monster recruits who had gained great reputation in naval headquarters recently. It is said that these 3 recruits were able to defeat the Marine Rear Admiral and even the naval headquarters Vice Admiral head-on after only less than a week of systematic training. This strength is simply terrifying. Marines' justice cannot be violated. We have decided to stop you here, evil ghost Luo. Alala. You're the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. How scary. You're a big pirates called evil spirits. You are just like a monster. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan all have great abilities all over their bodies. Lava is dripping, ice is condensing, and lasers are flashing constantly. They look very imposing. If it weren't for the fact that these 3 people are still young at this moment, it would have dragged down the momentum. Otherwise, he would definitely be an admiral-level Marine. Hee. Green chicken, red dog, yellow monkey? Do you 3 recruits dare to stand in front of me? If you want to fight me, you should at least send someone of Garp or Sengoku's caliber, right? What's the point of sending you 3 chickens, dogs, and monkeys? Luo Hu, who was enjoying the killing, became more serious when he felt 3 threats appearing in front of him. But when they saw clearly that the people standing in front of them were just the young chicken, dog, and monkey, the 3 of them couldn't help but burst into strange laughter. It is undeniable that these 3 people will indeed have some strength in the future. But now, it's just a little karami. Even if all 3 of these guys reach the peak level in the future, they're just Admiral of Headquarters in the Great Pirates era. In the Rocks Pirates era, which Admiral level wasn't able to defend a region, the gap between the Admiral levels of the 2 eras is quite large. In the Battle of Beehive Island, although Garp, a Marine hero who was praised for hundreds of levels, ended up being beaten to the point where his whereabouts were unknown. But Garp in that period of time really played like the old times. With one iron punch, half of the Honeycomb Island was torn apart. The so-called strong men, such as Pizarro, Barrel of Wine, Rain Shilio, etc., are all just trash who can be solved with one punch. As for the strongest fighter in the Blackbeard Pirates, former Admiral of Headquarters Akiji, he was completely destroyed by just one drop from the seabed. Even if it wasn't for protecting that rubbish Kobe, it would be easy for Kakao to single-handedly kill Blackbeard, the 4 Emperors group. In other words, Luo Hu didn't take these three guys seriously at all. Besides the fact that the devil fruit has decent abilities, it basically has no advantages at all. The top-level observation, Haki, quickly scanned the three imposing-looking recruits in front of him. Luo Hu said with disdain, "Damn you. Stop being so arrogant. Even if it's a recruit, I can twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Justice must not be violated. Even if we can't beat you, the three of us together can still hold you back." Seeing the disdainful and contemptuous attitude on Luo Hu's face, the three recruits who had not yet mastered their emotions were undoubtedly enraged. Among them, Sakazuki, who had the most explosive temper, rushed directly towards Luo Hu's position with his fist full of magma. Great eruption. Sakazuki clenched his right fist, rushed to a sufficient distance, and then suddenly swung his fist. At this moment, the hot magma fist sprayed out directly in the direction of Sakazuki's swing, aiming directly at Luo Hu's head. "It's dangerous, Sakazuki." Chief of Staff Tsuru said that we only need to use the devil fruit ability to hold him back. We won't be able to defeat him head-on. How scary. Sakazuki-chan is still as impulsive as she was in North Blue. It's really a delicious and easy-to-use operation. According to the original plan of the three people, they were going to use the power of devil fruit to destroy the pirates of the 7th Division from a distance, and then use the situation to stop Luo Hu. But what he never expected was that he had forgotten his plan that Sakazuki was such an impulsive guy. Luo Hu just provoked him a little, but Sakazuki couldn't help but rush forward with his lava fist raised. That's the captain of Rock's Pirates' 7th Division. Pirates of this level are simply not something that the three recruits can handle. If Sakazuki was this close, he would definitely be caught or even killed. Seeing the critical situation, Borsellino and Kazan no longer hesitated and turned into ice and flash and rushed towards Luo Hu. Ice skates. They quickly formed a V-shaped formation and surrounded Luo Hu. Kazan was the first to condense an extremely sharp ice blade that exuded an icy aura. The cold air emitting from the blade was enough to make people around it feel cold just by its appearance. Borsellino, who arrived later but was the first to arrive, flashed directly behind Luo Hu, raised his long legs, and a golden light flashed. It gets scarier the closer you get captain of the Rock's Pirates' 7th Division. I wonder if you have ever experienced the feeling of being kicked at the speed of light? On the surface, he was the most cowardly, but in fact, after seeing Sakazuki in danger, Borsellino was the one who rushed forward. Both of them were promoted from North Blue to Naval Headquarters, so they can be considered as fellow countrymen in the same year of service. And now he is still a young, passionate young man. After eating the logia sparkling fruit, Borsellino, who had never encountered any setbacks, naturally could not stand Luo Hu's disdainful look. In an instant, magma appeared directly in front of Luo Hu, and an ice knife and a light-speed kick appear behind him. Every move made by these three people is a powerful devil fruit move. Even some generals in the naval headquarters may not be able to withstand such an attack head-on, but unfortunately, they are facing Luo Hu, who has now collected the abilities of the power fruit, Pia Piao, and the most powerful thunder fruit, 3 devil fruits. Although your behavior is ridiculous, since you are blocking the road, then prepare to die. As soon as the words fell, Luo Hu's pupils turned red. He tightly grasped the sword of virtue, which was already stained with blood, in his right hand. Then the fruit of power exploded, and the muscles in his wrist tensed up, with blue veins instantly spreading all over Luo Hu's right arm. The jet-black Haki condenses, and the black-red Conqueror's Haki appears. He swung the knife forward fiercely. Lion Majesty. Slash wave. The flying slash with the armed color and Conqueror's 2-color Haki instantly rose from the ground and finally lightly cut through all the skills and moves of Sakazuki and Kazan. With a loud bang, under the terrifying destructive power of the 2-color Haki, Kazan's ice knife broke into pieces all over the ground, and Sakazuki's continuously sprayed magma fists also exploded directly and were dismembered by the sword energy and shattered all over the ground. But this is not the end. This sword energy wrapped in 2-color Haki, after destroying the Logia abilities that were ejected from the two people one after another, directly chopped down on the waists and abdomens of the two people without losing momentum. Kazan and Sakazuki, who had no time to dodge, looked terrified, and a breath of death spread throughout their bodies almost instantly. 6 styles. Iron body. 6 styles. Iron body. The two men lowered their bodies, took horse stances on the spot with solemn expressions, and waited anxiously for Luo Hu's attack. Next moment, the sharp sword energy cut through without mercy. The two recruits, Sakazuki and Kazan, were chopped away hundreds of meters in an instant, and their waists were cut more than half and half. At the broken position, one could vaguely see the broken internal organs inside the body and the intestines that were constantly wriggling, trying to block the wound. After crippling two people with one sword, Luo Hu's body flashed with a few crackling sounds of thunder, and he slowly turned his head to look behind him and saw Borsellino, who was about to kick him down. The speeds of Logia's sparkling fruit and thunder fruit are almost the same, but Luo Hu, who is more powerful, is naturally much faster than Borsellino. So at this moment, Borsellino, who was still falling from the sky with his legs raised, only saw a horrifying scene. He, who was always known for his speed, actually saw Luo Hu clenching his fist quickly, while giving him an evil smile. How scary! Borsellino turned pale and was stunned. The next moment, Luo Hu's fist wrapped in armament Haki and Conqueror's two-color Haki hit his kicking calf at a lightning speed. With one punch, he sent him flying in front of the other two recruits. Snap! In the noisy scene, only a slight clicking sound could be heard. Borsellino's face was filled with extreme pain, and his long thighs were flapping wildly as he struggled to dodge. However, after waving them for a while, he discovered that his legs had been twisted into a strange angle without him knowing when. Luo Hu's punching speed is several times faster than his light speed kicking speed. My legs. How is this possible? How can he be faster than me? I am a user of sparkling fruit. Borsellino, with a look of shock on his face, continued to retreat, dragging his shattered right leg. Sakazuki and Kazan, who were standing next to them, were naturally horrified as well. The three of them, who were known as the monster recruits, attacked with all their might. But in front of Luo Hu, they were defeated with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Even if they hadn't practiced Iron Body very well in Marine 6 styles and hadn't already elementalized their bodies, this impulsive attack might lead to the death of all 3 of them on this island. Damn it! Hasn't this guy only been out to sea for less than half a year? Why is there such a big gap? Is there really such a huge gap between people's talents? We have worked so hard, but we are only qualified to see such geniuses in the Valley of Gods. While dragging their badly injured bodies and retreating, the 3 people, deeply shocked, put away their pride as the geniuses of the naval headquarters. It was not until this moment that they deeply realized the gap between people, which is sometimes even bigger than the gap between dogs. In the recruit training camp at the naval headquarters, the 3 of them were monster recruits who were invincible and set new records one after another. But even if a monster-level recruit like them came to the Valley of Gods, this battlefield filled with so many experts still couldn't hold its own. He was even cut in half by a sword and almost died on the spot. Damn it, Lord Gallen, if you don't take action to resolve this war, our naval headquarters will really be destroyed. You can see that the 3 governors of the naval headquarters and the CP organization alone cannot stop the Rocks pirates. Even if you don't want to participate in this war, you should still consider the Celestial Dragons, right? If the Rocks pirates win the war, what will happen to the many world nobles on the island? Watching 3 talented Marine recruits from the Marine Department being severely injured by Luo Hu in just a few moves. They couldn't even last 3 seconds. Staff officer, he broke out in cold sweat almost instantly. All members of the Roger Pirates team have arrived on the island. At this time, if Luo Hu chose to run over to support Rocks, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100% of the Logia Lava Fruit's ability attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100% of the Logia Frozen Fruit's ability attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100% of the Logia, sparkling fruit's ability attributes. After closing the system's prompt message, Luo Hu raised his double-edged sword and prepared to chase after the three marine recruits, G, Go, and Monkey. Although these three guys are only marine recruits at the moment, they will definitely become celestial dragons' lackeys and guards in the future. Luo Hu will absolutely and resolutely execute anyone who dares to protect a disgusting race like celestial dragons. Boom! There was a sudden roar of thunder. Luo Hu turned into a beam of exploding lightning and quickly approached Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino, three marine recruits. Almost in an instant, Luo Hu's murderous figure chased directly in front of the three people. Waving the sharp blade in his hand, he was about to chop off the first head on the spot. It's over. I just joined a marine, and I'm going to sacrifice myself for justice. There's no time to dodge this sword. The three people, with pale faces and no trace of blood, closed their eyes tightly, choosing not to observe the last scene before their death. Next moment, a bright red figure flashed by quickly and raised a bloody rapier in his hand, and directly and steadily caught Luo Hu's beheading knife. The frightened businessman quickly opened his eyes to see the situation clearly. It's the government's reinforcements. Save, it was really scary. I almost died. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, the three men quickly grabbed Borsellino's broken leg and fled from the spot together at the opponent's speed. Luo Hu felt a little disappointed that he failed to kill Sakazuki and the other three with one sword. It seems that these three future Marines are also extremely powerful and have great luck. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this most mysterious man in the whole play who would come to the rescue in person. Slowly retracted his sword. Luo Hu carefully looked at the man in front of him with red hair combed into a crescent shape. Figuran Galansheng. A guy like you would actually come and save a few Marine recruits? Oh, you actually know my name? However, I don't need to answer a pariah like you, and you are not worthy of listening. Jialansheng looked up at Luo Hu with a little surprise. He seldom goes out and usually stays in the Holy Land on the Red Line. There is absolutely no information about his reputation outside. But what he didn't expect was that not long after he went out, he encountered a pariah who knew him. This was true, and it surprised him a little. However, before he could finish his words, an extremely fierce murderous aura had already locked onto every inch of his skin. I remember that you so-called Knights of God should also belong to a bullshit race like celestial dragons, right? This is really a disgusting attitude that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Luo Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a cold, murderous intent. Since this guy is celestial dragons, then he is already on his kill list. When the man in the black jacket, Galen, heard Luo Hu's disdainful words towards the world's nobility, he immediately showed an angry expression and shouted directly, "Who do you think you are? How can a lowly person like you comment on the world's nobility?" However, Jialansheng had just finished speaking. Luo Hu's muscles all over his body became taut and swollen under the blessing of the fruit of strength. Thick blue veins emerged one after another, and his whole body burst out with an incomparably terrifying aura like a swimming dragon, reaching the ultimate level of strength. Luo Hu, whose height had gradually exceeded 370 centimeters, looked at the statue of Fegalandagrin, who was much shorter than him and only less than 2 meters tall, as if he was looking at a small shrimp and had to lower his head to see it clearly. Since the opponents are celestial dragons, just kill them. Jialansheng showed a cruel smile to Luo Hu's change, staring at him with sharp eyes, and said in a grim tone, "What a pariah! His aura is good, but I don't know how strong he is." Next moment, Jialansheng's body disappeared in an instant. The speed is amazing. When he appeared again, he was already carrying an extremely sharp aura of swordsmanship. The Western sword in his hand also had a strange red light, and he chopped directly at Luo Hu. The Western sword that exudes a cold glow all over its body is not a high-grade sword at first glance. It is at least at the level of one of the 12 supreme swords. In this instant, the sharp sword energy emanating from the blade was like a strong gale, and its momentum and sound were extremely shocking. Luo Hu, who already possessed the dual sword swordsmanship, naturally reacted quickly. The moment the opponent drew his sword, Luo Hu had already made a response. He jumped up from high in the sky and struck Huashan with a violent conqueror's Haki, which directly set off a huge and sharp air wave. The witnesses between the two people did not touch each other. Instead, because of the conqueror's Haki's entangled attack, they were just fighting against the conqueror's mass in the air. Countless conqueror's black thunders as thick as arms were constantly emitted in the surroundings, striking the ground and creating deep pits as big as heads. Luo Hu tried his best, his muscle strength bursting out to the ultimate level as he desperately pressed the double-edged sword in his hand downwards. Under the effect of the fruit of power, Luo Hu was seizing the initiative step by step until he completely suppressed the opponent into an awkward position. Moreover, during the battle, Luo Hu was still constantly absorbing the three-dimensional attributes dropped from Jialansheng's body. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1991 points of power. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1432 points of agility. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 10,012 points of physical strength. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the one-sword style, the great swordsman attribute. 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the Paramecia destruction fruit. 100%. It felt like the power in Luo Hu was getting stronger every minute and every second. At this moment, a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Jialansheng's forehead. He originally thought that Luo Hu in front of him was just a young pariah, but only after the first wave of confrontation did he deeply realize that the man in front of him was by no means a good guy. The murderous intent towards him in Luo Hu's eyes was revealed without any concealment. Moreover, the opponent's strength seems to be just as what is said in the information, getting stronger as the fight goes on. Damn it, you already have such talent and strength at this age. If we let people like you go, it will pose a great threat to the future rule of the government. It seems I can't keep you. He gritted his teeth and pulled back his sword suddenly, then jumped out of the attack distance and shouted with a little fear. And after he finished speaking, suddenly, two men who looked like guardians appeared on his left and right. The two men who suddenly appeared were both dressed in the same uniform, with black cloaks draped over their shoulders. Obviously, these two guys are also members of the 9 Knights of God. However, just when Luo Hu thought he would be involved in a fierce battle like rocks, at some point, 3 members of the Roger Pirates group who had already joined the battlefield rushed over at full speed. Ah, hiccups, Luo Hu. Let me lend you a hand. You want to kill the celestial dragons, right? Then let our Roger Pirates stop these guys. I already smell the scent of a beast. Roger laughed excitedly all the way and led Rayleigh and Jabba, who looked helpless behind him, to rush forward and kill dozens of Marines, and then rush to Galen Saint. Raise the ace in your hand high. A black light flashed, and Roger held the knife in one hand. Black and red lightning jumped around the blade. He rotated 180 degrees and chopped out quickly and fiercely. God avoids. Kang Shami. Although from Roger's understanding, it seems that he does not know who the person in front of him, Jialansheng, is. But it seemed to him that Luo Hu was already a friend of their Roger Pirates group. If friends needed help, then for Roger, it was of course necessary to lend a helping hand. When facing Roger's knife, Jialansheng's pupils shrank almost instantly and cold sweat broke out. In the reflection of his pupils, the quality of Conqueror's Haki contained in Roger's sword has even surpassed the top level and reached the ultimate. And his Conqueror's is only top level. As we all know, Haki, a skill that can completely decide the outcome of a match, will greatly increase combat power with each level increase. All of a sudden, an unprecedented sense of crisis came over him and rushed directly into Jialansheng's mind. He didn't have time to react and immediately responded with the same Conqueror's entanglement based on his conditioned reflex. Neither of them are great swordsmen. The only difference is that Roger's Conqueror's is more powerful. But it's just such a small gap. It is basically impossible to take down Jialin Sheng directly. However, at this moment Luo Hu is still standing there. It's a pity that at this moment, Luo Hu didn't pay any attention to other people at all. Luo Hu turned his eyes slightly and looked at the hundreds or even thousands of celestial dragons who were surrounded by countless agents of the CP organization and wanted to evacuate the Valley of the Gods. It turned out that after providing support, Galansheng directly issued an order, asking the agents of the CP organization to leave the Valley of the Gods on behalf of the celestial dragons first. At this time, the other 6 remaining members of the Knights of God had also joined the center of the battlefield, but were dragged into the quagmire by the other rocks pirates and unable to evacuate. Humph! You want to escape? Luo Hu snorted coldly and gave up the idea of intervening in the battle between the Roger pirates and Jialinsheng. Then he turned into a roaring and shining thunder and rushed towards the group of celestial dragons. Take me away from this damn place. Where are the Marines? Where do they go to die? Why did they let this untouchable rush over here? Seeing the murderous pirates like Luo Hu rushing towards them, countless celestial dragons were frightened. Now they don't have the Knights of God to guard them. Jialinsheng took away 3, and the other 6 also joined in the head-on confrontation with Rock's pirate and were unable to extricate themselves. At present, the only people responsible for protecting them are a group of CP organization agents who look very impressive in black suits, but have little real strength. Protect the celestial dragons to leave first. If the world's God is harmed, it will be a shame for our CP organization. A large number of CP9, CP0 agents surrounded all celestial dragons. In the eyes of these people, they would even sacrifice their own lives to give celestial dragons a slight chance of survival. It's really damn wrong. What's the point of the government spending so much money every year to support these Marines and these useless agents? Hurry up and rush over to stop the *********D. Run. Do you think there is any chance to capture such a powerful guy and make him a slave of our Mame family? If the 5 elders were here, we would definitely be able to catch this guy. Most of the celestial dragons that can represent their families in the competition are very smart. Only a small group of guys who are obviously not very smart are about to die, but they still want to use the power of the 5 elders to capture Luo Hu, the captain of the 7th division, and use him as a slave. They all must die. Lion Majesty, Thousand Slice Valley, Luo Hu, who turned into thunder, could not be stopped by these ordinary CP organization agents. After rushing to the vicinity of the celestial dragons, Luo Hu roared, and the conqueror's Haki shocked more than 90% of the agents, so much that their legs went limp and they lost their ability to fight. Then he swung the sword dozens of times in a row to perform the Golden Lion's famous move, Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Suddenly, dozens of golden crescent-shaped sword auras swept across the void, directly covering the huge crowd in front of them without leaving a single trace. Puff, puff, puff. The sword energy cut through the flesh, making a series of teeth-grinding, sizzling sounds. Within just less than a quarter of an hour, the sword energy swept across, bringing with it a series of endless screams. Countless long branches and broken walls were flying in the air, and hundreds of human figures were broken in half, revealing their bright red internal organs and half of their bodies that were struggling to crawl forward. God avoid. Luo Hu's sword energy this time killed more than 2,000 lives in almost an instant. The scene was a sea of blood and corpses, with blood flowing like a river. It was extremely horrifying, like a scene from hell. Among these more than 2,000 corpses, there were even hundreds of guarded celestial dragons. The person who caused this horrific scene, Luo Hu, was now emitting a crazy, weird, and slightly perverted laugh. Ha 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 ha. Weak, too weak. With this little strength, you still want to protect your celestial dragons? Then let Lousy see how many lives you have. Luo Hu raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. There was a loud bang at the scene, and a long crack instantly appeared on the ground. Like a spring, hot magma gushed out from the cracks, directly surrounding the path of the remaining 3,000 people. Countless agents of the CP organization looked extremely pale and kept dodging backwards to avoid the invasion of magma. But the next moment, the magma seemed to appear like jade, and it condensed into one terrifying beast after another, which quickly bit towards everyone like magma-vicious dogs. Sizzle! A scent of meat wafted over. Hundreds of CP organization agents who had to sacrifice their lives to protect celestial dragons were directly swallowed up by the magma dog's body that was emitting high temperature. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the agents turned into charcoal, burning fiercely, and they screamed and wailed miserably. Soon, more than 1,000 agents were killed on the spot again as these magma dogs devoured them. At this time, the 600 or so remaining celestial dragons were surrounded in the center of the lava lake, all with distorted and crazy faces, trying to escape. However, the boiling magma left everyone no time to care about anything. They dared not make any moves and could only shout at the top of their lungs. "Where are the Marines? Come here quickly. Do you want to watch the great god burn to death? I will report you to the 5 elders for being useless. Marine will chop off all your heads and feed them to the dogs." Wow, this guy is really an evil ghost. St. Nadu Tania was killed by him when he was out a few months ago. Are we going to die too? For the first time, you deeply experience the feeling of hundreds of celestial dragons dying in front of him. Among the remaining celestial dragons, several female celestial dragons couldn't help but burst into tears due to their fear. Don't cry. The last thing Lousy wants to see is a girl crying. Luo Hu sneered, and then, almost at the same time, his body burst out with violent thunder, as if teleporting, and instantly appeared in front of the celestial dragon's girl, and a palm wrapped with 2-color Haki directly covered the other party's small and exquisite top of the head. Bang! This very lucky celestial dragon's girl, who was handpicked by Luo Hu, didn't even have time to react before she felt extreme pain coming from the top of her head. Her whole delicate body was slapped and flew out like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the lava lake. Ziz! The expensive custom-made costume of the celestial dragon's girl was directly burned by the high-temperature magma, and large areas of her skin were also burned and cracked under the high temperature, which was a horrible sight. After a few seconds, the originally beautiful big eyes of Castellan were burned into charcoal, and the flesh and blood on half of her cheek melted into charred bone powder. He. So what about celestial dragons? Lousy has killed hundreds of them. Under the effect of the lava fruit, Luo Hu's entire body was covered with high-temperature red magma, and hot air was constantly gushing out of his body as he walked towards the remaining hundreds of celestial dragons. At this moment, Luo Hu, who has become more and more addicted to killing, can no longer stop his methods. The celestial dragons that were once high and mighty, in his eyes, they were like lambs to be slaughtered, or even just pigs, worthless. Hey, are you serious? Over 600 celestial dragons were killed at once. Who can stop that crazy guy? Does he really want to die? So many people died at once. If the Dragon World government blames him, who can't take the responsibility? Please think of a way to stop him. If you can rescue the remaining celestial dragons, you may be able to redeem yourself from your crime. Seeing thousands of lives being killed so easily, the remaining CP agents at the scene and the Marine soldiers watching the battle nearby all gasped. At this moment, the drastic changes on the battlefield have made them deeply aware of what kind of changes the world government will usher in after the war. The naval headquarters and the CP organization must shoulder a great responsibility: the lives of hundreds of world nobles. Normally, if one of the celestial dragons was accidentally injured, the world government would be furious. What's more, nowadays they are treated like chickens, ducks, and dogs, and are usually ruthlessly crushed and slaughtered, or even barbecued. What are you bastards still standing there for? Hurry and rescue me. I want to go back to Mariewa. I don't want to appear in these damn places again. It's over. We are really going to die this time. This evil ghost is really not joking. He really dares to kill us. As a member of the world's nobility, is there nothing in this world that he is afraid of? Aren't there 3 top-level admirals in the naval headquarters? Where are they? Can't they spare one to come and protect us? And what about the Knights of God? They are so impressive on weekdays, always talking about upholding the dignity of celestial dragons. Why are they all gone now? Ah, run, that guy is coming again. Seeing the killing god Luo Hu approaching again, the celestial dragons that survived the first wave of attacks all collapsed with their legs shaking. These groups of guys are fat and bloated. The screams were as hoarse and ugly as a pig's. At this moment, Staff Officer He, who had returned to the front to observe the battlefield situation, suddenly sensed something and looked back at the situation behind him. But this sudden inspiration made him panic-stricken, and he stood there like a fool. If Garp and Sengoku, two guys who enlisted with her at the same time, saw her wonderful expression at this moment, they would definitely be surprised. Staff Officer He, who always handles everything with calmness and composure, actually shows such a panic-stricken expression. This is simply alarmist. This is really bad. Didn't Jialin Sheng send people to protect the celestial dragons? Why were they suddenly killed and sent to the rear? What's going on? Hundreds of celestial dragons were broken in half and thrown on the ground? Are all the thousands of CP agents who were maintaining order nearby dead? Staff Officer Crane muttered in disbelief. He couldn't believe that among the pile of corpses in front of him, there were actually countless corpses of celestial dragons. Normally, if the celestial dragons suffered minor injuries, the 5 elders would call their naval headquarters to hold them accountable. Now, more than half of the 1,000 world nobles who came to the Valley of Gods are dead. If they were to take on such a huge responsibility, no one in the naval headquarters would be able to bear it. And after this wonderful expression appeared on Staff Officer He's face, the scene was like a chain reaction. Everyone looked back and watched the horrifying scene of him swinging his sword to kill hundreds of CP agents again, and then chopping down more than 100 celestial dragons in a row. The first major change occurred on the battlefield on the rock side. At this moment, he was dealing with Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanya, Naval Headquarters top combatant Admiral Kong, and a member of the Knights of God who came over to support him, forming a 3-on-1 situation. Damn it! Did something happen in the rear? Why would pirates of Luo Hu's level run to the celestial dragons? Kongu, I'll stop rocks first. You go over and support Master Celestial Dragons. Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanya panically ordered Kong to leave the battlefield and rescue the celestial dragons. However, before he could finish his words, Rock's murderous voice naturally muttered, "Who do you think I am? You're fighting against me, Rocks, and you're in the mood to turn around and look at others. I think you really want to die, Netanya." Rocks, who was fighting 1 against 3, took advantage of the moment when Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanyahu was distracted. "King, kill!" After muttering in a deep tone, Rocks deployed the special application of Conqueror's Haki, directly blocking Netanya's observation Haki. At this moment, Netanya seemed to have lost all her senses and became a blind person. She stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. If eyes are windows to the soul, then observation Haki is the sensory ability of nerves. In a duel between masters, once the observation Haki sense is lost, it is no less than an ordinary person losing his eyes. Looking at Rocks with a machete raised high and a murderous look on his face, Netanya couldn't stop shaking. This feeling before death made him feel so depressed that he almost suffocated. In the sky, the occasional lightning that flashed across the thick dark clouds illuminated Rox's face that was defiant, arrogant, domineering, and even emotionless. Die. In the final reflection of Marshal Netanya's pupils, Rox wielded a supreme sword that dragged Conqueror's lightning, and it rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes at an astonishing speed. What to do? I really can't escape. This damn guy can actually block observation Haki. Could it be that Rox is really the only overlord in 800 years to end the world government? As Marshal Netanya was nearing death, monologues flashed through his mind frantically. Under this thrilling scene, pictures began to appear in front of him like a scrolling lantern. All memories began to go back to the day he became conscious. At a young age, he joined the Marine and became a Marine soldier fighting for justice. Decades of ordinary life followed, until one day he obtained the diamond fruit that made his defense invincible. With the devil fruit ability, and his unique talent for hard work, Netanya made rapid progress in his military career, from being the admiral of the naval headquarters to the marshal of the naval headquarters, a position he held for decades. But now the memory of all this is coming to an end. The knife wielded by Rox. He couldn't stop it. Maybe because he was too old, he didn't react immediately to dodge the machete when he was blocked by Giant Winch. Puff! After sighing deeply in her heart, Netanya failed to dodge in time and was cut directly at the throat by Rox. The sword blade pierced through the entire neck, severing every delicate blood vessel and nerve inside. The warm blood spurted out like a small fountain, splashing all over the ground and staining Rox's cold-blooded face. The next moment, Marshal Netanya's heavy diamond body slammed heavily to the ground, creating a staggeringly deep pit. After the smoke and dust on the ground cleared, the Admiral Diamond, who had led the naval headquarters for decades, and the current naval headquarters Marshal Netanyahu took off their diamond bodies. Naval headquarters Marshal died in battle. Mr. Marshal! Damn it! What on earth happened in the rear? What happened to the celestial dragons? No, we must not be distracted again. If a guy like Rox finds an opportunity, the consequences will be disastrous. Watching Marshal Netanya being chopped off his head by Rox right in front of him, killed instantly, Kongu's eyes widened. His huge eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out, his breathing became rapid, and his heart began to beat wildly, as if it was about to explode. Even his body was shaking involuntarily, his legs were weak, and he could hardly stand. His mind was completely blank, his thoughts were completely confused, and he didn't know how to deal with what was happening in front of him. He could only stand there blankly, his eyes blank, his face full of astonishment and disbelief. Kongu knew very clearly that some unknown horrific incident must have occurred behind the Valley of Gods. Otherwise, Marshal Netanya would never have made such a low-level mistake in the battle. TSK ha 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 ha. Are you still going to struggle? Calm. Your marshals are already dead. As long as you Marines don't lay down your weapons and choose to surrender, then after the new government is established, you Marines can still enforce your justice. If you continue to resist, then today's Valley of the Gods will be the burial place for hundreds of thousands of your Marines. Rox, who chopped at Marshal Netanya's head with a knife, already felt that his victory was just around the corner. Kong and a member of the Knights of God alone will definitely not be able to stop him for long. After the words fell, Rox's figure flashed suddenly, and the ability of the Paramecia teleportation fruit in his body burst out at an astonishing speed, and he rushed directly in front of Kong in an instant. Carrying the armament color, Conquerors, two-color Haki chopped down quickly and fiercely. Kongu also clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched forward without giving in. Kong heavy punch. Bang! A loud explosion occurred. The fight between the fist and the sword had already begun before they even touched. The collision of the Conqueror's Haki between the two created an endless wave of air that swept all around, and countless smoke and dust filled the ground. Damn it! Without the Marshal's direct resistance, I don't dare to get too entangled with this Rox. After using all his strength to punch Rox back a few steps, Kongu began to feel more and more panicked. Marshal Netanya is the user of the Paramecia diamond fruit. When using the Devil Fruit ability, his entire body will be covered with extremely hard diamonds, and then wrapped with armament Haki. Such terrifying defensive power. Even Rox would feel a huge headache. However, due to a huge mistake in the rear, Marshal Netanyahu was distracted during the battle and had his entire neck cut off by Rox, and he was seriously injured and died on the spot. Originally, they relied on Marshal Netanya and a member of the Knights of God to achieve a 3-on-1 situation. It can also gain a certain advantage when fighting against Rox, the Overlord of the Sea. But now the situation has been completely reversed. He is just an admiral of headquarters. Even with the addition of a member of the Knights of God, he is not enough to stop Rox. Without Marshal Netanya, with extremely high defense to withstand the damage in front, they will be defeated sooner or later. He was even killed on the spot by the Overlord Rox at the same angle. Such a man may have the highest power in the world. No one can resist it at all. And, at the same time, when Kongu made a huge mistake, Sengoku and others not far away also had the same creases like the Wheel of History. Marine, you hold Whitebeard back. I have to go back to the rear to rescue. The member of the Divine Knights who had come over to support Sengoku turned his head and looked behind with an extremely ugly expression. However, just as he stood up and prepared to rush out of the battlefield to stop Luo Hu, who was holding a long sword and stringing together 7 or 8 celestial dragons, Whitebeard's Guandao fell down directly, cutting off his retreat. Kulala, that guy is my Whitebeard's family. As long as Laozi is here, no one is allowed to stop Luo Hu. Whitebeard, whose body was already covered in blood and had several bruises from the combined efforts of Sengoku and the Knights of God, shouted with great momentum. Although it is indeed difficult for Whitebeard to fight 2 people alone at this moment, but that alone is not enough to take it down in a short period of time. After being chopped off by Whitebeard, the member of the Knights of God who was on the way looked at Whitebeard with great anger. Damn untouchables. You will eventually be completely destroyed by the power of the government. Just wait for death. The faces of the knights were distorted, and they cursed Whitebeard at the top of their lungs. But unfortunately, his mouth cannon couldn't evoke any emotion on Whitebeard's face. The person involved didn't even show the slightest change in expression. Sengoku was the only one at the scene who couldn't resist his curiosity, so he took the opportunity to turn his head and look at the battlefield behind him where a strong smell of blood was faintly emitted. What on earth happened over there? Why would even an old Marine like Marshal Netanya be distracted? And it is this irresistible curiosity. Just a glance. Afterwards, Sengoku's originally determined heart suddenly turned into a huge wave like a flood. Sengoku, who usually thought he was well-mannered, was instantly terrified. Rock Pirate 7th Division Captain, the evil ghost Luo Hu is madly killing celestial dragons in the back. Every time Luo Hu strikes down with his sword, there are at least a dozen of them who are called world aristocrats. Taboo of the gods. Celestial dragons' heads and bodies chopped into several pieces. Even if the CP organization agents nearby rushed over frantically to try to stop the evil ghost, it was completely useless. Luo Hu has gone crazy with killing. Every time a few hundred high-level agents of the CP organization rushed over to rescue, they would be hacked to death by Luo Hu's flying slash. The scene was bloody and bloody, with broken bodies and arms. All kinds of severed heads rolled around, leaving behind pools of bloodline. Originally, there were more than 1,000 members in the 19 Celestial Dragons families that participated in this human hunting plan. Now there are only dozens left who have been killed by Luo Hu. And it looks like these dozens of remaining Celestial Dragons will definitely not last more than a minute before they are all killed. This picture is really so horrible. Sengoku was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Even his mind was a mess. Normally, if one of the celestial dragons was accidentally damaged a little, the 5 elders would call and scold their marines for failing to provide adequate protection. And now, if the 5 elders knew about Luo Hu's scene of killing celestial dragons like chickens and ducks, it is hard to imagine how livid those 5 old men who claimed to have the highest power in the world would be. Kulalalala, Sengoku, you're fighting Laozi, and you dare to distract yourself by looking at those rubbish celestial dragons? Don't be so arrogant. With his huge height of 666 centimeters, Whitebeard stood like an iron tower in front of Sengoku and the members of the Knights of God, blocking all their escape routes. And while the members of the Knights of God were worried and Sengoku was distracted and turned back to observe the situation on the battlefield, Whitebeard easily sees the gap between the 2 people. That is the legendary flaw. Damn it. Damn it. Curiosity really killed me. Why did Laozi turn around to look at celestial dragons? Sengoku was still in shock, but when he heard Whitebeard's unique laughter and whispers faintly in his ears, his whole body was instantly trembling. He had no time to react, so he could only quickly activate the Zoan, human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form in his body to emit a 1,000-foot-long golden light in an attempt to resist Whitebeard. Kulala, it's no use. Show Laozi the knife. With a smug smile on his face, Whitebeard raised a large guandao in his hand high, blocked Sengoku and the members of the knights, raised his wrist with bruised veins, and slashed down fiercely with the sword. Buddha's light shines everywhere. From within the body of Sengoku, who had transformed into a giant golden Buddha, came a solemn voice as powerful as a huge bell. The body of the Buddha, which was dozens of stories high, burst out with golden light in an instant, increasing its defense to the limit. But it's no use. At this moment, Whitebeard's Guandao was already pitch black and was wrapped in an extremely powerful black Haki thunderstorm. Conqueror's entanglement. There was only a loud bang at the scene, and the thousands of feet of Buddha light emitted by Sengoku exploded instantly. Phew! Whitebeard's sword swept across the huge golden Buddha, directly chopping off all the golden light on his body. Sengoku, who was suddenly so seriously injured, turned pale, vomited blood, and his body was beaten to pieces and flew out. The marine cloak of justice that he was carrying behind him also became tattered and fluttered in the wind. Wow! The severe pain coming from his body made Sengoku unable to sustain the consumption of the devil fruit power in his body. He immediately returned to his human form and spat out a large mouthful of bright red blood with a wow. Sengoku, who was hit so hard that he couldn't use his devil fruit abilities, looked extremely pale as he looked at the member of the Knights of God who was still indifferent and wanted to break through Whitebeard's defense and go to support him. Oh my God, what a piece of junk. He had clearly turned his head back to look at the situation on the battlefield, but this D didn't even know how to stop Whitebeard. He just watched helplessly as Whitebeard chopped him to the ground. Who can lead a teammate like this? Normally speaking, with his strength, even if he fought against a big pirate like Whitebeard one-on-one, he would have to fight with all his strength for at least 3 days before the winner could be determined. But after having such a good teammate from the government, he turned around and looked at celestial dragons with peace of mind. What's the result? He had only turned his head to look for less than 3 seconds when Whitebeard seized the opportunity and chopped him directly on the chest with the machete. Now, he is seriously injured, and this member of the Knights of God has no intention of fighting. With their current poor teamwork, it is simply a pipe dream to think of resisting Whitebeard. Kulalalalalalal. This blow doesn't hurt Sengoku. Seeing that he had cut a huge and long gash in Sengoku's chest that was still bleeding with one blow, Whitebeard smiled with relief. He could clearly feel that with this one strike of his, Sengoku had definitely lost more than 40% of his combat power. Since he can't even maintain his devil fruit ability, it won't be long before he can just beat Sengoku and get his 11th straight win. Compared with Whitebeard's relaxing battle, Golden Lion, who was having a tense fight with Garp, was not having such a good time. Golden Lion was arrogant at the beginning and Garp seized the opportunity to make him jump out of the sky. Then he slapped the Golden Lion to the ground like slapping a fly, and then he was suppressed by Garp madly. Under the suppression of Garp's iron fists, Golden Lion had no time to fly back into the sky to gain air superiority and consume the enemy's energy. You have to know that his overall strength is actually 3 or 4 points weaker than Garp. The reason why he was confident enough to tease Garp was entirely because he was able to gain control of the air and consume the opponent's energy. But now he was like being stuck by a plaster and couldn't move at all. He was forced to block Garp's attack. Plus, Garp was just a greenhorn, and the other Marines were too shocked to notice the tragic death and injury of the celestial dragons. But he didn't care at all, and didn't care about the life and death of celestial dragons. He just kept waving his fists and launching one set of Conqueror's entanglement attack after another. Plus, the member of the Knights of God next to him was also fighting desperately, trying to kill him and then leave the battlefield. For a moment, one can imagine the pressure Golden Lion was under. As for the 3 captains at the bottom of the squad, John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, they also followed in the footsteps of Golden Lion and were suppressed by the 3 knights who came over, without even having time to breathe. Originally, relying on the strength of the 3 of them, they were able to barely gain the upper hand against the governor with the highest combat power in the CP organization. But just after the red-haired leader of the Knights of God set off, 3 more members came, specifically responsible for besieging the 3 of them. Brothers, Hold on a little longer. As long as Luo Hu kills all those damn celestial dragons, we can drive all those so-called gods above the Holy Land to the bottom of the sea. And then, I became a true god, ahaha. After swinging his sword vigorously and sending Kong flying several dozen meters away again, Rock's domineering voice spread throughout the Valley of the Gods. At this moment, the battle in the Valley of Gods had only lasted for less than 3 or 2 hours, and the decline of the world government was already obvious. As long as Luo Hu kills all the celestial dragons and returns to the battlefield, then the balance of victory in the God Valley battle will completely tilt towards the Rock's pirates. After winning this crucial war, the next war organized by ruthless, Zebek will directly target the celestial dragon's sacred place, Mariehua. Once all the advanced combat forces of the naval headquarters and CP organization are destroyed, then the Holy Land of Mariehua will be left with only an empty shell. The throne of the king of the world already surfaced. Compared to other captains who are struggling with the enemy at this moment, the battle situation on Luo Hu's side seemed relatively easy, because now the main forces of the world government have all been firmly restrained by the captain level of the Rock's pirate. On the entire battlefield, no one could stop him from killing celestial dragons. As for those so-called elite marine soldiers of the naval headquarters and high-ranking agents in the CP organization, just dirt chickens, clay dogs, rotten fish, and shrimps. This level of little karami basically kills 1,000 of them. If there are 10,000 of them, then 10,000 heads will fall off. The more people rush over, the more people will die. There is no existence that can withstand a punch or a sword. Luo Hu's current combat capability has already surpassed the level of a general emperor, although Conqueror's Haki is still all at the top stage and has not broken through to the ultimate. But don't forget, Luo Hu is endowed with the abilities of 6 devil fruits. The fruit of strength can give Luo Hu more than twice the strength of his opponents of the same level. Lion fruit can give Luo Hu direct control of the air in battles. As for the remaining 4 devil fruit abilities from Logia, thunder fruit, lava fruit, sparkling fruit, and frozen fruit, they can give Luo Hu a great advantage in speed, control, and penetrating attack power. Even without the blessing of ultimate Haki, relying on the extremely powerful demon synthesis ability, Luo Hu is also very confident that he can kill a strong man of the same level alone. Soon, under Luo Hu's bloody slaughter, more than 1,000 celestial dragons who came to God Valley to participate in the human hunting competition were killed. There is only one person left. The scene was filled with corpses and blood, surging magma, broken bodies everywhere, and countless charred celestial dragons. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm a celestial dragon. As long as you release me, I can let the government fulfill all your wishes. I am celestial dragons, the most noble race in the world and the true God. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can promise you anything. Please set some conditions. Power, fame, status, money, beautiful women, all of these are acceptable. The last of the remaining celestial dragons had a look of horror on his face. He simply couldn't believe that they, the descendants of the great creator, will be killed by mortals like this. The scene on the scene was so shocking. As the world's aristocrats, they were treated like pigs and dogs and slaughtered wantonly. Even worse than pigs and dogs. He turned around and looked at the densely packed corpses, feeling somewhat confused as to where to run. Boom! An extremely terrifying thunder roared. Luo Hu's body instantly appeared behind him. The extremely white sword of virtue in his hand, which had already killed more than 10,000 people, suddenly pierced through his body, from the chest to the back. This is the last celestial dragons, so Luo Hu doesn't intend to let him die as easily as before. Under the sharp blade, the exclusive clothing of celestial dragons that symbolize their noble status could not withstand the cutting at all. The celestial dragons whose bodies were pierced could only open their mouths helplessly and scream in extreme pain. The next moment, the magma in Luo Hu's hand began to flow, pouring straight into the celestial dragon's internal organs from the chest. Zizizi. The body of the last celestial dragons emitted bursts of roasted meat aroma on the spot, and the magma burning inside its body turned it into a pile of ashes in just a moment. After killing the last of the celestial dragons, Luo Hu looked at his currently perfect data panel and muttered to himself, "Although I may not be able to fight 3 Emperor-level generals with my heaven-defying talent like Rock's pervert, but I should be able to remain undefeated. Moreover, compared to absorbing the attribute balls of the strong, the improvement gained by directly killing the enemy seems to be a little faster." Luo Hu looked at the data that was exploding in front of him with a calm expression. He just killed at least 10,000 people on this side of the Valley of Gods. Most of them are agents of the CP organization and elite marine soldiers who want to rush over to rescue celestial dragons. Although the strength of these little Karami themselves is extremely weak. However, after death, these people were able to forcibly condense a dust-sized attribute ball. That is to say, every time you kill an enemy, Luo Hu can forcibly absorb about a point of 3-dimensional properties. Simply put, as long as Luo Hu is willing to kill, the more he kills, the stronger he will become. In just a few dozen minutes, Luo Hu's strength, agility, and stamina increased by at least 10,000 points on top of the original values. This speed is much faster than a confrontation with a strong opponent. After all, at present, Luo Hu's strength has reached the top level above the sea. Even if you fight against strong people like Whitebeard and Golden Lion, you won't get such a big improvement in a short time. I want to continue to grow stronger quickly. We have to grab the heads of the people on the world government side. Host Luo Hu. Age, 18. Power. Overlord level. Agility. Overlord level. Physical strength. Overlord level. Haki. Conqueror's Haki, top 100%. Armament Haki, top 100%. Observation Haki, top 100%. Physical skills, Lion Majesty, Thousand Slice Valley, Lion Majesty, Slash Wave, Eagle Claw Fist, Kong Punch, Thunderous A trigrams. Fruit abilities, Power Fruit, Lion Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Lava Fruit, Frozen Fruit, Sparkling Fruit. Next, these are our targets, the damn Knights of God. Luo Hu felt the murderous power bursting out of his body. In this battle of the Valley of Gods, he killed a total of 10,000 people on the side of the world government. Drops of icy rain were still floating in the sky of the Valley of Gods. These bean-sized raindrops slowly washed away the blood scabs that had already formed on Luo Hu's body, directly revealing Luo Hu's strong muscles that looked like they were made of steel. On top of these piled-up muscles, you can vaguely see the blue veins that are clearly visible due to the low body fat, like blue dragons swimming around. At this moment, the murderous aura on Luo Hu was so terrifying that it seemed to have condensed into a physical object. He is currently fighting against a top-level warrior who has surpassed the general level of the Rocks era and also possesses multiple fruit abilities. It takes this kind of strength to be called a real man. A man without power is no different from trash. Luo Hu's tone was grim, a murderous look on his face. Thunder and lightning immediately appeared from the powerful body, and it rushed towards Whitebeard, who was in a relatively relaxed situation. Pick the weak ones and kill them. However, just as Luo Hu was preparing to act, from the deepest part of the Valley of God's battlefield, there came a burst of noise mixed with joy, sadness, pain, and fear. Luo Hu looked back slightly. Soon, I recognized the source of the noisy noises. It was indeed the sound made by the slaves imprisoned by the celestial dragons escaping during the Battle of God Valley in the plot. If nothing unexpected happens, these slaves will basically be killed by celestial dragons. But unfortunately, due to the intervention of the Rock's pirate, a small number of slaves eventually escaped and became powerful figures on the side of justice in later generations. Even Luo Hu clearly recognized the tyrant bear who was the most tragic, but also the gentlest character in the plot. At this moment, this guy was running away for his life in any direction with a little boy with an afro and crying madly. God, please give me a way out. I don't want to come back to this place anymore. If there is really a paradise in this world, why are there still demons in the world? Bear, don't hesitate. Let's eat the devil fruits. These are the precious treasures that celestial dragons use as prizes for the competition. If we eat these devil fruits, we should be able to escape from hell. Bartholomew and Ivankov, who had an afro, were fleeing frantically, stepping on countless corpses whose heads were chopped off by Luo Hu. While running away, they were trying hard to open the treasure box containing the devil fruit that they had secretly stolen. The reason they had the opportunity to escape from the celestial dragon's prison, which specifically held slaves. It was all because of the appearance of the young Marine who took them by surprise. If it weren't for the young Marine who broke the cages holding all the slaves, perhaps the fate that awaited them would be execution by the celestial dragons. They did not see clearly the face of the benefactor who rescued them, but they vaguely saw that under the wide green robe was a young Marine general. The Marine general wielded his claws and killed dozens of guards, then released all of them. By the way, he snatched a devil fruit treasure box and left the scene in a hurry. Ivankov, Ginny, and Bear, who had already known that the prize of celestial dragons was very valuable, had already had a very clear plan. The moment they escaped from the cage, the three of them grabbed a devil fruit treasure box each and then began their life-threatening escape. And now, when he escapes in front of Luo Hu, it is the time when he wants to leave by using the ability of devil fruit. Among the three of them, except Ginny who has eaten the paramecia eavesdropping fruit, the remaining two are ordinary people without special abilities. Hurry up and open the treasure box. Seeing the countless corpses lined up everywhere, Ivankov was so frightened that he burst into tears. He frantically urged the stronger bear cub to smash the treasure box, take out the devil fruit, and send everyone away from this hellish place. However, just as the three little ones were looking forward to watching the little bear open all three treasure boxes with one punch, revealing the exquisite devil fruits covered with various strange patterns, a figure like an iron tower stood in front of the three little ghosts. The three of them looked up in fear. Suddenly they saw Luo Hu, with murderous eyes, standing in front of the three of them without them knowing when. Gurgle! Everyone swallowed hard, looking at the extremely powerful pirates in front of them with some bewilderment. Bring the devil fruit here. Luo Hu didn't say any more nonsense and directly ordered the three little devils to hand over all the devil fruit they had snatched to him. Okay. Pirates, please don't kill us. All these devil fruits are yours. After hearing Luo Hu's words, which seemed to have no meaning or emotion at all, the three little ghosts were so scared that their hearts started beating wildly. Even if you are unwilling in your heart, none of the three dared to utter a word of rebuttal, but respectfully pushed the three treasure boxes containing devil fruit to Luo Hu's feet. Finally, they quietly waited for the punishment from the devil-like man in front of them. Luo Hu looked calmly at the three glowing and extremely precious devil fruits in front of him. The first one is the one with the most perfect form and is known as the strongest Zoan. Zoan, fish fruit. Mythical beast, blue dragon form fruit. This blue dragon fruit is the best match for Kaido to achieve the title of the world's strongest creature in the future. In the original plot, if Charlotte Linlin had not pushed Ivankov away and snatched the blue dragon fruit at the critical moment, perhaps there will be a blue dragon that looks like a S************ E in this world. Fortunately, even though Charlotte Linlin had no chance to stop Ivankov this time, the blue dragon fruit was still intercepted by Luo Hu on the spot. I can only say that this may be fate. Ivankov, who is born gay, can only eat the hormone fruit next to the blue dragon fruit. As for the last treasure box containing devil fruit, there is a fruit similar to a bear's paw inside. According to Luo Hu's estimate, this devil fruit that looks like a bear's paw should be the paramecia fruit that Bartholomew is about to eat. Luo Hu looked at the two devil fruits in front of him with great admiration, which were considered to be god level in the same series. Then he gently took it in his hand. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Zoan fish fruit. Mythical beast, blue dragon form ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the power of the paramecia meatball fruit. As the system's prompt sounded, two extremely powerful devil fruits appeared in Luo Hu's body again. As for the other paramecia hormone fruit, Luo Hu actually disliked it very much and kicked it and the box into Ivankov's hands. After all, he doesn't want to become a gay because of this fruit ability, which doesn't improve his ability at all. Master Pirates, excuse me. Can we leave? We want to go home, although we don't have a home anymore. After seeing that Luo Hu had taken away all the devil fruit, Xiongzai suppressed his inner fear and looked up at Luo Hu, who was like an iron tower and full of murderous aura. Let's go. I'm not some ruthless killer. You little brats, your attitude makes it seem like I'm a bad guy. Luo Hu, who successfully harvested the powerful devil fruit, waved his hand and let go of the 3 little devils who were already pale. Thank you, Mr. Pirates. We will leave now. We will not cause any trouble to you. Seeing that Luo Hu was actually willing to give them a way out, the little girl Ginny happily knelt down on the spot to express her gratitude. However, before the 3 of them could walk 2 or 3 steps away, Luo Hu's calm voice sounded again. Wait! After hearing this plain voice, the 3 boys were so frightened that they froze in place. Even Ivankov, who was more quick-witted, had already thought that Luo Hu might want to kill all 3 of them to silence them. After all, the almost densely packed pile of corpses of the scene must have been chopped to pieces by this man. After all, there is no one else around here. Just as the 3 little ghosts were trembling with fear, squatting on the spot waiting for Luo Hu's words. But the little bear only felt a warm, big hand pressing on his head. You dropped something. This devil fruit is the best for you. Practice well. Maybe one day we will meet again. Luo Hu gently put the meatball fruit back into Bartholomew's hand. Since it has absorbed the properties of the meatball fruit, there is no point in keeping it any longer, so it is better to give it to the person who is most suitable for him. Xiong Cub looked up at Luo Hu in confusion, and then his tall figure turned into lightning and disappeared in an instant. He took back his devil fruit somewhat at a loss. Let's go, Bear Cub. We are all lucky to have survived. Ginny happily hugged Bear Cub's neck and lamented the fickleness of fate, but also the luck that had its own arrangements. At this time, Luo Hu, who had already absorbed the azure dragon fruit, began to use the magical ability of this Zoan devil fruit at the same time as he flew towards the battlefield. Crash! Luo Hu's body changed at an extremely fast speed. His originally tense muscles twisted like a python, and were also inflating and expanding rapidly. With a ripping sound, the fine shirt Luo Hu was wearing could no longer withstand the pressure from the swollen muscles and was torn into rags. It looked like the master in Lin Zhengying's movie was using his muscles to exert his full power, full of terrifying muscle pressure. Luo Hu at this moment is undergoing secondary development due to the Qinglong fruit. His height has directly exceeded 6 meters, exactly the same as Whitebeard. His muscles are tight, swollen, and twisted on his wrists, chest, and back, and his thighs are filled with absolute power. And because of the deformation of the azure dragon fruit, Luo Hu's entire body was covered with dense, seemingly extremely solid blue-green dragon scales almost at the same time. The thick and long red blood vessels covered every inch of skin all over the body, as scary as black earthworms crawling out after the rain, and the thick dragon tail that extended for several meters also looked extremely majestic. At this moment, Luo Hu truly felt that his strength was almost at its peak. Powerful strength, agility, Haki, defense, recovery, and attack are all at the top level above the sea. If only Luo Hu had the chance to break through his Haki level to the ultimate, then even the current overlord of the sea, Rox-D, Zebek, will definitely be brought down by Luo Hu. Although Luo Hu's desire to kill all celestial dragons does not conflict with Rock's dream of becoming the world's overlord. However, Luo Hu never thought that such an ambitious guy as Rox would allow the existence of someone who is almost the same as him, or even slightly stronger than him, after the victory of the war. Even in the entire Rox pirate, all the captains would not consider themselves as part of this team. Everyone just came together to form such a huge pirates organization just for the sake of profit. After all, each of the captains of the 7 major teams possesses the top-level conqueror's Haki. If you want to make such people willingly bow their heads and do things, it is not just the use of force that can do it. However, Now is not the time to talk about these things. The most important thing is to fight the war in the Valley of Gods. Luo Hu, who has killed more than 1,000 celestial dragons, still needs the help of the huge organization of Rock's C group to kill Saint Emperor Mariehua to fulfill his dream of slaughtering all celestial dragons. Rocks and others may also have the same idea, but are unknown to others. As for Luo Hu's current above-average height and terrifying image, they are not permanent. As long as he stops using the ability of the blue dragon fruit, Luo Hu will return to his normal form. But in terms of the height that has already been broken, it has not recovered so much. But in the crazy world of pirates, being 6 meters tall is not a particularly strange thing. After all, even a very ordinary little marine in the naval headquarters may be over 1.9 meters tall. There are giants with heights of more than 10 meters, dozens of meters, or even more than 180 meters. There are also many of them on the sea. If you want to restore your normal height, you can only do so through special training techniques and life restoration. Kulalalala, Sengoku. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Pick a good place in advance. Laozi will come to see you when he is free. On the other side, Whitebeard, who was fighting against two powerful men, immediately smiled knowingly when he saw Luo Hu had killed all the celestial dragons and was rushing towards him. At this moment, he had some more injuries on his body. There was no point in continuing to fight Sengoku and the members of the Knights of God. It would only make things worse for no reason. However, if Luo Hu followed him, then he would have absolute confidence that he could quickly cut off the head of the seriously injured Sengoku. As for the member of the Knights of God next to him, Whitebeard never thought that this guy could resist a pervert like Luo Hu, who was strong and fierce, and also a user of multiple fruits. Kulalalala, this time it's Zoan's blue dragon fruit. I'm really envious. Whitebeard couldn't help but show envy as he looked at Luo Hu, who was getting closer and closer to him and whose height was almost the same as his. At this moment, he was still struggling because he couldn't find a devil fruit that suited him. Whitebeard believed that his current strength had already reached the peak level, and that continuing to practice would not improve his level much. At this time, a devil fruit that suits you will be a great help. Even Whitebeard believes that he has a good chance of breaking through to the top-level Haki directly and reaching a level that is almost the same as Rock's due to the devil fruit's ability. Although this is just imagination, it is possible. Compared with Rock's, Whitebeard's personal talent is only inferior to that of Rock's and Haki. Rock's Conqueror's Haki has been upgraded to the ultimate level and has a powerful talent for super strength and a more suitable teleportation fruit. And Whitebeard also raised Conqueror's Haki to the top level and was only one step away from achieving the ultimate. And he also possesses the talent of super strength. The only thing missing now is a devil fruit ability that suits me, which can be used to instantly improve my overall three-dimensional attributes and achieve the goal of breaking through Haki. Damn it, you damn Godslayer. You killed so many gods. Your crime is simply heinous. 5 elders will definitely use the highest power in the world. And you, the member of the Knights of God, who was swept away several meters by Whitebeard's sword and landed right in front of Luo Hu, looked annoyed and angry and yelled, "Just wait for your death." The black-robed young man, who was a member of the Knights of God and had a powerful aura and was obviously a top-level warrior, looked at Luo Hu with an extremely bad tone. However, facing his words, Luo Hu did not show any anger. He just looked disdainful and responded indifferently. Celestial dragons? It's just maggots swarming out of the cesspool. A race like this is worthy of being called a god? Then doesn't that mean that Wanakuni's bunch of stinky fly warriors can also be called priests? Oh, no. It seems that among the 5 elders who are the highest authority in the world, there's indeed a priest from Wanakuni. Luo Hu's tone was neither salty nor bland, but it was full of deadly sarcasm. The members of the Knights of God, who had always cherished the reputation of their race, could no longer bear the rage in their hearts. Bang! He stepped on the ground, and a black Haki flashed across his calf. Then his body disappeared in an instant. A dense spider web of cracks appeared on the hard rock ground. Countless broken stones flew everywhere, and directly pierced the heads of the unlucky pirates one after another. "You damned evil ghost, I'm going to kill you." With the support of top-level Marine 6 styles, this member of God's Knights reached ultimate speed, and ordinary people could not see his movements at all. Just when he thought he was going to succeed so easily and hit Luo Hu, a man who did not deserve his reputation and was only interested in bullying the weak, with one punch. Next moment, Luo Hu's big hand, as hard as a black iron hydraulic press, suddenly grabbed in front of him. With a loud bang, the magma exploded, lightning and thunder roared, and the scorching hot air spread everywhere. The first member of the Knights of God to launch a sneak attack. The fist wrapped with armament Haki was forcibly grasped in Luo Hu's hand and could not move at all. How could it be? How can your power be so terrifying? A user of the ability of the multi-fruit. Why on earth did the curse of the sea disappear? This unknown member of the Knights looked at Luo Hu with an extremely shocked expression as he was surrounded by magma, ice, flashes, thunder, and various devil fruit abilities. He tried his best to pull out his fist and get away from this monster Luo Hu, but he was still unable to break free from Luo Hu's wrist, which was bulging with veins and tense and tightly fixed. He. Nothing is impossible, kid. The Knights of God should also be a type of celestial dragons, right? Perhaps they are one of the more powerful celestial dragons. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll just kill all of you. Luo Hu forced out a signature smile of an evil villain and moved his neck, making a crackling sound. Then he simply loosened the fist of the member of the Knights of God in front of him and let the other party do whatever he wants. Today I have obtained the power of a god-level Zoan devil fruit. I think my strength has been raised to the top level. Then, I would like you, a powerful celestial dragon, to test my pure physical strength. You are very lucky. You will be the first noble celestial dragon to feel the full power of Laozi and be killed calmly. Luo Hu's tone is very humorous. At this moment, he has reached the ultimate level of confidence in his overall strength. The members of the Knights of God must be strong people of the same level as the captain of the Rock's pirate team. It is slightly inferior, but the gap is definitely not too big. It is absolutely most appropriate to use such a strong man as a sandbag to train the degree of physical compatibility. You damn devil, stop looking down on me. Laozi is the most noble celestial dragon in the world. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Boom! It was a loud explosion. He clenched his fist again, wrapped it with 2-color Haki. With a fist that had a ray of power above the sea, he broke through the air, and the airflow exploded, filled with powerful force, and instantly slammed into Luo Hu's chest covered with green dragon scales. Not enough power, and the speed is also pitifully poor. Boxers! Luo Hu felt the not-so-severe pain in his chest, and then he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist with veins popping out. A violent black thunderstorm flashed across his fist, and at the same time, it was mixed with blazing magma and violent blue lightning. At that moment, when the words haven't even fallen yet, a quick and fierce punch hit the sternum of this member of the Knights of God directly. Snap, snap, snap! In an instant, the continuous sound of broken bones cracking rang out dully inside his body. Sharp bone cracks pierced out along the broken chest, carrying with them pieces of shattered bloody organs. But it has come to this point at this moment. This member of the Knights of God couldn't care less, nor did he have the opportunity to do so. He could only use all his strength to continue fighting against the terrifying pirates in front of him. For a moment, 2 terrifying figures representing justice and evil began to punch and collide rapidly, making bursts of muffled sounds. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Click, 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 click. The sound was crisp, and every time there was a show of strength, there would be a sound representing one or several bones in the body breaking. It was as terrible as the devil's low moan in a life-and-death duel. The rocks on all sides were shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the 2 men and flew all over the sky. Countless Marines and pirates, even those who are very far away, will be affected. Their heads will be instantly broken by these broken rocks, and they will fall to the ground and die on the spot. It is the enormous destructive power that can be generated by the battle between top-level strong men. No matter how far the distance is, it is possible to become a lucky, unlucky person. The two figures moved quickly, each of them bursting their power to ultimate. The battlefield, with a radius of 4 or 5 kilometers, seemed to be raised to the ground and sank directly into the seabed. It was destroyed horribly. After a few minutes, at this moment, Luo Hu and the member of the Knights of God in front of him have been fighting for no less than 200 moves. But relatively speaking, Luo Hu is in extremely good condition all over at this moment. Every inch of skin, muscle, and bone was sublimated in the battle, reaching a state where they could be controlled as easily as an arm. But the members of the Knights of God on the opposite side are a different story. In the confrontation with Luo Hu's terrifying power and extremely strong ability to withstand blows, he was in a state of extreme suppression in almost all aspects. At this moment, he had more than 200 bones in his body, and at least 190 of them were broken. The tibia, the spine, and so on, the most important bones used to support human life, were also broken into countless pieces in minutes. He was only relying on his dignity as a celestial dragon to hold on and not fall. But Luo Hu doesn't care so much. Having already mastered the condition of his entire body, he just wanted to quickly deal with all the strong men and continue to increase his own strength. Oh, by one wow, Luo Hu sneered like a villain, with murderous intent in his heart. His two palms instantly burst out with terrifying high temperature, fiery magma breath, and violent thundering power, and he slammed towards the already broken body in front of him without mercy. At this moment, the members of the Knights of God, who had basically no defense capabilities, could only move their eyes slightly, and deep in their pupils revealed a trace of fear that had never appeared before. The magma, thunder, flash, and freezing abilities on Luo Hu's body made him feel as terrifying as if he was fighting with a real god. There is no way to defeat him at all, but I already knew I was going to die. But before facing death, he still wanted to make the last possible way to escape. Six styles, iron body, black steel. His face was distorted, and he endured the severe pain from the countless broken bones in his body and performed a distorted and unrecognizable Marine 6 styles technique. By tensing my muscles to maximize my defense, and then using Armament Haki's hardened coating, I hope I can survive this attack. However, all this is just a spent force in front of Luo Hu at this moment. Luo Hu's punch, mixed with countless elemental energies, penetrated his chest with ease, instantly destroying the heart inside into pieces of flesh on the ground. The extremely hot magma and violent lightning flowed madly along the blood in his body, burning all the internal organs of his body into a black carbonized state. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his throat, which had been burned to charcoal, could no longer make any sound. The adrenaline was surging wildly, allowing him to barely stay in this world for the last few seconds. Plop! Luo Hu slowly pulled out his iron fist that was inserted into the opponent's body, allowing the opponent's body that had lost its supporting strength to turn a few circles on the spot and then collapse to the ground. At this moment, the miserable condition of this member of the Knights of God was nothing short of horrifying. Except for the skin on the surface, which still retained some basic blood color, the entire body had already turned into charcoal, emitting black smoke. His broken body fell to the ground. The black body continued to ooze out the last trace of blood, and the hall had disappeared, no longer having that powerful beating heart. At this moment, the members of the Knights of God only had the strength to breathe for the last few times. A top-level general of his generation, in such a short period of time, he was beaten into this horrible state. He lay on the ground, holding on to his last breath, looking at Luo Hu with a distracted look, and spoke in an extremely weak and hoarse voice that was difficult to hear. Hee, do you think you can conquer me like this? The great celestial dragon's family will never surrender to any lowly nation I'll wait for you on the way to hell. The fifth, Elder Star, Master, is coming. MO, a new way. The highest authority in the world will personally send a pariah like you to hell. Luo Hu looked calmly at the member of the Knights of God in front of him as he spoke his last words. It has to be said that at this moment, he was indeed a little surprised by these celestial dragons with high intelligence and high strength. It seems that the facts are indeed as everyone guessed. The world government that has been able to rule the world for 800 years without being destroyed by anyone cannot possibly be composed entirely of good-for-nothings. Those stupid celestial dragons protected by the Marine are just a few of the smart ones among the tens of millions of celestial dragon families. During the 800 years of development of the celestial dragon's family, there must be countless strong people within the family. The existence of top-notch warriors like the 5 elders and the Knights of God alone is enough to prove that there must be extremely talented warriors among the celestial dragons. And as the world's nobles, all the dragons are still awakening. Conqueror's Haki. This aspect is definitely easier than ordinary civilians, and if you have a little talent, there may be no threshold to block you. However, Luo Hu has no fear of this. The reason for his existence is to kill all celestial dragons. Kill them all without leaving a single one, no matter whether they're good celestial dragons or bad celestial dragons. As long as they are celestial dragons, they must die. No matter how powerful the hidden strength of these guys is, it will eventually become the nourishment for him to become stronger. I want to say something, as if he had noticed the emotional change on Luo Hu's face at the last moment. The member of the Knights of God who had fallen to the ground smiled with satisfaction, wanting to express his great celestial dragon's concept once again. However, the reality is that Luo Hu didn't give any chance at all. His eyes turned cold. He raised his huge foot. A black light flashed, and while Haki was entangled, he stomped down hard on the opponent's head, which had already been cracked with all his strength. The scene was like stepping on a cockroach. Puff! Snap! Water splattered and the head burst into pieces. The head of this powerful member of the Knights of God was crushed to pieces by Luo Hu on the spot. It was even completely stuck to the ground like glutinous rice paste. It was a horrible sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 977 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 361 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 3,008 points of physical strength. After crushing the opponent's head with 1 foot, Luo Hu also received the attribute ball energy condensed from all the attributes of this knight's member. At this moment, all the energy of a top-level strongman combined is not enough to improve Luo Hu. However, I can only say that something is better than nothing. Killing a strong man will not give you much improvement. Then kill 10. If 10 of them don't work, they will overthrow the entire world government. However, just as Luo Hu turned his murderous gaze to the side, where Sengoku was still fighting fiercely with Whitebeard, reinforcements from world government have appeared. 5 magical pentagram patterns with strange patterns and the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 in the center appeared on the originally broken ground of the Valley of Gods. The world's highest power is here. Then let's take a look at what the 5 old men who are praised by Oda are capable of. Luo Hu muttered to himself and looked at the magic circle behind Sengoku with full preparedness. Many readers are still not aware of the Knights of God, which consists of 9 people. The highest authority in the world will personally send a pariah like you to hell. Luo Hu looked calmly at the member of the Knights of God in front of him as he spoke his last words. It has to be said that at this moment, he was indeed a little surprised by these celestial dragons with high intelligence and high strength. It seems that the facts are indeed as everyone guessed. The world government that has been able to rule the world for 800 years without being destroyed by anyone cannot possibly be composed entirely of good-for-nothings. Those stupid celestial dragons protected by the marine are just a few of the smart ones among the tens of millions of celestial dragon families. During the 800 years of development of the celestial dragon's family, there must be countless strong people within the family. The existence of top-notch warriors like the 5 elders and the Knights of God alone is enough to prove that there must be extremely talented warriors among the celestial dragons. And as the world's nobles, all the dragons are still awakening. Conquerors Haki. This aspect is definitely easier than ordinary civilians, and if you have a little talent, there may be no threshold to block you. However, Luo Hu has no fear of this. The reason for his existence is to kill all celestial dragons. Kill them all without leaving a single one, no matter whether they are good celestial dragons or bad celestial dragons. As long as they are celestial dragons, they must die. No matter how powerful the hidden strength of these guys is, it will eventually become the nourishment for him to become stronger. I want to say something. As if he had noticed the emotional change on Luo Hu's face at the last moment. The member of the Knights of God who had fallen to the ground smiled with satisfaction, wanting to express his great celestial dragon's concept once again. However, the reality is that Luo Hu didn't give any chance at all. His eyes turned cold. He raised his huge foot. A black light flashed, and while Haki was entangled, he stomped down hard on the opponent's head, which had already been cracked, with all his strength. The scene was like stepping on a cockroach. Puff! Snap! Water splattered and the head burst into pieces. The head of this powerful member of the Knights of God was crushed to pieces by Luo Hu on the spot. It was even completely stuck to the ground like glutinous rice paste. It was a horrible sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 977 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 361 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 3,008 points of physical strength. After crushing the opponent's head with 1 foot, Luo Hu also received the attribute ball energy condensed from all the attributes of this knight's member. At this moment, all the energy of a top-level strongman combined is not enough to improve Luo Hu. However, I can only say that something is better than nothing. Killing a strong man will not give you much improvement. Then kill 10. If 10 of them don't work, they will overthrow the entire world government. However, just as Luo Hu turned his murderous gaze to the side, where Sengoku was still fighting fiercely with Whitebeard, reinforcements from world government have appeared. 5 magical pentagram patterns with strange patterns and the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 in the center appeared on the originally broken ground of the Valley of Gods. The world's highest power is here. Then let's take a look at what the 5 old men who are praised by Oda are capable of. Luo Hu muttered to himself and looked at the magic circle behind Sengoku with full preparedness. Many readers are still not aware of the Knights of God, which consists of 9 people. Damn it, I was so careless. After suffering such a heavy blow again, the members of God's Knights quickly retreated dozens of steps and did not dare to get any closer. Kong naturally didn't dare to deal with rocks alone and retreated to the side at the same time. As for the other Golden Lion and others, they were still stuck in a stalemate battle and unable to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz! An extremely dull and oppressive voice appeared. 5 black shadows with the image of terrifying monsters began to appear in the center of the magic circle that was gradually becoming illusory. After the magic circle completely disappeared, 5 old men with extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the Valley of Gods. These 5 old figures with dark aura and eyes that seemed to be in the endless abyss stood quietly in place and casually glanced at the scene full of corpses, bloody bodies, broken limbs, and lakes of blood. In the eyes of ordinary people, this extremely shocking hell scene seemed like commonplace in front of the 5 of them and did not cause any emotional changes at all. It was clearly just a casual look. The Marines and countless crazy pirates of the scene suddenly began to tremble and took a few steps back subconsciously. Their pupils contracted tightly and they felt as if they were being stared at by 5 indescribable monsters. It was creepy. On the entire battlefield, except for those who have reached the Admiral level, almost everyone has been affected by the strong aura to varying degrees. Hey. Who are these 5 old guys? What a big Haki. Is this another trump card of the world government? It looks like that. His momentum is even comparable to Captain Rox, right? Perhaps only the captains among us Rox pirates can contend with such a strong man. In fact, it's very likely that only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the captain of the 7th Division have a chance to fight them head-on. After a few minutes of depressing scene, the pirates slowly adapted to this harsh situation. Everyone was discussing how powerful these 5 old men who suddenly appeared were. Judging from his momentum, he has far surpassed the 3 last-place captains John, Silver Axe, and Achaku. 5 elders. The seriously injured member of the Knights of God, who was stabbed in the chest by Rox, looked at the figure walking towards him and responded in a low voice. One of the 5 elders with the highest power in the world government financial martial god, Izambaron V. Nasajuro Saint. He walked slowly to the opposite side of Rox, holding a black and bloody long knife in his right hand, with an extremely fierce aura. Damn Rox! He actually killed so many gods for no reason. It's a heinous crime. From now on, I will be your opponent. As soon as the bald 5 elders appeared, he sensed that except for the Knights of God, there was no celestial dragon left alive in the entire Valley of God. Relying on preconceived notions, the bald 5 elders immediately determined that it was Rox, the evil big pirate, who killed all the celestial dragons. After hearing the other party's affirmative words, even Rox was a little confused. As a world-leading pirate, he was targeted by both Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanya and Kong as soon as he appeared. Another member of the Knights of God came from behind, putting him in a 1-on-3 battle, which was quite difficult. In this situation, how would he use his head to kill these 1,000 or so celestial dragons? This bald guy has absolutely no moral principles and only slanders his friendly big pirate's character out of thin air. It was obviously Luo Hu who was killing people at the scene. This bald guy actually forced such a title on himself. In response, Rox could only glance at the bald 5 elders who wanted to challenge him in a 1-on-1 fight as if he was an idiot. You should be the immortals that appeared in the historical records. I've already done some research on you 5 old guys. I think ordinary methods can't kill you. But what if Lousy tells you that the world's strongest Logia devil fruit has been obtained by Lousy? Rox looked relaxed and slowly opened the devil fruit box in his hand. The reason why he made such a fuss about the celestial dragon's hunting plan this time was because when he went to West Blue before, he accidentally heard a message from a little girl who could control Den Mushy. There is a devil fruit in there that is known as the most vicious one and can restrain users of 3 types of abilities and directly make all abilities ineffective. Logia Dark Fruit Ability. After all the slaves escaped in large numbers for some reason, Rox used his powerful observation Haki to sense the devil fruit that best suited him. So, after killing Marshal Netanya with a single blow under great pressure, he instantly disappeared with the power of the teleportation fruit in his body, and then snatched the devil fruit that was related to him from an unknown little Karami. What is that? How did something like dark fruit appear in your hands? Haven't I already ordered the CP organization to delete this devil fruit from the illustrated guide and move it to the treasury for safekeeping? The bald 5 elders looked at Rox in disbelief as he slowly opened the treasure box and took out a purple fruit. After staring for a moment, he knew clearly that Rox was not cheating him. It is indeed known as the most evil devil fruit in history. It's out of this world. Besides the sun god Nika, the only thing that can restrain their abilities. And in fruit is the 6th from the bottom. After the bald 5 elders confirmed that the devil fruit in Rox's hand was indeed the most evil dark fruit, he could no longer maintain his originally serious and cold expression. Having lived for more than 800 years, he stood there looking somewhat at a loss. Originally, with his abilities of eternal life and immortality, He would not be afraid of anything. But after seeing with his own eyes that rocks had acquired such a vicious ability, bald five elders began to sweat like crazy, dripping like rain. Even in this scenario, he didn't have time to come up with any way to dissuade rocks from eating the devil fruit. The other party is really too confident. It seems that he must have read some ancient documents and learned about their special abilities, so he chose dark fruit as a means to deal with the immortals. The bald five elders gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his originally calm heartbeat seemed a little rapid at this moment. On the other side, the five elders had already attacked and severely injured John, Silver Axe, and Achaku. After noticing the situation on Rock's side, they all stopped chasing and gathered together. The five people looked at Rocks, who swallowed the whole devil fruit in one gulp with serious eyes, and then looked at each other in surprise. The situation is now somewhat serious. Once the Rocks master the dark fruit's abilities, it would prove that the other side has the power to kill them. This kind of situation must never be allowed to happen. The five elders directly surrounded Rocks at the center from 5 angles, staring intently at the black smoke that was constantly emanating from Rock's body, torso, and skin. That is the ultimate darkness besides light. Once they are infected by this darkness, even if they are the most powerful people in the world, they will still lose all their abilities. It even includes the means to achieve immortality, the world's highest power. The five elders are about to take action. What kind of power do the 5 old guys who control the entire world have? Can the 5 of them kill Rocks? It's so shocking. These are the real strong ones. Compared to them, the hundreds of thousands of us fighting here is just like playing house. As the 5 elders formed their battle formation, countless Marines and pirates on the entire God's Valley were shocked. Compared to these few top strong men, their weak pirates and Marines are simply vulnerable. Even a strong man at the level of a general emperor can easily kill more than 100,000 lives as long as he has enough time and physical strength. At this time, even a rookie like Garp stopped his continuous iron fist attacks and chose to stand still and watch, allowing the Golden Lion to escape back into the sky. Except for the lower-level Marine pirate CP agents, who are still fighting nonstop. All the top powers have chosen to stop and watch the conflict between Rocks and the world's highest power. Luo Hu was naturally the closest without exception, because, in Luo Hu's view, this is a great opportunity for him to break through to the ultimate Haki. Just rush in when a fierce fight breaks out between the Rocks and 5 elders and absorb the attributes they drop. The ultimate Haki is within your reach. Ha 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 ha. 5 people. Talk about the highest power in the world. And they're actually playing this kind of cheap gang fighting game. Seeing that he was surrounded by 5 elders in all 5 directions, Rocks also began to sweat profusely. At this moment, he had just eaten the dark fruit. If he really fought with the 5 elders here, even if he could try his best to kill 1 or 2 people, the final outcome would definitely be death. Just surrender. Rocks, do you think that kind of cheap provocation will have any effect on us? This world is not for playing house. Before Rocks finished speaking, 5 elders topman Vachali Saint, who had a white oxhorn pot next to him similar to Whitebeard, said expressionlessly. With their mentality and wisdom after living for more than 800 years, this kind of low-level verbal provocation will have no effect at all. Any method that can kill the opponent is the best method. No matter what the process is, as long as the result is good, it is a very commendable means. After finishing his speech, Saint Vachali's eyes focused, and then a powerful Haki that seemed to have no boundaries began to emanate from him. The target is the surrounded Rocks-D, Zebek. However, this is not the end. At the same time, when Saint Vachali unleashed the powerful Conqueror's Haki, the other 4-5 elders also displayed their momentum in an extraordinary and diverse manner. Wave after wave of powerful Haki energy erupted from their center. All 5 of them are ultimate Conqueror's Haki of the same level. All the Haki condensed together, creating a terrifying wave of air like a nuclear bomb explosion. The powerful Haki storm rushed towards Rock's position in midair. The The surroundings were almost densely packed with extremely violent black thunderstorms. The moment these black thunderstorms emerged, they smashed the already damaged Valley of God into densely packed black pits again. This purgatory-like Haki washed over, shaking the entire ground into pieces along the way. In addition to the ground and hard rocks, the pirates and marines that were a little closer to the side were all shaken into a bloody mist by the power of the Conqueror's Haki. This is a power that can only be possessed when Conqueror's Haki reaches a certain level. Directly cause large-scale impact and damage to external objects. All of the Conqueror's Haki of the 5 Elders are ultimate. The moment the 5 people launch Conquerors together, at least 4,000 pirates and marines who chose to stop and watch out of curiosity were crushed into pieces by their Haki at the same time and died tragically on the spot. However, Rox, who was in the center of this powerful Conquerors group, remained expressionless. He stood there with a relaxed and natural look. He chose not to respond to the 5 Elders' attack with his own Conquerors, because besides the fact that it was unnecessary, there was another reason that he couldn't beat the Haki of 5 people. Anyway, with his current strength, Haki of this level can hardly have much impact. If everyone is at the same level and Conqueror's Haki is used to scare, then make an appointment. It's like a child playing house and glaring at each other angrily. No effect. Certainly, Luo Hu, who is closest to the 5 Elders, doesn't think so. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Level breakthrough. Ultimate, current progress, 7.31%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's Haki attributes. Strength increased. Ultimate, current progress, 17.16%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. Strength enhancement, ultimate, current progress, 37.43%. The moment the system's attribute absorption prompt sounded, the huge spiritual power surged in Luo Hu's mind. The top Conqueror's Haki broke through the last barrier. The Conqueror's Haki lurking in the mind became more majestic and terrifying like a mountain. Once you specifically launch the ultimate Conqueror's Haki attack on one person or a small group of enemies, as long as the opponent's willpower or Haki level is less than 2 levels, he will be crushed into pieces by the substantial Conquerors. In other words, when it comes to the Conqueror's Haki confrontation, the owner of a Conqueror's Haki who is below the advanced level will be directly crushed by the ultimate and become an idiot. Those who fail to defend in time may even be killed instantly by the actual Conquerors and turned into a bloody mess. Moreover, the improvement of Conqueror's Haki quality will directly further boost the strength of Conqueror's entanglement attack. This feeling was very strange, just like an ordinary person suddenly mastered the power of God. He didn't even need to do anything. He could easily kill anyone with just a thought. At this moment, Luo Hu's eyes, which were originally calm and slightly murderous, became even deeper and darker. The whole person is filled with a peculiar temperament, as if he has undergone a qualitative change. This is the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. If I had obtained it earlier, I could have used it to kill celestial dragons. I could have crushed thousands of them with just a thought. Lao Zi's hands were so weak before he killed more than 1,000 of them. Rox, this old thief. He really keeps the good stuff hidden. After successfully breaking through his Conqueror's Haki to the ultimate level, Luo Hu no longer paid attention to the Rox who were surrounded by the 5 Elders. Instead, he directly targeted the member of the Knights of God who was seriously injured by Rox's knife before. Damn it, you damn pariah. What do you want to do? You wanted to kill me before the 5 Elders came. Now that the 5 Elders are here, you still want to kill me. Then the damn 5 Elders came here for nothing, didn't they? Come here and stop him for Lao Zi. The member of the Knights of God chosen by Luo Hu was frightened so much that his face turned extremely pale on the spot, and he could only scream sharply for help. All the strong men at the scene were sensing through observation Haki, and saw with their own eyes that Luo Hu killed a member of the Knights with a single punch. In other words, Luo Hu at this moment is definitely not on the same level as them. He has surpassed the highest combat power of Admiral according to the Naval Headquarters standards. Reached a level above Admiral. Luo Hu ignored Kong, who was rushing over to help him, but began to exude a powerful conqueror's aura from his whole body. The moment this Haki left the body, Luo Hu's pupils directly turned from black to an extremely deep blood red. Ultimate Haki. It's the ultimate conqueror's Haki. Damn it. Why did this guy improve so quickly? Is he really just a new Pirates member who has been at sea for less than half a year? What a talent this is. The moment Luo Hu displayed Conqueror's Haki, Staff Officer Crane, who had been observing the situation at all times, broke out in a cold sweat. As we all know, Conqueror's Haki is only possessed by a very small number of gifted people, even 1 in a million people. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki are divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, top, and ultimate, depending on their personal courage. And Conqueror's Haki is not like Armament Haki, where you can quickly increase your Haki level just by improving your physical strength. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated and can only be improved when a person's spirit reaches that condition. Most people who have the opportunity to awaken Conqueror's Haki will be limited to the intermediate or advanced stages. Being able to reach the top level of Conquerors is basically as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. After all, among the countless countries, countless islands, and tens of billions of people in the entire ocean, there are only less than 30 top-level Haki strongmen. This level is no longer something our Marines can handle. We must notify Garp and the others as soon as possible. Let's leave this mess to the government. Anyway, it was the Celestial Dragons from their side who messed with this monster Luo Hu. We have nothing to do with the rain. Staff Officer, he waved his hand expressionlessly and quietly ordered all Marines close to Luo Hu to retreat a distance. Kong, who was rushing forward, also noticed the change in Chief of Staff, his gestures, and deliberately slowed down his pace. The members of the Knights of God, who also realized that something was wrong, looked at Kong with embarrassment, as if he were an actor with no talent. This is too fake. Does it take so long for a Naval Headquarters top combat force to run such a distance? Damn you, Marine. When I escape, I will make sure you enjoy the most brutal torture in the world. He cursed inwardly in a low and angry voice, then quickly got ready to meet Luo Hu's attack. What do you want? Resist me. Luo Hu's eyes were cold, and his 2 arms were wrapped with lightning and magma, just like a meteorite falling from space, carrying extremely strong, hot energy. At the same time, the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit in his body also began to surge. His muscles quickly expanded and hardened, and the blue dragon scales were ferocious and terrifying. The dense purple-black dragon tendons were like a coiled dragon, full of terrifying power. Luo Hu slowly drew his sword. However, the next moment, he found that the sword of virtue in his hand, which was close to the level of a great sword, was deformed due to the high temperature generated by the entanglement between the thunder fruit and the lava fruit. What a pity. I wanted to win people over with my virtue. But I never thought that one day I would lose my martial virtues. After Luo Hu sighed in a humorous tone, he threw his Wuda sword aside and chose to use his physical strength to kill the members of the Knights of God in front of him. The sound of thunder sounded. Luo Hu's body instantly turned into a flash of lightning and chased in front of him. The terrifying magma kept dripping like a volcano erupting in an instant. Boom! Seeing their master being threatened, the senior agents of the CP organization who wanted to come to the rescue were quickly evaporated by the high-temperature magma and rotted like withered flowers and trees. Don't want. Damn it, you damn be ***ch. Don't come over here. The extremely sharp and fearful screams lingered in Luo Hu's ears. However, he didn't care at all and stretched out his palm, which was already on the dragon scales, and looked like a dragon claw. Phew! Luo Hu's sharp claws grabbed suddenly, and the powerful force directly grabbed the pale head of the Knights of God. Having been stabbed through the chest by a rock sword, he could die at any time from the serious injury and had no ability to resist at all. Luo Hu was naturally very happy to kill such an opponent who could be easily defeated. There is no need to waste effort on this kind of leak. The dragon scale claws squeezed suddenly, and terrifying power exploded from all over the body, crushing the head of the member of the Knights of God to the ground on the spot. Then, the extremely hot magma and exploding lightning instantly enveloped Luo Hu's palm, directly burned the celestial dragon's blood, brain matter, and all the flesh on your hands into ashes, completely returning to nothingness. Another celestial dragon's knight has died. Luo Hu really has a level beyond the highest combat power. Has another Rocks-level pirate been born? Seeing a top-level member of the Knights of God being killed again, all the powerful Marines at the scene could not help but exclaim in amazement. As we all know, once someone reaches the highest combat effectiveness of the Naval Headquarters standards, it is basically impossible to be killed, unless the gap between the two sides has been completely widened. Hey, how is this possible? It's not that easy to surpass the highest combat power. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Celestial Dragon's Knight who was killed was only injured by Rox's sword through the chest, so Luo Hu took advantage of him. How could someone break through that realm so easily? Absolutely. Even if the opponent was killed this time because of a serious injury, what about the Celestial Dragons that fought with Whitebeard before? It was killed in a one-on-one situation, and the injury had little effect. The captain of the Rocks Pirate 7th Division. His strength has really reached the highest level of combat power. After realizing this serious problem, frontline marine powerhouses such as Kongu, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, etc., all took a deep breath. To be able to easily kill a powerful warrior, Luo Hu must have reached the ultimate state of Haki. And the progress of Haki's training, who has reached the ultimate state, is quite high. What a scary guy. Back when we were on Alcatraz, I already knew that this kid was no good. If someone like me can join our naval headquarters, then marine justice will be realized in no time. Faced with Luo Hu, whose strength surpassed as in less than half a year, Kongu sighed for the first time and expressed his feelings on the spot. Is that guy really dead? I think he's faking his death. This kid Luo Hu is really capable. Compared to the group of people with solemn expressions, Garp, who was still in his younger years, approached the black pile that was burned to ashes by the lava thunder with some curiosity. Although Luo Hu's strength was already very oppressive, in Garp's opinion, nothing could be more fun than seeing a celestial dragon's warrior die in front of him. Even with his carefree personality, if the 5 elders and others were not present at the scene, he would have wanted to run to the back to see how magnificent the place was that had killed more than 1,000 celestial dragons. After joining the Marine for so many years, he has been stuck at the position of Vice Admiral and is unwilling to be promoted, because if he is promoted to Admiral, he will have to serve those stupid celestial dragons. Now all the more than 1,000 celestial dragons have been killed, which is exactly what he wanted. Luo Hu is a person who truly did what he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Shut up, Garp. The war isn't over yet. How can you say such things? They've been burned to ashes. How could they not be dead? Sengoku, who was standing next to Garp, was naturally very sensitive and heard Garp's low whispers. Although Sengoku didn't think Garp had said anything wrong at the moment, this was not the place to tell the truth after all. The world's highest authority, the 5 elders, are still here. If those old guys heard this, they would probably make things difficult for Marine. So you can't say things like that. I really can't do anything about you. So just pretend I never said that. Garp scratched his black hair with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, trying to force everyone to forget what he had just said. The other strong men who were also in the Marine array naturally didn't say much. They just shook their heads helplessly and chose to ignore this stubborn Garp. It's the entanglement of the ultimate conqueror's Haki. How did that brat do it? The pirates of this era are so noisy. One Rocks hasn't been dealt with yet, and another Rocks-level warrior is about to appear. These guys must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, keeping them around will definitely be a huge trouble. I watched helplessly as Luo Hu killed another top-level celestial dragon's knight. At this time, the 5 elders who were in the Siege of Rocks naturally noticed the ultimate conqueror's Haki emanating from Luo Hu. Compared to the Marines' so-called top fighters, they were very shocked. The 5 elders, who hold the highest authority in the world and have lived for hundreds of years, felt their hearts beating even more wildly. Only when you truly break through to the ultimate Haki can you realize how rare this realm is. Especially the ultimate conqueror's Haki. This is no longer something that can be achieved simply by relying on personal belief and courage. The ultimate conquerors has reached an indescribable spiritual realm. It is an existence that is integrated with Haki and the spirit of thoughts. Relatively speaking, it is not that difficult to practice armament Haki to the ultimate level. The ultimate level of armament Haki can be easily achieved by having a strong enough muscular body to support Haki. However, the physical strength required to cultivate to the ultimate armament Haki also requires a lot of talent and perseverance. If a person has no talent, no matter how strong his willpower is, he will not achieve anything even if he practices until he dies. It's like in the 21st century, there are still people discussing whether there is talent in learning. Take the subject of mathematics, for example. Even if an ordinary person can study mathematics for 48 hours a day, he will never be able to compare with the 8-year-old Gauss in his entire life. This is what is called innate ability. The 5 elders, who usually lived in the high and mighty holy land of Mariawa, first heard news about the pirates named Luo Hu. It was because Luo Hu stole a marine transport ship that was carrying heavenly gold. When they heard the news, they did not take it seriously. After all, the world government is not short of a shipload of gold from the sky. The only thing to consider is that the pirates' attack on the heavenly gold transport ship was seen as a challenge to the government's authority. However, just 1 week after this incident that dealt a blow to the government's authority, news about Luo Hu, a new pirates member, once again reached the Holy Land. But this time, the whole Mariawa was shocked. The reason is that Luo Hu killed 3 celestial dragons in Devil's Island at that time, and one of them was a celestial dragon from the Nader family. That guy's status is so noble that even the 5 elders have to look up to him. After all, the overall strength of the Nad family is much greater than that of the family to which the 5 elders belong. In general, the first act of the newcomer Luo Hu was to snatch the gold from the sky, which had a huge impact. The second time was to kill the world's noble celestial dragons. So far, the third time was when he joined Rock's Pirate and was promoted to captain level and personally participated in the Battle of God Valley. Now, more than 1,000 celestial dragons of extremely noble status who came here specifically to participate in the human hunting competition have been killed. This also includes 2 celestial dragons' knights from the Knights of God. Such a sin is simply heinous. Compared to Rocks, Luo Hu definitely has a much stronger criminal aura. However, things have now developed to such a serious situation that even the 5 elders cannot spare the time to eliminate Luo Hu, who is now a pervert. Although the Conqueror's Haki on Luo Hu is only the Conqueror's that has reached the ultimate level. But this be ****************. The devil fruit abilities on his body are just like an old sow giving birth to piglets, one set after another. Let's not talk about the blue dragon fruit, which is considered a pervert in Zoan. Even the Logia devil fruit with a huge output range has 4 types: lava, ice, sparkle, and lightning. Add to that other miscellaneous devil fruits, and killing such a monster is as difficult as climbing to the sky. It can even be said that in this world, as long as Luo Hu is unwilling to continue fighting, no one can stop this guy. Even Lord Im, who has long been a true god in the eyes of the 5 elders, is no exception. After all, the Logia devil fruit on Luo Hu has the ability of thunder fruit, as fast as lightning. It's simply like you can't beat him, and you can't run away either. Even if he was surrounded and beaten by dozens of the strongest fighters, as long as Luo Hu wanted to run, all of them would have to stand there and watch. Such talent and strength were enough to make them drool with envy, even though they had survived for 800 years. Compared to Luo Hu and other old guys who have lived for so many years, the only advantage they have is the two abilities of eternal life and immortality. But now these two pervert abilities happen to meet this be *********** D rocks. Once their bodies are eaten and touched by the rocks of the dark fruit, their immortality abilities will be directly cut off. This means that now if they fight with rocks, they will also face death. When faced with death, even they felt a sense of suffocation and powerlessness. No one is not afraid of death. They just have no choice. Once people enjoy the joy of eternal life, then this person will never want to face the topic of death again in this life. Puff! Just when several five elders turned their attention to Luo Hu with different thoughts, a burst of bright red blood flew out. The 8 spider legs that were conjured up by the relatively weaker of the 5 of them, Jagartha Satan, were suddenly chopped off by rocks, whose eyes turned red. As blood flew, the 6 spider legs that fell to the ground and kept twitching revealed Saint Satan's inner fear. The immortality ability that is necessary for survival has been restrained. There is a vicious dark power on Rock's knife. That is to say, if Saint Satan, whose 2 spider legs were chopped off at this moment, does not spend several months or even more than a year to clean out the dark power mixed in the wound, then his 2 legs will never be restored. Damn rocks! What kind of idiot put the evil power of dark fruit into the prize of the hunting competition? Are the people in charge of the CP organization responsible for the protection all good-for-nothings? How could they allow these guys to do whatever they want in the treasure house? Satan's son, whose 6 legs were broken and could not be restored in a short time, looked pale and kept cursing on the spot with extreme resentment. At this moment, he no longer has the dignity and prestige that the highest authority in the world should have. The reason was simply because he felt death for the first time in 800 years, and it was so close to him. So scary. The empty and suffocating feeling that a mortal feels when facing death is so overwhelming that it almost makes Saint Satan unable to breathe, and his blood is flowing backwards, which is extremely depressing. He no longer joined the array that besieged rocks, but chose to step back a few steps and hurriedly began to use the Haki power in his body to clear out the dark power hidden in his wounds. The originally perfect siege camp obviously had a huge gap after Saint Satan's withdrawal. At this moment, Rocks, who had eaten the teleportation fruit and possessed an extremely high displacement speed, left the battlefield without hesitation and jumped to the side of Luo Hu, Whitebeard, and others. Guys, this is the end of our battle for today. Everyone retreat. Return to Hakano Su. Rocks, who was covered with wounds of varying sizes, shouted out his captain's orders as the battlefield gradually came to a halt. Although on the surface he had the upper hand in the beating by the 5 elders this time, and even injured Satan, but only by putting himself in their shoes could he feel the tremendous pressure. Dark fruit is indeed a very vicious devil fruit ability, and it can directly restrain the world's highest power. But the double pain brought by this vicious ability also made a man like Rocks, who was at the level of a sea overlord, frown wildly. Every time when he was besieged and hit by the 5 elders' Haki entanglement attack, the pain from his extremely sensitive nerves was simply unbearable. The pain from the minor external injury was so unbearable that it felt like someone was jumping rope while picking at the pain nerves. Moreover, at present, John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, the 3 last-place pirates captains in Rock's Pirate, have also been seriously injured to a certain extent due to the sneak attack of the 5 elders. In addition, the world government also has Kongu, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku for top fighters who can handle the situation. There are also 3 senior governors in the CP organization who are equivalent to the highest combat power admiral. Including the 2 killed by Luo Hu, there are 7 so-called celestial dragons, night level 5 elders left. If the fight continues, Rock's pirate will have to face at least 19 high-end combat forces. Although there is help from the Roger pirates, the number gap between the two sides is still too big. And throughout Rock's pirate, apart from the fact that he possesses the ability of dark fruit, there is absolutely no one else who can cause any substantial damage to a monster like the Five Elders, even if it means crushing their heads into pieces. And with their immortality, the Five Elders can also recover quickly and become fully functioning again. After comprehensive consideration, the Rocks also clearly realized that it was not appropriate for them to continue making trouble on the West Blue side at this moment. The only option was to retreat temporarily to give Hakanosu some rest. Only then can we make further plans. Perhaps the next attack on the world government will be a massive battle for the Holy Land. However, Rox is not so blindly confident that he can fight a world-class war. He was very aware that if he wanted to attack the Holy Land, he had to at least cultivate his dark fruit ability to the awakened state before he could take action. Upon hearing Rock's order, Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin naturally agreed with both hands. Especially John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, the three guys who were seriously injured, were extremely excited and praised Rock's great decision, because the three of them deeply felt that if they continued to fight, they might really die on this island. However, just as the tens of thousands of Rock's pirates who survived the war were preparing to retreat, countless Marines wearing blood-stained cloaks of justice had red eyes, shouted loudly that justice must prevail, and blocked the retreat. "We can't let these damn pirates go. Justice must prevail. For justice, for the sake of our sacrificed comrades, we must stop them without hesitation. Charge! Kill the pirates!" Group after group of Marine soldiers, who were already like war maniacs, wanted to charge forward like a wave. Realizing that the current situation is absolutely favorable to their side, Kongu and others are naturally ready to fight again. My Rock's pirate is already in a dying state. As long as we cooperate with a few of the world's most powerful people to launch an attack together, we can definitely wipe out the cancer of this world at the lowest cost. However, at this extremely tense moment in the world, Satan, who is supported by only 2 spider legs, ordered with an embarrassed look on his face, "Calm. From today on, you're the new marshal of the naval headquarters. Take your people and leave the Valley of God immediately." In response to Satan's words, the other 4 people exchanged glances and naturally had no other opinions. After all, at the moment when Satan's 6 legs were chopped off and could not be restored to their original state, they also felt the extremely confident dark power. If the fight continues, there's no telling what Rox might do. If that madman Rox catches the 5 of them and chases them, 1 or 2 of them will definitely be killed in public after a desperate fight. Especially at this moment, Satan, who only has 2 spider legs to support him, is in great danger. Being killed by the Rox killer and being killed by anyone else are 2 completely different situations. The Rox possess the most vicious power in the world. Once their throats are cut off, the immortality power they rely on for survival will be useless. In other words, Rox can really use his ability to kill these old guys who have lived for more than 800 years. As for the others, even the kid Luo Hu, whose strength on the scene is second only to Rox, is nothing to be afraid of. Without the blessing of dark forces, it is impossible to kill them. Even if you chop off their heads, they can still be resurrected and restored to their best condition. But, Master 5 Elders, this is a great opportunity to wipe out the Rox pirates. If we all launch an attack, we can definitely bury all the Rox pirates here at a relatively low cost. Kong looked at Satan, Saint somewhat unwillingly, wanting to continue fighting for something. But when he noticed the gloomy violence and vague, murderous intent in Saint Satan's eyes, he had no choice but to lower his head and issue an extremely incorrect order. All Marines, obey orders. Pick up the remaining battlefield and retreat to naval headquarters immediately. These pirates, let them go. After Kong's dull yet majestic voice fell, the Marine soldiers at the scene stood still as if a bucket of cold seawater was poured on them in the cold winter in Ningxia. They realized from the beginning that this was wrong, and by the time the unjust war came, they had already lost the desire to fight. But when they saw their Marine comrades being ruthlessly killed by the pirates, everyone's blood boiled, and they joined the camp to seek revenge against the pirates. Just when victory was imminent, the world's most powerful person simply skipped all the steps and ordered a retreat. This step-by-step plan made countless Marine soldiers feel an inexplicable sense of discomfort. It was as if these Marine soldiers who came to fight were like chess pieces on a chessboard, which could be used at any time and abandoned at any time. Attack or retreat is just a matter of thought for the people at the top. During this process, no matter how much sacrifice their Marines made, they were still unable to affect those people's control over the battle situation. In other words, their Marine is just like what those senior agents of the CP organization said, just the outer face of the world government. It's totally insignificant. Amidst an extremely negative mood, countless Marines wearing cloaks of justice took off their cloaks, covered their comrades with them, and carried the bodies back to the warship step by step. They had no intention of resisting orders and just silently carried out the orders from their superiors. At this moment, several CP6 members who were responsible for inspecting the battlefield hurriedly came to Wu Laoxing with a heavy face. Report to the 5 elders, the 1,000 celestial dragons who are participating in this human hunting plan. No one survived. After a brief hesitation, Agent CP had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell the news, which could cost him his head at any time. The 5 elders, who were already in a very heavy mood, looked even uglier after hearing the news. They felt as disgusted as if 100 huge green-headed flies flew into their mouths at the same time. Although before coming here, they had anticipated that the elites selected from the 19 celestial dragons' families participating in the hunting plan would suffer heavy losses. But there must be at least dozens or hundreds of them who can be rescued, right? Where's the medical team? Can't they save any of them? The 5 elders looked extremely embarrassed and asked the CP6 agent with a heavy heart in his heart in an attempt to save the situation. However, after receiving the other party's affirmative order, except for Satan, who was depressed because his 6 legs were broken, the other 5 elders all blushed and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. So much blood power has been lost. Master him. What kind of punishment will you inflict? The white mustache-wearing Saint Vacheli spoke in a nonchalant tone. Although relative to their status, there is no one comparable to them in Tianlang. But Pangu City, located in the deepest part of the Holy Land, holds the ultimate trump card that has allowed them to stand firm for 800 years. It takes a huge amount of energy to activate this trump card, and it just so happens that the celestial dragons, as a race of gods, can use some kind of technology to condense the power of blood to activate that weapon. This is why they value the lives of ordinary celestial dragons so much, because in extreme situations, these ordinary celestial dragons can be used as cannonballs. Now more than 1,000 celestial dragons have been lost without any notice. This is definitely a huge loss for the government. Damn it, who gave you this stupid idea? You actually took out the dark fruit from the treasury as a reward for the competition. F***K her. She has no brains. How dare she use such a vicious fruit ability? Go back and find out which **D came up with this idea. If I don't hang him up in the Holy Land and dry him like steel wire, I will be doing this to this old man. Among the 5 elders, Saint Satan, who had 6 broken legs and could not recover, was the most furious. If that guy whose brain is made entirely of sponges hadn't offered the forbidden dark fruit as a reward, Rox wouldn't have gotten such a fruit ability. However, a Rox without dark power is simply unable to resist the 5 elders who have the ability to live forever. Satan became more and more angry the more he thought about it, and soon followed the footsteps of his 4 other colleagues. His face turned red for a moment, and then he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. The one holding the cane in the back is Satan-sama, and the one in the front is Wanakuni's Nasajiro-sama. At this time, Kong, Zephyr, and others, who had already issued the order to end the war, naturally gathered around the 5 elders and waited for orders. Although Garp is ostensibly regarded as the admiral with the highest combat power, he is actually still only a vice admiral, so he can stand by with his legs crossed and ignore anyone's orders. After Satan vomited blood, he looked as if he had eaten dog shit, which made Garp feel so happy. He had long been annoyed with these celestial dragons, especially those so-called supreme powers in the world. Every time he went to the Holy Land to participate in marine activities, these 5 old men would always stare at him with inexplicable eyes. Now, not only did he fail to show off in the Valley of Gods, but he also had 6 legs broken by rocks. You deserve it. Moreover, in this God Valley war, more than 1,000 celestial dragons were chopped to death. Looking through the archives of the naval headquarters over the hundreds of years since its establishment, there has never been such a bad record of battle damage, although their Marines also suffered some losses of their elite soldiers. However, compared to the large number of CP organization agents on Celestial Dragon's side who were arrogant and thought they were Celestial Dragon's guard dogs and were killed by Luo Hu, the loss was considered very small. If Garp had not at this moment still kept in mind the advice of his old comrade Sengoku, a professionally trained Marine should return to the headquarters and ensure safety before laughing out loud. On the other side, after forcibly suppressing their emotions several times, several 5 elders turned their eyes to Kongu and Zephyr. These are the only 2 Marine admirals with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. As for that guy Garp, they didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Just treat Garp as a weapon you can use. In this war, your current naval headquarters Marshal Netanyahu was killed. The military must re-elect a person in power. After careful consideration, we have decided to nominate you to serve as the Marshal of the naval headquarters. After the Marshal's inauguration ceremony is held in a few days, you will be responsible for issuing a call to the sea to recruit a group of people with sufficient strength to join the Marine and become the Admiral of the highest combat power. You can offer them some benefits, saying that the government will provide them with a batch of powerful devil fruit abilities for them to choose from. As for the number of admirals, we will still follow the previous system to arrange the 3 strongest admirals, and then have 3 backup admirals to replace them at any time. Also, the Marines injured and killed in this war must be clearly counted, and all of them must be given the highest preferential treatment. If the descendants of these Marines want to join the team of justice, they must be given an extra backdoor. Did you hear that clearly? Among the 5 elders, Saint Vacheli, who had a white horn beard, pressed his brows with a headache and forced himself to suppress his displeasure while giving orders to calm. Although he personally would not care how many people were lost in the naval headquarters, or whether there were marshals or the like who were killed. But this is happening in the public eye after all, so some things still need to be said. It might be hard to deceive people in high positions, but it is easy to fool the low-class people like Marine soldiers at the bottom. Talk about the world's most powerful person actually caring about these insignificant low-level soldiers. Isn't such treatment enough to attract a large number of talented people to join the Marine to serve justice and the government? What do the lower-class civilians pursue? Aren't they just the few valuable things in this world and the few rights that can make a difference? And these are exactly what the world government has the most. Moreover, the 5 elders, old goblins who have lived for hundreds of years, are extremely skilled in understanding people's thoughts. After all, in order to be able to sit in this position for so long, besides the necessary strength, one must also have the ability to control the civilians on the ground. Otherwise, there would have been chaos long before any external force came to overthrow the naval headquarters and other military forces in the government. I see. With the retreat of the Rocks pirates and the gradual withdrawal of various teams, such as the soldiers of the naval headquarters from the Valley of the Gods, the ancient and slightly weathered island finally returned to its tranquility. The original plan of the Celestial Dragons was to hunt and kill all the humans on the entire island, but it was due to the intervention of the Rocks pirate. So this plan did not succeed. Even though tens of thousands of civilians died in this war, at least a small number of people were lucky enough to survive. In order to cover up its own heinous scandal, the world government had no choice but to spread the World Times, which could control public opinion, to the whole world. The content of a newspaper is nothing more than that. In Sea Circle Calendar 1484, Rock's pirate attempted to massacre the people on the island of God Valley in West Blue. However, they suffered heavy losses and retreated to Hakanosu under the strong resistance of naval headquarters and the World Government Army. This war centered around the Battle of God Valley dealt a huge blow to the Rock's pirates, directly or indirectly killing more than 50,000 vicious pirates. The Marines and other personnel who participated in this war received a large amount of financial rewards from the world government to encourage people from all over the world to join the army and maintain justice and order. Such a news report that confuses right and wrong naturally aroused the indignation of the people who survived in the Valley of God. They were extremely disgusted with the world government's method of covering up the facts. However, they're just civilians and have no power to resist the behemoth world government that has survived for 800 years. And the highest decision-makers from the world government have also proposed a very practical plan. That is to use the name of justice to tie up Garp, a member of the D clan who only obeys orders and not announcements, and make him obey orders within the Marine. The specific operation was also to publicize the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp through newspapers. He was awarded the title of Hero Marine because he repeatedly repelled the attacks of the Rocks pirates in the war against the Rocks pirates in the Valley of the Gods. Even Garp himself didn't know at that time that he had been given such an honorary title within the government. Although Garp usually behaves like a smart guy, he can still see clearly the action of tying him up inside the Marine. However, Garp did not provide much explanation for this policy action from within the world government. After all, he is personally very willing to continue fighting for the just cause in the naval headquarters. His son Monkey D. Dragon is now a general officer of the naval headquarters. With this status, Dragon will have a unique advantage in being promoted to the top of the naval headquarters in the future. In Garp's own imagination, he himself is an old Marine, his son is a Marine, and in the future his grandson will also join the Marine and become the strongest Marine. If this continues, our descendants will benefit endlessly, and one day the justice of the naval headquarters will no longer be restricted by the world government. This seems to be Garp's personal dream since he joined Marine. Of course, Garp didn't know that. His eldest son had completely seen through the true nature of the world government during the God Valley War and had decided to rebel against the Marine, an organization that could not enforce true justice. And after the persuasion of his old comrade Sengoku, it was decided that establishing a heroic Marine role model within the naval headquarters would be more conducive to encouraging young people to join the Army. Garp also accepted this assigned title very naturally. After this series of events ended, the whole world finally fell into a rare tranquility. However, in this eerie silence, there seems to be a depressing atmosphere of an impending storm. Garp's image at this stage is still young. The naval headquarters hurriedly held a promotion ceremony for Admiral Kong as the naval headquarters marshal, and naval headquarters Admiral Sengoku was promoted to the highest combat power admiral. After a long time of retreating from the West Blue Valley of the Gods, the sword of Zebek, which had used the power of the lion fruit to fly, finally returned to Hakanosu. As for Roger pirates and others who originally came here to have some fun, they just randomly picked an area of the sea and landed there, just like a man on an adventure. Rox could only express his deep regret about this. After all, he still highly recognized Roger's ability. Unfortunately, this man who also belonged to the D clan had never thought of setting his sights on the great cause of becoming a hegemon together with him. And he kept talking about going to some final island to find some so-called truth or something. Rox was almost speechless. What the F asterisk 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 G truth is. So what if we find the truth? Instead of looking for old history, it would be more practical for us to create a new history. However, Rox still expressed a solemn farewell to the departure of Roger and others. After all, if the Roger pirates hadn't intervened this time, his Rox pirates might have really been destroyed in the Valley of God by the ridiculously powerful world government. Before setting off, I tried my best to guess the background of the world government. But when powerful people kept emerging one after another, Rox then realized how naive he was at the beginning. actually wanted to swallow up the entire world government in one bite. If they have been able to survive in this world for 800 years and have not been overthrown, they must have their own unique qualities. It was his own fault for not thinking it through. Of course, the most important thing is that Rox simply does not trust the captains under him. Each of them is a top conqueror's Haki awakener. How could such people be willing to be inferior to others? Everyone is just gathering together for their own benefit. If he had failed to withstand the pressure in the war in God Valley, would these captains have disappeared all of a sudden? Especially the old thief Golden Lion. From the attitude behind his words, Rox had already seen through this guy clearly. Whitebeard still has a good attitude. Since they are on the same ship, he will not do something despicable like betrayal. But now the goal has not been achieved. Rox can only continue to fight with these captain-level pirates. After all, he still needs their strength to reach Mariehua, the holy land of celestial dragons. Little ones, let's have a big celebratory party. Celebrate our victory. After returning to Hakanosu, his own territory, Rox raised his arm and ordered the surviving new pirates to start a banquet. The pirates below were naturally very enthusiastic about this festive and lively scene, so they all let out hoarse and passionate howls. As one of the wine gods of Hakanosu, I will perform at this banquet. Drink 18 bottles of beer in one breath. 18 bottles of beer is called a performance? If you can't drink, you can move to the same table with the dogs. Just 18 bottles, and they're all beer. It's another day of fierce fighting. This kind of job where you have to put your head on your pants is really fascinating. Countless pirates were excitedly drinking and eating big chunks of meat at the banquet. They looked extremely generous. In their eyes, there was no sadness at all after the death of their companion. The Rox pirates lost at least 50,000 pirates in the war, including most of their teammates. But unfortunately, only a small number of loyal and righteous pirates care about the death of their teammates. The vast majority of pirates never have such sad emotions. They only engage in violence, robbery, and even killing for fun day after day to protest their dissatisfaction with the world. In this regard, Luo Hu naturally had no interest in joining their carnival party. The reason why he chose to join the Rox Pirates was simply because he wanted to take advantage of the Rox Pirates' attack to kill the celestial dragons himself. If you really want him to have a sense of belonging, that would be nothing but a pipe dream. After gathering all the members of his 7th Division into his exclusive territory, Luo Hu looked at Kaido, who was covered in injuries, as well as Mihawk, Crocodile, and other little brats in front of him. In this war, most of the male pirates in his 7th Division were left in the Valley of the Gods. Only those female Enel pirates who were responsible for their daily life and taking care of the babies were lucky enough to survive. Orlolololo, Brother Luo, today is Rox Pirate's big banquet. He called us here. Is there any special order? I heard that Captain Rox seems to be promoting you, Luo Gu, to be the vice captain of Rox Pirate. As soon as he entered the door, Kaido sat next to Luo Hu in a very familiar manner. After all, Kaido has been following Luo Hu all the way across the sea and is now very familiar with the route, so he doesn't need to care about those hypocritical etiquettes at all. And once Luo Hu really becomes the vice captain of Rox Pirate, then Kaido will be like clinging to a powerful figure. Maybe Kaido will have the opportunity to become the captain of Rox Pirate in the future. Kaido really wants to improve. Well, vice captain, don't worry about this kind of evaluation. You joined the Rox Pirates not just to escape the pursuit of the naval headquarters, right? Now that I have the strength, it's meaningless to stay in this kind of team for too long. Luo Hu nodded at the excited Kaido. When this guy was being hunted by the Marine, he had always regarded powerful pirates like Rox as his target. In fact, after spending some time together, Luo Hu still agreed with what Charlotte Lingding had said privately. Don't get too close to the Rox. Rox guy is not a normal person at all. I see. After careful consideration, Kaido chose to believe Luo Hu's words. After all, if we really talk about the relationship, he joined the 7th Division. I'm not really familiar with Captain Rox. Just as Kaido was thinking deeply, Luo Hu took out the golden treasure box containing the Azure Dragon fruit from his backpack and placed it in front of Kaido. The appearance of this box immediately attracted the attention of Kaido and the surrounding pirates. As pirates in the Grand Line, they are of course very knowledgeable about the preciousness of devil fruit. Remember when we first went out to sea? You said you only wanted to eat Zoan's devil fruit. This is the Zoan fish fruit, the mythical beast, the devil fruit in the form of a blue dragon. Luo Hu didn't waste any words and directly placed the precious blue dragon fruit in front of Kaido. When Kaido saw this scene, his eyes naturally widened and he looked at Luo Hu in disbelief. He really couldn't have imagined that such incredible wealth would fall directly into his own hands. Originally, according to his plan, he just wanted to find a slightly rare ancient devil fruit. But now a bright and shining mythical beast and the devil fruit ability in the form of a blue dragon is right in front of him. For a moment, Kaido couldn't believe his eyes. His chest kept rising and falling, and 2 streams of white air came out his nose. Is this really for me? Boss, I'm so touched. I should be clear in advance that my sexual orientation is very normal. But for this azure dragon fruit, I am willing to sacrifice my delicate little chrysanthemum. But only this once. Kaido's face was full of drool as he looked at the devil fruit in front of him that looked like green dragon scales. He never thought that one day he would have the opportunity to eat a real top-grade Zoan devil fruit. And it is an extremely rare blue dragon fruit. Thinking of this, Kaido didn't know what to say to suppress his current passionate mood. Luo Hu boss doesn't seem to have a woman yet. Could it be that he is? After a series of complicated thoughts, Kaido turned around silently. When Luo Hu saw Kaido's obscene action, his face was filled with black lines. This guy thinks he is Brother Jia. Brother Jia. After kicking the pervert guy into the corner and throwing the blue dragon fruit to him, Luo Hu no longer paid any attention to Kaido, the pirates of Chengdu IP. Luo Hu was really surprised that Kaido would sell the hook for a devil fruit. Perhaps, according to the actual plot, this devil fruit was given to Kaido by Charlotte Lingling. Doesn't that mean Kaido's daughter Yamato is the strong freak born from him, and Charlotte Lingling? The more Luo Hu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, Kaido's daughter awakened the top talent of Conqueror's Haki at the age of 8. Apart from these 2 guys, it would be difficult for anyone else to give birth to talented children of this level. At this time, Kaido, who was kicked away, ran back happily again thanks to his racial talent of thick skin and flesh. Then, under the envious gazes of the crew members, he swallowed the azure dragon fruit in his hand. This was such a luxurious scene that all the crew members present were drooling with envy. This is a mythical beast devil fruit, and it's a very rare species in the form of a blue dragon. Once a devil fruit of this level is developed and awakened, it will definitely be able to break through and reach the combat power of a squad leader. Captain Luo Hu is so generous. I just don't know when we will get this kind of good thing. As we all know, devil fruit can be divided into 3 types: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Each type of devil fruit has its own unique features. Paramecia usually has all kinds of incredible special abilities like superhero, such as springs, deceleration, flight, etc. Logia's devil fruit is a concept that combines certain elements found in nature into fruit. As for the ability of the Zoan devil fruit, the combat power will be calculated according to the age of the animal represented by the fruit. Generally speaking, the older the animal's fruit is, the higher the value of its ability. It can be roughly divided into common species, ancient species, and the rarest fantasy beast species, devil fruit. The Zoan, a fish fruit, mythical beast blue dragon form that Kaido has currently eaten, is an extremely precious existence among the mythical beasts. The last time the blue dragon fruit appeared was in the hands of a great pirate several decades ago. However, due to the strong crackdown by the world government, the great pirate was captured and taken to the underwater prison where he was tortured ruthlessly. He finally died, and the devil fruit spread across the sea. Now, what has been directly obtained by Kaido, whose strength and talent already overwhelm all the other crew members, will be able to unleash his potential to reach the captain level after eating this god-level devil fruit. If it is developed well, it will even crush the 3 weakest captains currently: Silver Axe, Achiku, and John. Ugh, how come this devil fruit tastes exactly like? Ugh, no, this smells like dog shit. Just as everyone was looking at him with envy, Kaido, who was originally smiling, finished chewing the devil fruit. His face turned pale as if he had eaten the most disgusting thing in history. He wanted to vomit several times, but he forced himself to negotiate with his stomach and wanted to swallow the pulp in his mouth, which was like juice. Luo Hu, who saw this scene, naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. According to gossip, one can gain abilities by eating just 1 bite of devil fruit. But if you can eat them all, the speed of developing devil fruit will be greatly improved. Eat it all, Kaido. Don't waste it. Every bite you take is hundreds of millions of Baileys. And if you eat all of it, it will be very beneficial for awakening the devil fruit ability. Luo Hu's words haven't fallen yet. Kaido frowned on the spot and forced his mouth shut, swallowing all the jam in his mouth, even the remnants between his teeth. After realizing that he could only develop and awaken better after eating all the devil fruits, he didn't dare to waste even a single bit. I'm scared being weak. He was displaced along the way and was chased by the marine with nowhere to escape. So he was really scared. Kaido would never give up the opportunity to significantly increase his strength, or even directly reach the level of squad leader. It's just eating some dog shit. In order to become stronger, Kaido can do anything. What a scary guy. I still think practicing swordsmanship is more practical. I can't eat this kind of thing. After seeing Gaito's desperate look, the pirates present began to hesitate whether they should eat devil fruit. After all, the saying that the more powerful the devil fruit, the stronger the flavor is very popular among the pirates community. Show us your abilities. After confirming that Kaido had eaten the devil fruit, Luo Hu directly ordered him to use the devil fruit ability. The purpose is to see if this guy will be slightly different from the Azure Dragon fruit that he absorbed. Okay, watch out, brother Luo. After successfully swallowing the devil fruit, Kaido felt an extremely powerful force in his body, which he could use directly with just a little pulling. Then, Kaido's body, which was originally considered strong, suddenly began to swell and grow larger. The originally slightly thin chest muscles were twisted and bulged layer by layer. The muscles in the shoulders, arms, waist, back, and thighs seemed to be forcibly stacked together, densely packed together, with blue veins exposed, looking full of extreme power. After using the power of the blue dragon fruit, Kaido's originally dark skin began to be covered with blue dragon scales of the same style as Luo Hu, greatly enhancing his defense capabilities. And under the body transformation of this blue dragon fruit, Kaido's already huge body was directly increased to over 7 meters. 1 meter taller than Luo Hu, the captain. It seems that the devil fruit whose properties have been absorbed can still be used. Luo Hu nodded with satisfaction. The blue dragon fruit was the perfect match for Kaido's figure. If it were someone else, they might not be able to fit the blue dragon fruit as perfectly as Kaido. After successfully experiencing the terrifying ascension of a human beast form, Kaido walked directly to an open area and transformed into a huge blue dragon over 400 meters long. This extremely cool scene naturally attracted the attention of other captains in Rock Pirate. Hey, this guy seems to be Kaido from Luo Hu's side? What's going on? How did he suddenly become such a cool blue dragon? Damn it. Lousy should have gone and grabbed those devil fruit treasure boxes before. Next time, Luo Hu will get all of them. And he actually gave such a precious Azure Dragon fruit to an intern. I hate it. What a waste. What a waste. This thing shouldn't be given to an intern to use. If it doesn't work, Lousy can just spend billions of Baileys to buy it. Mamma, since I can't date Luo Hu, I can try Kaido, a young guy, right? After all, the younger the guy, the stronger he is. Oh ho ho. John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, the 3 captains who were partying nonstop, naturally recognized Kaido's identity as an intern at a glance. However, when they noticed that Kaido had actually eaten the blue dragon fruit of the mythical beast species, The smiles on their faces disappeared immediately. As the top pirates, these three people still don't have a suitable devil fruit. Luo Hu, this guy didn't even give them priority and instead gave the azure dragon fruit to an intern. It's such a waste of resources. Next to the three of them, Charlotte Linlin, who had a well-proportioned figure and was holding a big bone and a dessert cake in her left and right hands, had some bad thoughts. After all, Kaido's talent is still very strong. Once combined with her talent, it can definitely create a monster-level child. The only thing Charlotte Linlin needs to consider is how to seduce Kaido under Luo Hu's supervision. However, as a female Poseidon, Charlotte Linlin is still very confident in her perfect figure and beauty. At that time, coupled with the unique value of young women, isn't it more than enough to control a young guy like Kaido? Just hold it with one hand. After flying freely in spirals in the sky for a few circles, Kaido suddenly felt an itchy throat, as if something was about to burst out of his body. After a little brewing, Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, opened his huge dragon mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Dragon breath! In an instant, a thick stream of hot energy spurted out directly from Kaido's throat, and then directly caught the huge pillar of fire that was dozens of meters thick. This huge flame energy was sprayed directly into the sky. The originally white clouds of Vice Admiral were burned into red, as if filled with extremely high temperature. But Kaido, who had just spit out his own stupidity in the sky, was still not satisfied. After a series of thoughts, he blew out another gust of wind. After circling in the air for a few times, these hurricanes turned into rows of extremely sharp wind blades, directly cutting the red clouds in the sky into pieces. Although the power displayed by Kaido at this moment is not that strong, it is indeed extremely terrifying that Wuffen can develop new moves just after eating the devil fruit. Oh my god, this dragon can actually breathe fire. Isn't this an ability that only the Maramara fruit has? And the blue dragon fruit can actually blow out wind blades. How terrifying. It's worthy of being a mythical beast devil fruit. Look at Laozi and tell me. Even dogs won't eat this Logia Maramara fruit. Any mythical beast can use it. Looking at the blue dragon Kaido in the sky with his powerful fruit ability of breathing fire and spitting wind, John and others at the scene were extremely envious. If this fruit falls into the hands of any of them, it will definitely have even more powerful performance. After all, their Haki strength has been cultivated to be strong enough. Once paired with this golden dragon fruit, it will definitely be able to greatly enhance its strength again. He can even easily reach the level of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, the captains of the first and second squads. It's a pity that the B************ D Luo Hu was so presumptuous as to give such a good devil fruit to an intern. John and the others became angrier the more they thought about it. However, due to Luo Hu's extraordinary personal strength, he didn't dare to say much and could only drink one glass of wine after another. Kaido, who was flying in the sky, realized that he had really eaten an absurdly powerful devil fruit. He quickly transformed into a human form and walked back to Luo Hu. Brother, for the devil fruit ability, it's worth at least 10 billion Baileys. Luo Hu actually gave it to me directly. From today on, I, Kaido, will be your most loyal little brother, as long as Brother Luo gives the order. If you ask me to kill the CP agent, I will definitely not kill Marine. If you ask me to catch a dog or kill a chicken, I will definitely not touch the golden monkey. Kaido, who had fought bloody battles with the enemy on the country's battlefield since he was 8 years old and was betrayed by his companions when he returned, had never experienced the feeling of a big brother who really didn't want anything from him. Even when he had made up his mind to sell himself for fame and fortune, Luo Hu was unwilling to pay any attention to him. What else is there to say? Isn't he a perfect big brother? Yeah, good job. You're very energetic and didn't lose any points for me. Remember what Big Brother said. Don't be scared if you encounter celestial dragons next time. Kill one if you see one, and that'll be your repayment. Luo Hu calmly patted Kaido's broad shoulders. He has already absorbed the properties of the blue dragon fruit, and now handing this devil fruit to Kaido will just be able to make the best use of it. The most important thing is that you can also raise the loyalty of Kaido, a guy who has lacked love since childhood, to the maximum by giving him devil fruit. After all, in the original story, after Charlotte Linlin gave Kaido the blue dragon fruit, she kept Kaido for free for more than 30 years. Even every time we meet, we have to mention the gift of fruit. La 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 la. Brother Luo, Kaido promised to complete the mission, kill all celestial dragons. As soon as Luo Hu finished speaking, young Kaido couldn't help but shed clear tears. Luo Hu gave him the azure dragon fruit because he really didn't want anything from him. Even the only requirement was for him to kill celestial dragons. After a burst of tears, the pirates of the 7th Division continued their meeting. Apart from giving the blue dragon fruit to Kaido, the remaining pirates are actually very easy to deal with. He just wants some gold and treasures to spend his time in luxury. Luo Hu has nothing else, but he has so much money that he can't even count it. He robbed an entire gold transport ship in the sky, but he doesn't like money and is not interested in it all. However, Mihawk, who had been holding the small iron sword as a weapon, walked up to Luo Hu and asked for Luo Hu's previous sword. Looking at Mihawk, who was extremely obsessed with swords and would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future, Luo Hu did not refuse and directly chose to help his dream by handing over the blade. Anyway, his Wuda sword had already been worn out due to high-intensity combat and corrosion from high-temperature magma. Moreover, with his current strength, he has no use for this kind of blade, which is only at the level of a large and sharp sword. If you want to withstand the high temperature of magma, then the materials for forging the sword naturally need to be selected extremely strictly. First of all, the strength of the sword blade cannot be lower than the 12 skills of the Supreme Great Sword. After further instructing the female pirates who were responsible for feeding Enel to take good care of the baby, Luo Hu dismissed everyone. At the same time, Whitebeard, who was drinking in his squad and enjoying the smooth friction of the leopard print beauty, was staring at the exquisite treasure box in his hand. This was the box he had picked up by chance during his fight with Sengoku in the Battle of Kamisama. The first moment he came across it, Whitebeard realized that it must contain the devil fruit, which is known as the secret treasure of the sea. But now he was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should eat the devil fruit in front of him. His strength has basically reached its peak, and if he wants to continue to improve, he can only set his sights on ultimate Haki. But how can the ultimate Haki be improved so easily? So Whitebeard can only set his sights on a suitable devil fruit. But as a top-notch warrior, he certainly knows that ordinary devil fruit will not significantly improve himself. On the contrary, it is very likely to add burden to himself or even make him weak. Only Zoan's devil fruit is the most suitable for top-level powerhouses. If the devil fruit in front of me is not the Zoan devil fruit that can greatly improve physical strength. Gossip. Mihawk and Crocodile are both extra crew members in Rock's Pirate. Whitebeard has never seen the so-called devil fruit encyclopedia, so he doesn't know what type of devil fruit the one in his hand is. In fact, in the entire world, most people, even more than 99%, have never heard of such a thing as the devil fruit encyclopedia. Only a small number of senior officials have the opportunity to understand and read this extremely precious book. The reason is simple, because this devil fruit illustration will directly give the lower-class civilians the ability to better identify devil fruit. In this world where power is truth, once civilians have the method to identify devil fruit types, it is conceivable how many powerful and uncontrollable guys will be created. After all, devil fruit is something like this. Except for a few that are useful, the rest are mostly very useless abilities. For example, the fruit ability of some flowers and plants is only to bloom a flower on the ground. Or maybe it's the minecart fruit that is known as the Saw Company, which is 10 times more garbage, and its ability is just to transform itself into a minecart for transporting minerals on a road with rails. There are also some more famous flash fruits. Although the name is very similar to Logia's sparkling fruit, this devil fruit is indeed Paramecia's ability. The ability is to emit a dazzling light to temporarily blind the enemy. Although it looks very good on the surface, as a strong man of his generation, possessing observation Haki is the most basic ability. In other words, this Paramecia flash fruit is 10 times worse than the Maramara fruit. Perhaps the pirates who ate this devil fruit will make the blind admiral feel a bit tricky when they encounter him. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabeti Archipelago. It has been a week or so since the battle on the God Valley Island. But now, the islands attached to various countries around the world are still hotly discussing the battle between the government and the Rocks Pirates. This is really exciting. I never thought that such a strong team like Rocks Pirates would still be beaten back to Hakanosu by the world government. That's for sure. After all, if a world government with so many countries joining in didn't have some strength, it wouldn't have existed in this world for 800 years. But I remember hearing rumors that the Rocks Pirates seem to want to learn from the development trend of the world government and set up a new government by collecting protection fees. At such a critical moment, they shouldn't do something like massacring civilians, right? Who knows? A thief will always be a thief. Never trust pirates to do good things. A group of people were excitedly discussing the world government current affairs newspaper, which was promoting the naval headquarters hero, the vice admiral, and the victory of the war. However, at this moment, groups of strange-looking albatrosses with newspapers on their chests suddenly flew over a series of prosperous countries, such as Sabeti Archipelago, Seven Water City, Desert Kingdom, Wanakuni, etc. After flying high in the sky, these albatrosses loosen their claws and directly scatter all the newspapers on their bodies, which looks as spectacular as falling snowflakes. Is it today's newspaper? What happened? Is it still announcing victory in the war? The world government's PR department shouldn't be that idle. They've been sending out newspapers for almost a week straight. What new and interesting things have happened on the sea? Who cares? Let's pick it up and take a look. It doesn't cost money anyway. After the newspaper fell, a group of people rushed forward to grab it because they didn't have to pay for it. However, these albatrosses responsible for delivering newspapers seemed to be dispatched by special personnel, and the number of newspapers they carried was as high as hundreds of thousands. Such a huge number is enough for most people to clearly see what is recorded in the newspaper. Is this true? Rocks Pirate is the winner of this war in God Valley. People all over the world have been deceived by the world government. Marshal Netanya of the Naval Headquarters died in the Valley of God. Rocks chopped off his head. So that's how it is. No wonder the Naval Headquarters suddenly announced the appointment of a new marshal recently. More than 1,000 of the world's noble celestial dragons were killed right on the island. This is shocking news. So the celestial dragons who call themselves gods can also be killed? That's 1,000 lives. Not a single one was left alive. All of them had their heads chopped off. Some are even chopped into 3 pieces with just one knife. Even the elite soldiers of the Naval Headquarters and the large security team formed by the senior agents of the CP organization were directly killed by more than 10,000 people. Captain of the Rocks Pirates 7th Division, the evil demon Luo Hu. This bloody method is really too scary. And the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, were actually at the battle scene. And one of the 5 elders even had his legs chopped off. This news is so scary that it seems fake. Is the Rocks Pirate really that powerful? Which one is more real? The news from the world government or the news from this unknown newspaper? All over the world, people who picked up newspapers and read the news recorded on them all had their pupils shrink suddenly and their bodies stiffen in place. They couldn't believe that in the world they had always regarded as gods, the nobles would one day be chopped to death on the roadside like pigs and dogs. Although everyone was somewhat skeptical about the authenticity of this newspaper of unknown origin. But they do have pictures and the truth. Judging from the pictures in the newspaper, there were indeed groups of celestial dragon corpses neatly stacked on the island of the Valley of the Gods. The scene was filled with corpses and blood flowing like a river, and broken limbs everywhere. It was like a scene from hell. Although the scene was extremely bloody, people couldn't help but feel secretly happy after noticing the information that more than 1,000 celestial dragons had died. The world has suffered from celestial dragons for a long time. In this world, as long as you are born on the first day and breathe the first breath of fresh air, it will be deemed necessary to collect taxes by the world government. Severe taxes and levies caused even the richest kingdoms to be heavily in debt. The common people in a country complained bitterly, but could do nothing about it. If you do not hand over the gold from heaven, you will not be protected by the world government. And the countries that are not members of the world government are also unrecognized, non-human gathering places. That is to say, if these countries feel that the heavenly gold is too heavy and are unwilling to hand over the heavenly gold, then their fate will be to completely disappear in history, just like those countries destroyed by celestial dragons. The rules set by the world government require a human cleansing plan to be carried out every 3 years. The target is precisely those wild countries that have not joined the world government. The Valley of Gods is the place chosen after the 3-year period is over. But unfortunately, because of the appearance of Rock's pirate, world government suffered its first head-on blow in the Valley of Gods. Especially the entire government. The loss of at least 100,000 plus military lives within the military further created the reputation of Rock's pirate. During the war, Luo Hu, who single-handedly killed more than 1,000 celestial dragons, had his blood-soaked body like a devil, which left a deep impression on the people. This guy, every action seems to be targeting the world government. No, he is simply targeting the celestial dragons. The first time he appeared in the field of vision was because he robbed the celestial gold. The second time he appeared in the field of vision was because he directly killed 3 celestial dragons. And this time it's even more powerful. In this huge war, more than 1,000 world nobles were slaughtered directly. At this moment, everyone's fear of celestial dragons as a race of gods disappeared by more than 50%. Everyone has realized that the so-called gods can also be killed. As long as you are brave enough, you can bring down celestial dragons with just a kitchen knife. As for those countries that joined the world government and the aristocracy within them, they all began to panic. They began to worry that once the world government collapsed, who would be able to protect their rights as the aristocracy? The naval headquarters that has never been defeated and the world government that has ruled the world for more than 800 years have revealed their wounds in front of the world for the first time. Even many countries have begun to wait and see the situation, wanting to enter the game early and gain future benefits by supporting Rock's pirate. Luo Hu, who had been staying on Haki Island, even heard vaguely that he had become a hero idol among a small number of fanatics. The reason is simply because he is the only man in the world who dares to kill such a large group of celestial dragons head-on. More than 1,000 celestial dragons. Even the current overlord of the ocean, ruthless, can't catch up with such a KD. Luo Hu's original titles, such as Evil Ghost and Yama, were even directly modified by fanatics into positive titles, such as Godslayer. It even directly won the famous overview of the legendary pirates. And after this period of events, Luo Hu's personal bounty jumped directly to become the first person in Rock's pirate after the captain. Rock's bounty of 4.989 billion berries. The Evil Ghost Luo Hu, bounty of 4.897 billion berries. Rox and Luo Hu can be said to be the only 2 powerful men in the world whose bounties have exceeded 4 billion and are close to 5 billion. And this is still 4 billion Baileys in the old days. If converted to the inflation rate of a few decades later, Luo Hu's personal bounty would have exceeded 8 billion at least. It skyrocketed from the original 1 billion to 4 billion. It has tripled. This speed of improvement can be called pervert. But think about it. After all, the bad influence caused by Luo Hu personally is not comparable to that of a Rock's pirate. Over 1,000 celestial dragons were killed in the war. This had a terrible, destructive effect on the image of the Protoss that the world government had worked so hard to build over the past few hundred years. It can even be said that the example of Luo Hu has had an impact. In the future, as long as celestial dragons dare to appear in the public eye and dare to oppress the people to the extreme, when people are pushed into a corner, they will really choose to kill celestial dragons. This is a very obvious conceptual problem. Originally, people didn't dare to kill and didn't even have the courage to look at them, because once celestial dragons get interested, they will really kill people on the spot. And due to security issues, they will directly dispatch an admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters to escort. This creates the extremely twisted psychological implication that celestial dragons cannot be insulted. But now that there are terrifying beings like Luo Hu, who can kill a large number of celestial dragons with a wave of his hand, people basically no longer fear celestial dragons. Although you don't dare to take action, at least you will have extra choices in your heart once you are forced to live. Instead of just choosing to silently accept the fate of separation from family or even death as before. Except for Rox and Luo Hu, two guys who broke the 4 billion Bailey bounty. The bounties on other captains of the Rox pirates who participated in the war also skyrocketed. Rox Pirates' first squadron captain, Edward Newgate, bounty of 3.012 billion berries. Bounty nickname Whitebeard. Rox Pirates' second division captain, Haki, bounty of 2.999 billion berries. Bounty nicknames Golden Lion, Pirates Admiral Flying Pirates. Rox Pirate third division captain, Charlotte Lin, bounty of 2.758 billion berries. Bounty nickname Big Mom. Except for the top 3 captains with extremely high bounties, the bounties for the remaining 3 groups are as follows. Silver Axe bounty is 2.018 billion Baileys. John's bounty is 2.013 billion Baileys. Achika bounty is 2.017 billion berries. It can be said that the overall bounty of the captains in Rox Pirate has at least doubled. This is an unprecedented, terrible event for the world situation. The reward amount is too high, especially Captain Rox and Luo Hu, the very outstanding captain of the 7th Division. If someone can arrest these 2 guys, he can get a full reward of 8 billion Baileys. This amount of money is enough to buy some individual small countries directly. There were even some young pirate hunters far away in East Blue who were excitedly planning to go out to the second half of the Grand Line to implement their plan of capturing the 2 big pirates, Rox and Luo Hu. To put it in the words of insiders, it is good for young people to have a starting point, but it is better not to start from this starting point for the time being. At the same time, when all parts of the world began to clean up various pirated newspapers, the 5 elders far away in the holy land of Mariewa looked at the report in front of them with extremely cold expressions. At this time, various documents and photos were scattered around the rooms in the conference hall that symbolized world power. Several old men representing the highest power holders, with distorted and dark expressions on their faces, moved so loudly that they actually shattered the floor of the extremely luxurious hall made entirely of jade into pieces. Among the 5 people, only Satan seemed a little quiet. Of course, this doesn't mean that he is not angry anymore. The reason was simply that after being contaminated by Rock's dark power and having 6 legs chopped off, his body was still seriously injured, and he shouldn't get angry. Although he had gone through a period of expulsion and repair, Satan felt that it would take at least another month for him to grow his legs again. Damn it! Who on earth actually leaked the battlefield information of the Valley of the Gods? Now the whole world is questioning whether the celestial dragon's identity as a race of gods is justified. All our efforts over the past few hundred years have gone to waste. We must order the CP to investigate the sources of these newspapers. Once we catch the guy who secretly leaked the information, we must publicly execute him in front of the whole world. How dare they broadcast such a shameful incident that brought shame to the government? This old man is eating in the toilet. I want to die. While the outside world is still somewhat skeptical about the news event, We should immediately formulate a plan. Let the Marines' Public Relations Department announce the information to the public first, and let those stupid guys take the official government news reports as the basis. Several Five Elders were anxious and angry, and sent several orders directly to the CP organization and the naval headquarters. After a few minutes, the senior agent in the CP organization directly sent back the investigation information report. As the best spy organization in the world, CP agents have their own undercover presence almost all over the world. With these undercover agents, the government only needs a moment to investigate all the maritime organizations in the world. Even Rock's pirate is no exception. Who did this? Bring him to Mariehua right now. We want to interrogate him personally to find out what his motive is for smearing the government's image like this. The bald Five Elders said as he looked at the Din Mushi in front of him with murderous intent. Report to the Five Elders. This fake news incident was spread by a man called Moldova. His information includes a small newspaper workshop and a little boy named Morgans, who is his son, and his wife. Nazashiro frowned and thought in disbelief. Who gave this guy from Moldova such courage to publicly insult the image of the world government? However, after thinking about it, Nasajuro still couldn't come up with an answer. Well, I understand. First, we will imprison all 3 members of this family, and then let them write and revise the manuscript. Make sure to let the world know that all the previous newspaper reports are misunderstandings and fake news. After you are done, remember to execute this family of 3 on the spot. Do you understand? Nasajuro spoke calmly, ordering the senior undercover agents of the CP organization to resolve this terrible news incident. Although Nasajuro's method of killing an entire family will seemed extremely inhumane, the other 5 elders didn't even bat an eyelid. It was obvious that the other 4 elders also tacitly agreed with Nazashiro's plan. Anyway, in the final analysis, it's just the lives of a few low-class people, which is not of any importance at all. Moreover, the people who are best at keeping secrets in this world are those who never speak. Just take control of this small news agency in Moldova and make them publish a report clarifying the fake news. After completing the preliminary preparations, we will assassinate the 3 of them. Finally, we will send the naval headquarters to the second half of the Grand Line to recapture some islands controlled by the Rocks pirates. In this way, the tall and majestic image of the world government will once again stand tall among the people of the world and its major member states. However, the next moment, news came out again that made the 5 elders look ugly, and he was almost angry to the point of distorted faces. Report to the 5 elders. This mission cannot be carried out. The journalist, named Moldova, disbanded the newspaper after he could not finish publishing the news, and hid in Hakanosu, the base of the Rocks pirates in the second half of the Grand Line. Our CP agents don't have a suitable identity at the Rocks base camp. The assassination is too difficult, and it is easy to expose the identity. The words of the CP organization agent in Din Mushi slowly fell. Nazashiro was so angry that his smooth and bright scalp began to itch. They never expected that after distributing the newspapers, Moldova would directly disband the newspaper and go to Hakanosu with their entire family to receive protection from the Rocks pirates. Now, if we order the high-ranking CP agents hiding in Rocks pirate to carry out the assassination, even if it succeeds, all the information sources that have been hard-won within the government will be lost. What to do? Make a decision. Nasajuro looked at the other 4 old friends. Order the CP organization to take action. Even if it means death, we must assassinate this Moldovan inside the Rocks pirate. Otherwise, if the government wants to cover up any major news in the future, wouldn't any small newspaper dare to jump out and make a fuss? This is the first time, and it must be the last time. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Saint Vacheli, who had a white oxhorn beard, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then spoke in a solemn and loud voice. Agree, then do it. These journalists really need to be disciplined. They don't even know what to say and what not to say. After several five elders discuss with each other, on the other side, the senior CP agent who was ambushing in the Rocks Pirate team took a puff of cigarette in silence, and then directly replied to the last message of the five elders. Understand, as high-level agents trained from an early age within the government, their only purpose in life is to serve the government. Apart from this, other emotions have long been completely eliminated through day-to-day training. In other words, if the naval headquarters is the external facade of the world government, then the senior agents of the CP organization are the government's most loyal guard dogs. After solving the problem of the news event, the five elders fell into a state of silence. Each of them began to have their own little considerations in their hearts. That damn guy already possesses dark power that can hurt us. We must find a way to deal with him. It's all because of those idiots who put this vicious fruit ability into the prize of the God Valley competition and let that G guy Rocks get it. He is not a quiet guy. Once his injuries are fully recovered, he will definitely kill Mary Hua directly. We really need to ask for the permission of Lord M. Saint. If Lord M is willing to help fix this mess. If that doesn't work, I can ask Lord M to activate the technology to heal Satan's wounds first and then make plans. Topman Vachali Shenghua, who has a white bullhorn beard, has a hoarse voice that is full of majesty and calmness. He is the one with the hottest temper among the five elders, but also the most powerful. But even a strong man like him, when talking about the dark power possessed by Rocks, there was still a hint of fear flashing in the depths of his pupils. Even a deep fear of death. The Dark Fruit's ability is too much of a restraint on them. The strength of these five elders is only about the same as that of the Admiral, the highest-powered officer in the naval headquarters. The reason why they're not afraid of anyone and always stand at the pinnacle of power above the sea is simply because the power of immortality supports their bodies and will never be destroyed. Immortality and eternal life. Even if your head is smashed, you can still be resurrected and restored to full condition directly. But now this ability to survive has completely lost its effectiveness in front of that guy Rocks. The evil power of the Dark Fruit can directly restrain their rebirth ability, thus truly killing them. As for Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, Achiku, and others besides Rocks Pirate, they have never been taken seriously by the five elders. What Vachli said makes a lot of sense. A man like Rocks will never give up. Sooner or later, he will rush to the red line and start a real decisive battle with us. We have to be on guard. We have to be on guard. And in Rocks Pirate, there's the captain of the 7th Division who was given the title of Devil by Marine. That guy's talent is too outrageous. In less than half a year, he has already stood at the top of this world. Because of some weird factors, he has the ability to combine multiple fruits. This kind of pervert, even though we have lived for hundreds of years and have foresight, we have never encountered such a guy. And no one can guarantee that the guy will not also find Rocks and absorb the most vicious dark fruit from him. If this really happens, then in the next decisive battle, we will definitely face 2 pirates at the level of the overlords of the sea. Nasajuro held the first-generation Kitetsu in his arms and complained with an awkward tone. One Rocks is already difficult to deal with. What's more, after eating the dark fruit, they can actually hurt the Rocks. Plus Luo Hu, a guy with devil fruit powers all over his body. Several five elders didn't dare to imagine what kind of ending they would face. Maybe in the next battle, 2 or 3 of the 5 of them will die. To be honest, the 2 pirates, Rocks and Luo Hu, are really a weird event that has never happened in 800 years. Ruling the sea for so long, according to the government's historical records of more than 800 years, a son of the era who rules the sea appears basically every few decades. But these leading pirates have never been as crazy and powerful as the Rocks. And Rocks Pirates is basically the first in history to rule the sea in the form of a pirates alliance. Forget it. Let's report everything to Lord M. Saint first before making any plans. The current situation is no longer under our control. If necessary, You can directly ask Lord M to use Uranus to kill Rox, the bloodline of D. After grumbling in the world's most powerful conference room, the 5 elders chose to accept the fact, slowly stood up, straightened their bodies, and straightened their appearance. After that, they walked in unison towards the depths of Mariehua. Although Lord Saint-Im has never appeared in front of the world, he is the only master of the entire world. Even though the 5 of them are the holders of the highest power in the world, they still have to perform the kneeling etiquette between master and servant when facing Lord Saint-Im. Even the immortality of these 5 people was granted by Lord Saint-Im, and inside the flower room, where Lord M usually lives, there is a national treasure that has been guarded by the celestial dragons for generations. This national treasure is a heavy-duty technological weapon brought back from outer space by the Moonman Joy Boy 800 years ago. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can easily destroy any small or medium-sized island. In addition to having the ability to destroy the world, this national treasure can also directly convert energy into light beams that can restore life. The reason why they accepted the order from Lord M Saint and kept searching all over the world for those guys with D in their names and killing them was because of the power issue controlled by this national treasure. 800 years ago, Joy Boy and his family migrated to the world of Redline due to the depletion of lunar resources. After witnessing with my own eyes that the entire world could not be connected as one piece due to the restrictions of the Redline and Combelt, I decided to change this situation. After decades of wandering, he united most of the countries in the world to form a huge alliance, which is the huge kingdom recorded in later generations. All races in the world gather in this huge kingdom, and everyone is working together to liberate the world. Under a strict plan, Joy Boy used lunar technology to create 3 terrifying ancient weapons. These 3 ancient weapons are Uranus, Pluton, and Poseidon. According to the original plan, Uranus would bombard the weakest connection point on the Red Line, the upside-down mountain, thus truly connecting the 4 seas together. Poseidon is responsible for communicating with the giant prehistoric sea kings 10,000 meters below the sea. Through the command of blood, these sea kings float to the surface, destroying the special magnetic field and allowing the calm belt to begin to have ocean currents. With the cooperation of these 2 ancient weapons, the biggest obstacle restricting the 4 sea areas in the pirates' world will be directly removed. As for the last Pluton, it is a supergiant battleship built by Joy Boy to warn some restless countries. A terrifying weapon capable of destroying an entire country or even a large island with a single shot. However, after these 3 ancient weapons were produced, it became a difficult decision as to who would control them. The reason is that the use of ancient weapon will greatly deplete the user's soul and lifespan, causing the operator to die of exhaustion. Faced with such horrific consequences within the huge kingdom, all the allied countries took a few steps back and chose to stand by and watch. However, at this moment, Im, who had already gained immortality through the op fruit, stood up and chose to be the first batch of experimenters. But as someone who came from a high-tech planet, Joy Boy certainly knew that the person responsible for operating the ancient weapon could not be controlled by a single person, because no one can avoid the darkness of human nature. If the only person who can control the ancient weapon betrays the huge kingdom, even he, the creator, will be unable to stop him. In order to avoid this situation, Joy Boy could only forcibly select a group of upright volunteers from the huge kingdom and integrate their blood into the ancient weapon to obtain the lowest level of operating authority in order to limit him's power. In order to make it easier to distinguish them, Boy, one of the volunteers, directly suggested adding a D in the middle of their names. This is the origin of the D in the names of Garp, Luffy, and others. And the subsequent facts were indeed just as Joey Bo had guessed. After successfully obtaining the operating authority of the ancient weapon, Im did not open the blockade and liberate the world as required. On the contrary, he secretly united with 19 other powerful kings to rebel against the giant kingdom and use the ancient weapon made by Joy Boy against the giant kingdom. The subsequent result was that no one in the huge kingdom could withstand the attack of ancient weapon. After trying his best, Joey Boy could only be defeated by him. The outcome of this war was simply the destruction of the two weapons, Pluton and Poseidon. After successfully defeating Joy Boy and completely destroying the giant kingdom, Imu joined forces with 19 other nations to form a new alliance. It is called World Government. But Yim never expected that the old thief Xiao Yiba would secretly plot against her. During the period when the giant kingdom was about to be defeated, Joy Boy secretly sent all the volunteers whose names contained the word D to the four corners of the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest seas to hide their identities and wait for the right time. The historical text of that period was also recorded in special text for future generations to understand and study. He believed that one day these D tribes would be able to restore the ideals of a great kingdom, successfully open up the other side of the world, and make the entire world one piece. This is also the reason why in the subsequent plot, the world's most powerful brain will tell the world through the radio that the war 800 years ago has never ended. Every member of the D clan who is passed down through bloodline is born with a special mission. Of course, due to the lack of a guide, most of these people who have inherited the tradition are unable to realize their mission. Only a very small number of people are able to find all the historical texts to understand the truth of the past, and are willing to fight for the ideals of the once great kingdom. Mariehua, Panga City. Many readers think that this Panga City is Oda's malicious smear on our country. In fact, the author can explain here that Oda is essentially a black fan. He not only blackens us, he also blackens his own country. In the Wanakuni chapter, Oda deliberately depicted a series of disgusting plots to satirize the Japanese royal family. And in the original story, when Charlotte Linlin went to Wanakuni and formed an alliance with Kaido and was finally defeated and caught in a huge explosion, Oda also specially drew two nuclear bombs, Fatty and Little Boy, in the comics to emphasize that the two atomic bombs were what the Japanese devils deserved. But it's a comic after all, just read it for fun. The author can also make a little money by writing fan fiction. At least from a standpoint, the author still hopes to see all the Japanese devils sink into the Mariana Trench. If that doesn't work, I would also like to see Mount Fuji explode. I'll stop here. If there are too many words, readers will send you knives. Mariehua, Panga City. At this time, the five elders who symbolize the highest power in the world have already walked into this huge empty room in neat bags. And each of them knelt on the ground with their knees tightly pressed together, with an extremely solemn expression on their face. These old men, who symbolize the highest power in the world, have been kneeling here for several hours. To the more than 200-member countries outside the world government, this seems to be impossible, because this person represents the highest power holder in the world. How noble must the person be to have such a person kneel down and wait? Snap, snap, snap. Just as the five elders were waiting quietly with solemn expressions, the sound of high heels hitting the jade floor suddenly came from the empty room. Get up. There was a chill, and it was unclear whether the voice was happy, angry, or some other emotion. The five elders suddenly looked up and saw the highest throne that no one was allowed to climb. Unexpectedly, a figure wearing a black robe appeared, and this figure sat on the highest throne in a dignified manner. Of course, the five elders already knew all about this situation and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. It's just that they all felt more deeply that Lord Saint has become more powerful than he was decades ago. Just as they looked up and saw the sharp and blood-red pupils of Lord which were like an eagle, the five elders felt a deep chill. This chill came so suddenly that they were completely unprepared, making them shudder as if they were falling into an ice cellar. They didn't dare to look back even once. We pay our respects to Lord. After lowering their heads a little, the five elders quickly stood up and paid homage to the figure on the void throne. Well, I've been able to get all of you to come and see me. It seems like things are really serious. Yim's tone was extremely calm and indifferent, without even the slightest hint of concern. He was just quietly flipping through a newly printed bounty order in his hand. This is a bounty exclusive to rocks. As for the other names, the captain of the squad, whose name D did not appear among them, was completely ignored by Im. Lord Im, we came here this time to ask you whether we can use the power of the national treasure to avoid excessive loss of government power. After all, the power of the Rocks Pirates is so great that it can be said that it has never been seen in the past 800 years. And that guy also has the evil power of the dark fruit. If we leave it alone, it will definitely cause huge losses to the government. Saint Vachely reported to Im with a serious expression about the strength of the Rocks Pirates and the strength of the crew members. On the way, the 5 elders had already discussed if they could use the power of the national treasure to directly destroy the Rocks Pirate. Then we can avoid too much loss of power within the government. And the most important thing is that the 5 old guys don't have to go on the field to face Rock's dark fruit ability. That can really kill people. The power of dark fruit is too terrifying. However, just as the 5 elders and others were expecting Saint Im's reply, Im, who had been sitting on the throne, changed the subject. The spearhead was directed directly at Satan, who still looked a little weak. 5 against 1, and they had several legs chopped off? Is that Rock's really that strong? A helpless smile appeared on Yim's cold face. These old men had been following him to build the empire for hundreds of years. Even if there is no credit, it is still hard work. Yes, I was careless for a moment and didn't dodge. If I had used my full strength, Rocks wouldn't be that strong. After hearing what Im said, Satan felt awkward and fidgety. After all, they were 5 against 1, and he had 6 spider legs chopped off. If this gets out, the reputation I've built up over 800 years will be completely lost. Really interesting. We are old guys who have lived for more than 800 years, but today we were shown off by a young man in his 40s. If I were you, I wouldn't have the nerve to come here and apologize. Everyone says Im is a woman. Let's see if Oda will backstab her. Hearing the laughter of Lord Im, Satan, a child over 800 years old, was embarrassed and at a loss for a moment. Master Im, please listen to my explanation first. Satan opened his mouth slightly, as if to explain something, but was quickly interrupted by Im. Okay, I already know about this matter. Go down and heal your wounds first. Remember to consume the blood of those with low IQs who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. There was no fluctuation in Yim's words, as if he was just talking about a very ordinary thing. I have to say, the lunar technology that Joy Boy left behind 800 years ago is really very useful. You only need to extract the blood factors of your offspring that match your own bloodline to quickly recover the damage to your body through the power of technology. Although this is extremely unfair to the younger generation. But as the 5 elders in power, they naturally have such rights. Otherwise, why would they who are of such high status spend so much time protecting these stupid celestial dragons juniors? Isn't the purpose of using it as consumables at critical moments? Of course, the celestial dragons used by Satan and others are just ordinary celestial dragons with low IQs that are of no use to the development of the government. This is just like the young people in modern society who are accidentally matched and always disappear inexplicably. It's the same principle. Celestial dragons are elite individuals who are born with high IQ, background, status, and unique talents. They are the treasures of the patriarchs of various families. Even the 5 elders, who hold the highest authority in the world, cannot be moved so easily. Then what about that guy Rocks? We can't just let them fight their way to the Holy Land, right? After thinking for a while, Saint Vachely looked up at Saint Im, who was about to leave the throne of the world. You guys can handle this matter. Those guys in the 19 families seem to like making some noise lately. The figure under Im's black robe flashed slightly, and after leaving a puzzling remark, he lightly drew a crack in the air with his finger. Then, the entire figure disappeared directly in front of the 5 elders. Master Im, Saint, take care. After looking at each other, several 5 elders knelt down solemnly again to bid farewell to Lord Saint Im. As for the inexplicable words from Yim, they were indirectly telling them that they should appropriately reduce the number of strong men within the 19 families. That's right, the 5 of them who conquered the world with him are all from the same family. Although their surnames are different, in general, compared to other celestial dragons in the Alliance, their status is at least slightly higher. As for the remaining celestial dragons, except for the Nefertari family who broke away from the Holy Land, the remaining 18 celestial dragons families are essentially just descendants of the kings who were brought in as allies 800 years ago. Naturally, there are many powerful people within these 18 celestial dragons families. The meaning is roughly equivalent to the noble families under the power of the kingdoms on the sea. On the surface, they may be members of the celestial dragons family who jointly maintain the operation of the government. But in terms of status and position, these so-called celestial dragons families are nothing more than foils. Only those celestial dragons families with very strong family background will have the opportunity to be looked up to by the 5 elders and others. For example, the Fegaland family, whose entire family has red hair, is a very good example. After kneeling quietly there for a few minutes, several 5 elders stood up together, left the world throne, and returned to the meeting room where they discussed matters on a daily basis. The most serious problem facing us now is Roxd, Zebek, who possesses the power of darkness. Among the 5 elders, Saint Vacheli, who had a bullhorn beard, was holding the latest bounty order for Rock's pirate captains that was bound by the naval headquarters soldiers, and he looked at his colleagues and spoke slowly. As it stands, they possess the ability to be immortal and generally cannot be killed at all. Therefore, the 5 elders are more worried about Rox, the guy who ate the dark fruit. As for the top executives of Rock's pirate, they are not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of 5 elders. The only thing worth noting is that the captain of the 7th Division, Akoma Luo Hu, who possessed multiple fruit abilities, is missing. If Luo Hu absorbs Rock's dark fruit ability in advance during the next war, it will also directly cause fatal damage to them. However, objectively speaking, Luo Hu is not a member of the D clan and does not have the power to control ancient weapons, so the overall threat is not as terrible as Rock's. How on earth did this kid manage to possess so many devil fruit abilities? Is there any special physique in this world that we haven't learned about? Forget it. Never mind. Let's just clean them all up. There's no shortage of pirates in this world anyway. If we kill all of these guys, there will be some new pirates emerging. Nezushiro held Luo Hu's bounty of more than 4 billion in his hand tightly and muttered to himself, "It's not appropriate to kill them all. Rock's pirates have gathered almost all the powerful pirates on the sea. Once we kill all of these guys, the ocean will fall into chaos. We can't kill them all, so we should just leave some to maintain relative stability like before." Saint Wakuli spoke up and analyzed Nasujiro's topic. For the world government, hundreds of years have passed since its establishment, and maritime overlords such as Rox have emerged one after another like leaks. No need to worry at all. The existence of pirates is nothing more than a tool for the world government to maintain its control over the world and reap the gold from the sky. Although Rox is indeed a very powerful overlord at sea this time, and also has the blessing of dark fruit ability, but generally speaking, is still within the controllable range. What about the other celestial dragons? They have been acting a bit restless lately. After only a few hundred years of eating well, you're already thinking about establishing your own king and establishing a new government. Satan, who had already restored all 6 of his spider legs through the blood power of his descendants, asked with some headache. Hearing this, the tall and thin 5 elders Marcus Mashung, who was wearing a suit, spoke calmly. "Notify naval headquarters and tell them not to stop the Rox pirates from boarding the Red Line. Let's use the Red Line as the battlefield for the decisive battle. Once Rox pirate hits the Red Line, the militants in the family will definitely jump out. Let them consume the pirates first, and then we will deal with the Rox. This will not only consume the powerful men within the 18 families, but also cause some damage to the king of Rox pirates." After St. Marcus finished speaking, he said no more and waited quietly for his colleagues to think. putting this group of dangerous people on the red line. This is a very novel plan. But as long as we can force the strong men of those families to take action, it is indeed a very good method. About a week after the World Power Hall meeting, Kong in the Naval Headquarters Marshal's office also received a special order from the Five Elders. Although he was personally somewhat puzzled by the Five Elders' battle plan, he ultimately chose not to doubt it. Kong gathered all the high-end combat forces that the Naval Headquarters could currently mobilize in the conference room. The scene was almost filled with a large number of Marine senior officials with various bandages and medicines wrapped around their bodies. Among them, Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku and Zephyr, who had the highest combat power, were the most seriously injured. In the God Valley battle some time ago, although on the surface they were the captain of the Rocks pirate who was besieged by many people. But if such a high-intensity battle continues, it is natural that some serious injuries will occur. However, after the war, Sengoku got what he wanted and replaced Kong as the admiral, becoming the new Marine Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. So far, the three admirals in the Naval Headquarters are Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp. Although Garp has not yet put forward the idea directly, he has confirmed the news that he will become the Admiral of Headquarters. But as his old comrade, Kong is still very confident that he can directly convince Garp, the stubborn donkey. Everyone, today is my first large-scale meeting as the new Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. The content of this meeting is divided into three major items. The first item is that this Marshal nominates and personally submits a mission report to the Holy Land for the promotion of Vice Admiral Garp to the rank of Admiral of Headquarters. Since its establishment, our Naval Headquarters has always maintained the positions of the three highest-powered admirals. Since there is currently one vacancy, Vice Admiral Garp will fill the position. Do you have any objections? Kong-gu, who is sitting in the Marshal's exclusive seat, glanced with a resolute look at the Marine high-ranking officials around him who were making a commotion. Needless to say, Garp's personal strength is definitely recognized by all Marines. But this guy had already made a lot of mistakes by not following orders. In order to avoid complaints from other senior executives, he proposed a solution directly at the meeting. For example, openly throwing shells by hand at sea affected the surrounding Marine colleagues and injured a large number of soldiers under the residual power of the shells. Or maybe he disobeyed the arrest order from the Naval Headquarters and chose to go all out, smashing the heads of the pirates with devil fruit abilities to death. There are also countless other problems, such as being late for meetings and eating snacks, not clocking in and out on time, taking more leave and go to work, and so on. However, to Kong-gu's surprise, none of the Marine executives stood up to refute the report that Vice Admiral Garp was promoted to the rank of Admiral. In that case, this matter is settled. Starting today, Vice Admiral Garp will be officially promoted to the highest-powered Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. However, Kong-gu's words had not yet fallen. Outside the door of the conference room, a tall guy with incredibly muscular body suddenly rushed in. Ha ha ha! Kong-gu, you old D. You actually held a meeting secretly without informing me. Who said I want to be a Marine Admiral? That's simply alarmist. Listen up, everyone. I, Monkey D. Garp, am here to make a statement that I will never be promoted to Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Woo-ha-ha. Garp opened his mouth wide and stuffed a whole bag of sunbae into it, while bluntly rejecting the proposal to be promoted to Marine Admiral. As we all know, this is the third time he has rejected the invitation to the Admiral position. The first two times were promoted by the previous Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanyahu. Now that Netanya had died in the Valley of Gods, Garp had thought that he could finally have some time to relax, but he never expected this. When it was Kong's turn to go on stage, he was actually nominated as Admiral. Who is this Garp? The body weighs more than 300 kilograms, and the bones alone weigh 299 kilograms. There is no way a free man like him would allow his body to serve something like celestial dragons. Garp, don't act so recklessly towards me. This is an order. Do you understand? Kong-gu, who was sitting in the conference room, looked at Garp in front of him with a frown on his face. Garp was like a piece of meat on a cutting board and completely disobeyed orders. The 5 elders gave him the order to fill the position of Admiral of Headquarters. But now the senior Marines in the Naval Headquarters are basically at a stage of strength gap, and no one is qualified for this position. However, directly issuing conscription orders to recruit admirals from all over the world would be unfair to those Marines who have dedicated their entire lives to a just cause. After much thought, Kongu could only set his target on Garp. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of Garp's absence to directly promote him to Admiral of Headquarters. But he never expected that someone leaked the news and let this guy know the plan of the meeting. Marshal Kong really has a hot temper. But if you want me to volunteer to be the Admiral of Headquarters, you have to step over my dead body first. As a qualified Marine, the first thing you need to do is to be truly willing to dedicate yourself to a just cause, rather than degrading yourself and becoming a celestial dragon's lackey. Garp obviously didn't tolerate the temper of Marine Marshal Kongu. After all, Kongu was not much older than him in terms of military service. They were both soldiers of the same year. So who was going to scare whom? In addition, once you become the Admiral of Headquarters, you must personally pay respects and serve the celestial dragons. When Garp thought about how he had to serve celestial dragons despite his strength, his disgust increased by more than 100 times. Justice also needs financial support. Without celestial dragons, how can our naval headquarters afford to pay salaries? Don't let me talk without any worries. Do you think you don't have to serve the celestial dragons if you don't become the Admiral of Headquarters? The 5 elders have already said that once the Rocks group launches an attack on the Holy Land, our naval headquarters will directly send combat forces to the Holy Land to defend the world's nobles. Seeing that Garp was unmoved, Kongu had no choice but to give up and stop forcing this guy to become a Marine Admiral. Regardless of whether he is an Admiral or not, he will eventually go to the Holy Land to protect the celestial dragons. Fisk, you're still trying to protect the Holy Land? If we had just fought a desperate battle in the Valley of the Gods and killed the Rocks pirates once and for all, then nothing would have happened. One by one, they started to back off as soon as they saw Rocks eating the dark fruit. I'm not afraid to tell you that the next battle to defend the Holy Land, Lousy's going is not equal to Lousy will protect celestial dragons. Garp, the formula is perfect. What else is there to say? Inside the naval headquarters, an internal meeting was in full swing, just like a quarrel between shrews. Far in the second half of the Grand Line, Luo Hu, who was recuperating on Hakinoso Island, was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. Captain Luo Hu, Admiral Rocks asks you to come over. The pirates who were responsible for delivering the message knelt on the ground with a nervous expression and did not dare to look up at Luo Hu, the notorious captain of the 7th Division. Well, didn't Admiral Rocks say what it was specifically about? Luo Hu asked in a flat tone, although he usually appears to be friendly. But for some reason, both the pirates and the civilians who recognized his identity looked as if they had seen a ghost and were panicked. No, Admiral Rocks just asked me to come and ask you to come over. He didn't specify what it was. The pirates knelt on the ground and explained something in a frenzied tone while trembling. Okay, I got it. I'll be there in a minute. Seeing that the pirates in front of him was still scared to death, Luo Hu immediately lost interest in asking questions. Damn, he is obviously a good person with good character and academic performance. Just because I killed more than 10,000 Marines and CP agents in the Valley of Gods. Are you so afraid of him? And you still call yourself a pirate? Which pirates has never seen blood? However, Luo Hu was still a little surprised that Rocks suddenly came to him for something. Basically, that guy would disappear for at least a long time every time he showed up. It was impossible for him to stay in the Hakinosa base camp for a long time and wait for death. In the words of Whitebeard and others, Rocks has always liked to run around, just to find an opportunity to give the world government a head-on blow. The last Kamaya incident happened because when Rocks went to West Blue, his personal Din Mushi accidentally received signal intelligence from the outside world. This led to the Rocks pirates knowing in advance the world government's plan to hunt humans, which led to the outbreak of the Valley of the Gods incident. After washing up and refreshing himself in his own room, Luo Hu picked up a brick from the ground and threw it into the sky with a burst of muscle power. Afterwards, the whole person quickly turned into a golden flash and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already walking out with his feet on a medium-sized brick. Although Hakanosu's island is not a large island, Luo Hu would rather use his fruit ability to fly than walk to find rocks. This behavior is just like the guy Borsellino who always likes to step on the shells of the Naval Headquarters warships. It's the same when traveling. If there is no means of transportation, then create one to use. Anyway, I can't do it myself. After a few minutes, the speed of the flying brick slowly slowed down. At this moment, Luo Hu turned into lightning and flew to the door of Rox, the captain of the Alliance. Rox, who was originally waiting inside, after sensing Luo Hu's breath, directly picked up the sword beside him that had been rendered into a permanent black sword by Haki and walked out. Luo Hu stood there, looking at Rox in front of him with a bit of surprise. Although Rox was holding the extremely sharp sword in his hand at this moment, Luo Hu was very sure that this guy definitely did not want to kill him. After all, as long as Rox still wants to dominate the world, he will not do something self-destructive at this time. Of course, the reason why he can be so calm is because he has strong strength within him. Even if Rox, the overlord of the sea, tried his best, he couldn't kill him instantly. And if he cannot kill himself instantly, Luo Hu can be confident that he can quickly absorb all the attributes of Rox's body, and then complete the Ma's triangle counterkill. I called you here alone this time because I wanted you to master the use of ultimate Haki in advance. Although you're still very young, your talent is definitely beyond even my reach. World government has a rich history of more than 800 years. I need a helper who is as strong as me, or even stronger than me. Rock's voice is hoarse, but reveals a hint of madness. It is obvious that this guy has reached a state of power, status, money, and fame, and the only thing he wants is to overthrow the world government. If you want to overthrow the world government, you will need a lot of top-level combat power. In order to continue to strengthen the foundation of the Rock's Pirate Alliance, he can only focus on Luo Hu, the captain of the 7th Division. The body can accommodate multiple devil fruit abilities. Quickly improve your physical strength during battle. Even Conqueror's Haki can be quickly upgraded directly in battle. These pervert-like talents destine Luo Hu to be the person that Rox will definitely choose. I see. Since Admiral Rox has such a request, I will respectfully obey your order. Luo Hu's mouth curled up slightly into a smile. Before he joined Rox Pirate, he had already thought about challenging Rox to a one-on-one duel. However, due to the opponent's ability to teleport and disappear at any time and the imminent outbreak of the Battle of God Valley, Luo Hu never had a chance. Now, it's like a little cow walking into a herd of bulls, and it's awesome. Isn't this a wave of wealth that is definitely delivered to your doorstep? Moreover, Rox has 2 very practical devil fruit abilities. Paramecia Teleportation Fruit, a devil fruit that is 1 level faster than Shining and Thunder. Although the teleport fruit can only allow the user to teleport over a short distance, if used properly, it can definitely be called a god-level devil fruit. Logia Dark Fruit. Known as the most evil devil fruit ability in the world, the user can use the power of darkness to restrict all the devil fruit abilities of the enemy. The only price the user has to pay is that they will suffer multiple times the pain. Luo Hu's mind was filled with crazy calculations. Although he had not yet officially started fighting with Rox, he had already figured out to what level his physical fitness would soar after today's battle. Rox's personal combat strength can be said to be the best in the entire world, even reaching a level that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed. Conquerors, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki are all at the ultimate level, and all the advanced usage techniques of Conqueror's Haki have been mastered. He is also the only person in history who has been recorded and examined to have the ability of 2 fruits. Combined with his terrifying physical and sword skills, Rox is now able to face off against the three most powerful admirals of the naval headquarters of this era without being at a disadvantage. Luo Hu estimated that as long as he could fight with Rox for a few more rounds, he would be able to absorb all the attributes dropped from the opponent. By then, he will not only be able to make rapid improvements in Haki, swordsmanship, and taijutsu, you can even get 2 extra super powerful devil fruit abilities. This wave is definitely a huge profit, even if he has the chance to accidentally kill Rox and absorb the extra attributes. Luo Hu's own strength will directly surpass Rox. Become pirates who truly surpass the overlord level. However, the moment Luo Hu had the idea of rebellion, he suddenly felt a bottomless chill all over his body. Looking closely, he found that the source of this chill was Rox, who was standing directly opposite him and was more than 4 meters tall and barely reached Luo Hu's chest. Oh my god, how could I forget that Rox has the bug-level observation Haki skill of prying into people's hearts? Isn't this equivalent to standing in front of someone and saying that you want to imitate and kill them? An awkward smile flashed across Luo Hu's face, and for a moment he didn't know how to argue with Rox. Fortunately, this cold air came and went quickly. Rox simply stared at Luo Hu with an emotionless look for a few seconds and then ignored him. He is the most powerful overlord of the sea in history. There is still some magnanimity. Which pirate in this world has not dreamed of killing him and becoming the new overlord of the sea? People's dreams will never end. Rox will not kill this guy with a rebellious bone on the back of his head just because the Captain Luo Hu wants to kill him. After all, basically all of the other 6 captains under him had the same idea. But later on, they all surrendered to his terrifying strength. Luo Hu is young, powerful, and his conqueror's Haki has reached the ultimate level. Naturally, he cannot be an ordinary person. If Luo Hu really serves Rox wholeheartedly, then it's really weird. Will pirates treat people sincerely? How is this possible? Isn't this just like those fairy bloggers on Zaihongshu who keep shouting that they are just slightly chubby? It's totally unbelievable. Don't be too impetuous, young man. It's too early for you to kill me, little brat. Rox smiled slightly, praising Luo Hu's crazy idea of wanting to kill him. Next moment, Rox's eyes immediately turned into an extremely fierce state, and his 2 black pupils suddenly glowed red, and even seemed to be turning into red-purple. Boom! A roar like thunder appeared out of nowhere. Rox directly released his extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki, which swept across the entire island like a terrifying hurricane. The endless and extremely strong spiritual power was like a tide, surging towards Luo Hu's mind. Luo Hu naturally couldn't waste this great opportunity. The moment Rox released Conqueror's Haki, he also directly released the ultimate Conqueror's Haki in his body. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying spiritual forces collided with each other in midair, causing an extremely dull sound, and was accompanied by black lightning emanating from the Conqueror's Haki all around. In the middle of the battle between the 2 Conquerors' Haki, the ground of Hakinosu began to collapse, forming huge cracks that spread for several kilometers. This huge scene naturally attracted the captains who were still resting on Hakinosu. Even the ordinary pirates chose to watch this terrifying Haki collision scene from afar. It's so terrifying. It's so terrifying. Captain Rox and Captain Luo Hu are probably more than twice as powerful as the admirals at the naval headquarters. Captain Luo Hu is only an 18-year-old young pirate, but he already possesses such strength. How can we old pirates in our 40s and 50s feel? Do you think Captain Luo Hu has a chance to defeat Captain Rox head-on? After all, when Captain Luo Hu was in the Valley of Gods, he personally killed several government troops at the highest admiral level. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Captain Luo Hu is very powerful, but how can he defeat Captain Rox? Admiral Rox is a pirate who is the overlord of the sea. I watched helplessly as 2 extremely powerful guys, Luo Hu and Rox, fought against Conqueror's Haki on the spot. A group of pirates at the scene started betting on roulette, and everyone was guessing how many rounds Luo Hu, a captain-level pirate, could last in the hands of rocks. On the other side, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, John, Charlotte Linlin, and others who had come running over upon hearing the noise were all stunned where they were. Mamam, Brother Luo Hu is indeed my favorite guy. His physique and strength are so amazing that I can't help myself. Ha 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 ha. They actually try to scam rocks. Isn't Luo Hu a bit too confident? Hey. Why are you all so attitude? Have you guys forgotten the talent Luo Hu showed when he dueled Golden Lion? Just when everyone was teasing Luo Hu for overestimating his own abilities and running to challenge rocks, John, who was holding a bottle of wine next to him, suddenly spoke up and reminded everyone to pay attention to Luo Hu's terrifying learning talent. As long as they fight this brat, their Haki level will be quickly reduced by the opponent. Moreover, Luo Hu was able to directly learn the special skills that the great pirates had developed over decades. Even the devil fruit abilities will be taken away without exception. Once this terrifying talent is used in a battle with pirates of rocks level, it is estimated that it will not take more than a few rounds, and Luo Hu's strength will be far superior to theirs. After listening to John's detailed analysis, the cheerful Golden Lion was immediately treated as a negative example, and the smile on his face suddenly stopped. He recalled how he had been dismissive of Luo Hu, and then he was slapped in the face. He felt so embarrassed that he kept picking at the gaps between his toes, and he almost managed to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Hold John. Even drinking can't stop you from talking. Lousy can't beat Luo Hu, so how can he beat you? If you keep bullying Lousy and using him as a negative example, I'll G kill you. After forcibly suppressing the embarrassment, Golden Lion directly took out his 2 famous swords and put them on John's neck with 2 quick strokes, threatening with a dark face. Feeling the strong, murderous intent of the Golden Lion, John naturally waved his hand and chose to shut up. However, while they were making a mess, Luo Hu, who was having a passionate fight with rocks on the other side, had a big smile on his face. Because at this moment, the ultimate conqueror's Haki attribute on rocks, which is almost at the maximum level, is dropping madly. This rocks. He is definitely the strongest elite monster in the world. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the conqueror's Haki attribute. The current level is ultimate level, 40.96%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the conqueror's Haki attribute. The current level is ultimate level, 60.17%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the conqueror's Haki attribute. The current level is ultimate level, 89.99%. As conqueror's Haki collided, a series of system prompts appeared one after another. The purity of Luo Hu's conqueror's Haki at this moment increased significantly again. In just less than 3 minutes, Luo Hu's conqueror's Haki directly caught up with the realm progress of rocks, the overlord of the sea. As we all know, the higher the level of conqueror's Haki, the greater the destructive power caused by the entanglement attack technique. And rocks, the overlord of the sea, is definitely the strongest in the world. Even the top pirates like Golden Lion and Whitebeard. When it comes to confronting conqueror's entanglement, rocks will also ruthlessly deal with it and make it quite obedient. This is also the reason why, when they were in the Valley of God, rocks only needed to seize the moment when the then Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanya was distracted and revealed a flaw, and he was able to directly chop off the head and kill the opponent in one blow. Conqueror's Haki had reached this level, so it was effortless for him to kill Netanya, who was past his prime, in seconds. If Marshal Netanya himself was not a user of Paramecia's diamond fruit, it would definitely not take more than 10 rounds for Pirates of Rocks level to kill him. This is the powerful blessing brought by the ultimate conqueror's Haki above the top. Sure enough, there are some special methods that can quickly improve Haki's training progress. It seems that I, the overlord of the sea, am too ignorant. When rocks heard John, Silver Axe, Achiku, and others exaggerating Luo Hu's talent, he himself didn't quite believe it. But when he saw this outrageous talent with his own eyes, he was shocked for a few seconds. It took Rox, the undisputed overlord of the sea, several decades of practice in Haki to reach his current level. Luo Hu, this pervert guy, actually reached a level almost similar to his in just a few minutes. This kind of talent can be described as an outrageous mother opening the door for an outrageous son. It's outrageous. Since you, a kid, have such talent, let Lousy create a new overlord of the sea with his own hands. Boom, boom, boom. Rox Haki's unparalleled face renders a breathtaking Conqueror's Haki. Luo Hu had been gradually catching up with Conqueror's Haki, whose level was not much different from Rox, but was once again pushed back dozens of meters by the opponent's powerful Haki. The two people in Conqueror's Haki are extremely popular, and they're competing and clashing fiercely almost all the time. The rolling airwaves that burst out from both sides of Conqueror's Haki directly shattered countless buildings on Hakanosu Island, and even the connected parts of the entire island showed signs of splitting and sinking. What kind of devilish talent does this kid Luo Hu have? His Conqueror's Haki level is actually on par with Captain Rox. Compared to these young people, how should we old guys who call ourselves big pirates deal with it? As expected, I always feel out of tune with these perverts because I am not pervert enough. Humph. It's not that easy to defeat Rox just by raising Conqueror's Haki to the maximum level. Kulala, Shiki, W asterisk 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 D. Did he drink sea circle calendar wine from 1482 today? Why does it taste so sour the moment he opens his mouth? John, Silver Axe, Achiku, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and other captains who were watching the game closest to them were shocked by the rapid improvement of Luo Hu Haki's level. And at the same time, they kept sighing in their hearts that the gap between them, the old guys, and the young people was getting bigger and bigger. However, the Golden Lion in the crowd was still stubborn and unwilling to admit that Luo Hu possessed a talent level that made him drool with envy. Although Golden Lion also knew that with Luo Hu's current combat power, he could definitely take his head within 100 moves. It didn't even take 100 rounds for him to be unable to hold on to the monster Luo Hu. After all, Luo Hu's Haki level is far superior to his, and the 7 or 8 devil fruit abilities on his body are really not to be underestimated. When you fight with such a monster, you'll be sprayed with lava, baptized by ice, and even get a few lightning lasers at you for fun. And after being blessed with the fruit of power, Luo Hu's terrifying muscle strength is simply embarrassing. Even the strength of the giants is no match for Luo Hu at this moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. The current level is Ultimate level, 90.84%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. The current level is Ultimate level, 95.32%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's Haki attribute. The current level is Ultimate level, 100%. As Rox swung his magic wantonly, Conqueror's Haki, Luo Hu also directly absorbed all the attribute balls that dropped from the opponent. At this moment, the Conqueror's Haki of both people directly reached the 100% ultimate level of the same level. Under the Conqueror's Haki bombardment of this terrifying level, the entire Hakanosu Island was almost covered with the boiling black and red thunderstorm lightning derived from it. The moment when the Conqueror's Haki from the two crazy guys Rox and Luo Hu spread out unscrupulously. Even if Conqueror's Haki is also awakened, and Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others who have reached the top level all felt their scalps tingling. As for the trio of John, Silver Axe, and Achiku, who were slightly weaker and whose Haki level was not that high, they showed signs of their eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth. Damn it! Stop it! Amiya Captain, don't release Conqueror's Haki like that anymore. And that Luo Hu, even if he has talent, there's no need to show off like that, right? We really can't stand it if they keep playing like this. That's right. If we, the captains, faint in front of our subordinates, where will our dignity be?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.